I was in a long-term relationship about 20 years where my role was to be what everybody needed me to be. So I was kind of invisible and I lost myself. About 6 years ago, I found out about infidelity. That I guess that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Like I was doing the work and he was telling me, you need to keep doing it so you can get over stuff. But he wasn't doing the work. So I felt like I'm improving myself and I'm doing so much better. But he's the same person. So how am I going to continue in a healthy way, in a new improved way, if he's still the same person that made all these mistakes? He didn't do the work. I'm watching the same movie, but from in a different seat or in a different theater. And I'm getting pissed off all over again.
The idea of if I would have done something different, maybe made the decision to leave earlier, been a different person, tried this, blah, 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 the outcome would have been different. And you end up wearing blame that doesn't belong to you. And this is devastating for people like people pleasers. But this is what I believe. Everybody doesn't believe this. This is how I teach it. And this is why I believe a lot of my clients have been able to go through the grieving process and fully come out, not just play around. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, likewise.
Thank you.
I guess I don't want to take up a lot of time. I was in a long-term relationship about 20 years where my role was to be what everybody needed me to be. So I was kind of invisible and I lost myself. And about 6 years ago, I found out about infidelity. That I guess that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I self-reflected. It's really hard to look at yourself and see the role that you play in being a doormat, in losing yourself. It took a lot of work to get better. We were trying to fix the relationship. And I guess I was doing okay. I let go of a lot of stuff, but he wasn't keeping up with the work. Like I was doing the work and he was telling me, you need to keep doing it so you can get over stuff, but he wasn't doing the work. So I felt like I'm improving myself and I'm doing so much better, but he's the same person. So how am I going to continue in a healthy way, in a new improved way, if he's still the same person that made all these mistakes? He didn't do the work. So I decided that this relationship wasn't for me. I'd gotten rid of my triggers, my nightmares. I was finding myself. I was excited for the future. I wasn't scared. How was I going to maintain this lifestyle we had or take care of my kids? I wasn't scared. It was exciting to be able to love me for a change.
Okay.
My question is, now that I've been alone for a little bit, now that I've sat with myself, I'm watching the same movie, but from in a different seat or in a different theater. And I'm getting pissed off all over again. And I'm getting sad all over again, seeing it from a healed point of view. Like, wow, you let people do that to you?
It's disgusting, ain't it?
I have built boundaries. Yes. And I did it to me. I did that to myself. You know, that's the hard part that you have to accept you did that to yourself. So I have boundaries now. My circle's always been small, but now it's way smaller. My self-esteem grows a little bit every day because I was like in the negatives on self-esteem. I stopped being the mom that I was while I was broken, and I'm getting that back, going back into myself and who I want to be, who I imagine myself being. But now that I'm a lot more healed, now that I'm in a place, I'm getting so angry seeing it without the rose-colored glasses. I'm getting, I'll have a nightmare every now and then, or I get sad again. I don't regret anything. I know I'm making the right decisions. But what I'm saying is it normal to go through? My therapist is telling me, like, you went through the grieving processes, you're doing good, you know how to handle your triggers, you know how to walk yourself through stuff, you're doing great. But lately it's like I'm doing it all over again.
Well, it's because you probably haven't fully grieved it. And I'm not disagreeing necessarily with your therapist that says you fully grieved it. Everybody has different perspectives, therapists, counselors, coaches, on the 5 stages of grief. And mine is a little different than most. The first stage is denial. Second is anger. Third is bargaining. Fourth is depression, which simply means in the context of grief, deep sadness. The fifth one is acceptance. And the way I teach it is simple. In phases 1 through 4, you can absolutely bounce back and forth, Sindel, from phases 1 through 4. But when you
I don't know, I was angry the whole time. So I think I carried anger throughout the whole thing.
Sure. But I'm sure there were some seasons of bargaining, and I'm going to do a live on bargaining soon, because bargaining is the phase of grief that many don't understand. I want to talk about that in these group works on grief and letting go. Bargaining is a very much a misunderstood phase of grief that is underrated, and more people experience bargaining than what you believe. The idea of, if I would have done something different, maybe made the decision to leave earlier, been a different person, tried this, blah, 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 the outcome would have been different. And you end up wearing blame that doesn't belong to you. And this is devastating for people like people pleasers.
Oh, that's me.
Devastating. Because it keeps you in the cycle of grief for the longest. So it's a very underrated thing, but this is what I believe. Everybody doesn't believe this. This is how I teach it. And this is why I believe a lot of my clients have been able to go through the grieving process and fully come out, not just play around. When you are grieving, you can play in any of the first 4 phases, but when you ever get to acceptance, you don't go back to the first 4 phases. Because if you do, you never what? Accepted it. And people who disagree with me are the same people who think healing is not linear. It's this ongoing thing. Hey, I'm healing from this broken ankle, and it's been 20 years and I've been healing. It don't take 20 years to heal no ankle.
That would make sense, I think, because maybe what I'm feeling is that I accepted and everything, as far as, because for a moment we were trying to fix a relationship. So I think I was healing, knowing I was going to continue with this person that hurt me.
Yes.
But so then I had worked that. But once it was me on my own, now I'm just me. And so now I feel like I'm not healing the affair, I'm healing me and what happened to me.
No, that's really good. That's really good, because I talk to my clients about the phases. There are also, within the stages of grief, there are phases of grief. And I want to talk about this, y'all. Y'all need to sign up for this group work, because it's going to be insanely good. There are phases of grief. And the best example I can give to you is, you can be in a marriage. Let's say your 20-year relationship might as well should have been a marriage. You're in a 20-year relationship. You can know, let's say at year 18, that the relationship is over. But it takes you 2 years to leave. You can start grieving at year 18, even if you don't leave until year 20. You can start the process of denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and you could be going through that 2 years before you even exit. Once you finally get out of the relationship, the marriage, you go on to your own place. You move out of into separate homes. You're now in a new environment where you're not around that person. And it's a new level of having to grieve, because now you're alone. You don't have anybody near you. So you have to get used to not only being without them, you have to get used to your new environment. And so I tell people, and this is the easiest way I can explain it. Everybody thinks they've grieved a divorce because they've been starting the grieving process when you're separated. You start the grieving process. You're in the grieving process when you're in court, and your attorneys are working out the paperwork. But when you get that paperwork, where that decree has been signed and it's final, there is another level of grief you go to. And I call it finality. That when something is final, the reality of the moment pushes you to another sphere of grief. So I don't think your therapist is wrong. And that's why I'm explaining it this way. You can be out of a situation, but circumstances, moving out, moving on, paperwork being finalized, deed being finally in your name, children having to be split between time. There's a lot that can happen that all of a sudden bring a deeper sense of finality that then can put you right back in the loop of grief. Accept it. Get in the loop, go through the process, utilize the skills that you've learned from your therapist, go through it, because now you're free, and go through it, grieve it. And then once you come out that time, you're going to be out good to go. So yeah, you're on the right path. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I think saying it out loud helps you organize it in your head.
The finality of grief is is a beast. And you know, I talk about that and I teach my clients that you can think you're over it, but when you get those divorces, I've had clients actually start with me before they filed the paperwork, before they left their spouse. They've started on with me. They decided that's what they were going to do. They wanted me to coach them and help them heal through the process. And it was rough in the beginning, really hard. Then they started to heal through it. By the time the paperwork was ready, the attorneys had gone through cases, they've had hearings, stuff. My client was ready. I'm ready to do this. I'm ready to move on. And then when they get served that paperwork, I've had clients come on a call and just burst out crying. Doc, I don't know why I'm crying. I don't know why I'm so upset. I don't know why I'm feeling, I thought I was over it. I said, ma'am, sir, you are over it. What you're experiencing is what's called the finality of the moment. And
it's like a relief.
When you get that paperwork, yeah, it's relief, but it's also part sadness. Like, I really wish this could have worked. I wish it could have been different. So you in essence end up going right back into the grief loop. And I tell my clients, don't think that that doesn't mean you haven't necessarily accepted it, but it does mean that there's another level of grief we need to reach for, or a grieving process that we need to reach for, and we need to go back into that loop so that we can fully process where we are and the finality of the moment. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah, that's exactly where you are. And I love it for you because it's like you're going through this again. But the good news, Sindel, it should feel better grieving it this time than it did the first time.
I don't care how small the steps are. I'm making the steps.
Yeah, it feels better the second time.
I'm good.
Yeah, it feels better the second time. It's not like it when you like it was when you had to go through it the first time. Not at all.
No, it's easier. You had practice.
There you go. And you got a frame of reference for sure. I hope that was helpful.
It was. Looking forward to your book.
My pleasure, sweetheart. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Be good. That was really good,
Thanks.
y'all. That was a good call about really grief and what that looks like. And it's so underrated because it really can loop. Like, it can loop. You can think you're out of something and then something comes with that reminds you of the finality of it, and you begin to relive it again. And that's okay. It doesn't mean you haven't done the work. It just means you got to deal with the finality of the moment. All right. And that's what I call that. I probably need to copyright that because people like to steal. All right. But the finality of the moment. And that's a really big deal. Okay. How are you doing?
How are you? Good.
Doing well. I hope you are.
I am.
It is a pleasure to meet you. Where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Bristol, PA, and it's a pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure is mine, my friend. It's an honor to be on.
Thank you.
What can we help you with?
Yes. So what I have recently got out of is a 4-year relationship. And before that, I also got out of previously a 7-year relationship. So before starting that, I kind of told him that I didn't feel like I was in the best place for a relationship. I felt like I could communicate those things well, and he was very persistent, and I gave in. Over these 4 years, I kind of see him telling me to kind of put things on hold because I was getting out of grad school, starting my career, where I kind of would keep trying to make it work, but it never felt like anything really matched up to his standards, to the point now we've come to this place where we've decided to separate because of his decision where he said we both had to be in agreement. Reluctantly, I agree, did the no contact and was standing on my ground. And he came back and I said, let me just give it a try. Nothing really changed, still the same controlling, where if we go to the gym, we should do the exact same workouts. We should eat the exact same foods. So it's like, how do you know if you're in an emotional, abusive relationship with someone that is pretty much everything on paper, but you just have that feeling? And I'm at the point where I kind of question everything I do, and I question, why is it me? Am I the problem, kind of thing?
Yes, ma'am. That's an amazing question and a good question. I think
you.
there are a number of things we can look at. Number one, in an emotionally abusive relationship, there will never be an opportunity, number one, for you to express your feelings, right? So this idea where you mentioned talking about what he eats, you had to eat. How you work out, you got to work out. How he moves, you got to move, right? It's this need, and we think that's cute when we're 15. You know, just think about Beatrice when you were in high school and you had a little crush and you were maybe boyfriend and girlfriend with someone for like 2 weeks. You guys dressed alike, that kind of thing, right? Dressing alike at 12, 13, 14 was about being on the same page because it really kind of gave this impression we like the same things, thus we're a good couple. But as we become adults and come into the own understanding of who we are, that really becomes annoying over time. Now, it doesn't mean couples can't dress alike. I'm not saying that. And I know people can be very extreme. But the point being is emotionally abusive relationships almost always lose individuality. If you cannot be, this is really good. If you cannot be yourself in a relationship, 9 times out of 10, that relationship probably at minimum has emotional abuse in it.
Yeah, and that's his biggest thing. He's like, you're always in this individualistic mindset. We're supposed to be becoming one, which I understand. I do, but it's like I don't want to lose myself, which I felt like I've kind of done a lot.
Mhm. And this whole idea of two becoming one, I think we have to be very careful of how we teach that. Do you have a particular religious background by chance?
I'm Christian, and when he
Perfect.
came back, he was on the Bible app with me and saying we have to pray together every single night, even
Perfect.
though I had too much on my plate, and I told him that just won't work.
Perfect. I'm glad you said that because this whole idea of two becoming one doesn't mean that two people lose their individuality. What it means is two people bring their own unique set of attitudes, beliefs, perspectives, interests to the table, and they form one united table that has a variety of things on it. Think buffet, one location, but multiple choices on one table. That's two becoming one. And so extremists in certain faiths even will take the whole two become one. We're supposed to breathe the same, talk the same, look the same, dress the same. Isn't necessarily true. And so, yeah, a lot of times when they're emotionally abusive relationships, there's a loss of individuality. You're going to feel a sense of emotional laryngitis. If you know what natural laryngitis is, it's loss of voice. Emotional laryngitis is the inability to be able to voice how you feel. And when you do voice how you feel, it might be met with things like, oh, we should be the same. Or it might be met with not only opposition, but then a lot of love bombing to bring about a false sense of assurance to try to convince you that this is the right thing to do. Giving up your personality is the right thing to do. Giving up your individuality is the right thing to do. It's very manipulative, and you want to be very careful with that. I think the best remedy for this, if I'm being honest with you, is space, because space always produces clarity. That anytime a person you're not sure about is showing up in ways that are not healthy, but they are trying to convince you that they changed, the only way to test that change sometimes is just to give people space.
And I tried that, and it was a problem too. So, yeah, I'll
Now,
definitely take your advice.
now, I need everybody in the comments to write this in the chat in all caps and put this in your notebook in all caps. Because I'm going to say something to you, to Beatrice, Beatrice. I never want you to forget, Beatrice. The worst thing a person can do in a healthy relationship or connection with someone is ignore your boundaries.
You're very right.
There is nothing more disrespectful and frankly selfish and manipulative than for you to say to someone, here are my boundaries. I need space, I need, distance, I need time, and they ignore all of it in the name of love. It's manipulative, it's selfish, it might be borderline narcissistic.
Yes, and I try not to use that word because I know you definitely don't like
Well,
it.
that's okay. There are cases where it applies, right? You don't
Yes,
hear me throw it out there randomly either, but there are cases where it applies. But
yes.
when you take the whole sum of how he's acting and treating you,
Hmm.
no, he wants you to have no individuality. You got to wear the same underwear. Everything has to be identical from top to bottom. Oh, and by the way,
Yep.
he gets offended when you want to embrace the parts of you that are you and you say, I need some space to make sure this is right.
Yes.
Anybody that violates your boundaries intentionally, if there was ever a major red flag, that's one of them.
Yes. And there's been a few. I think it's just me now doubting myself often. But yes, thank you so much.
My pleasure, Miss Beatrice. Good luck to you,
Thank you.
and keep us posted. Let us know how it goes.
I will. Have a good night.
My pleasure, my friend. Come on, y'all. Let's give it up for Beatrice. Ah, she did great, didn't she? That wasn't too bad. Listen, let me say this about boundaries. Y'all stop letting people wear your boundaries out and call it love. Oh, I can't give you space because I love you. I can't give you space because you're the best thing that ever happened to me. I can't give you space because we were meant to be. I can't give you space because you're my dream girl, you're my dream guy. It's all very toxic. It's all very selfish. It's all very self-centered. One of the greatest slaps in the face when it comes to disrespect and connection with two people is when people intentionally run all over your boundaries. When you set boundaries, oh, this is so good. I wish I was teaching this tonight. When you set boundaries, one of the best things you can do for somebody you really like is honor their boundaries. You know why? Because honoring a person's boundaries speaks to characteristics that you possess, like self-control. Like selflessness. If a person can't honor your boundaries, they'll disrespect you. Oh, I don't see no churches, and y'all better be lighting me up and participating in this show tonight and supporting this show. If a person won't honor your boundaries, they won't respect you. But baby, I love you. You was called to be my woman. You was called to be my man. That's the case, then honor where I am at this place in my life. Because what's for you ain't gonna miss you as long as you in position. Y'all stop ignoring people's boundaries in the name of love. It ain't love. That's love bombing. It's not healthy. I hope you're putting this in your journal, because a lot of you have fallen into this trap in the name of love. No, if a person says they want space and you love them and you don't want to lose them, even in the face of fearing losing them, the worst thing you can do is violate their space because you're afraid you're going to lose them. Because at that point, it ain't love. It's manipulation. It's control. This is important. When you love somebody and you really want to be with somebody, sometimes, especially if they have requested space, if they have fallen back from you, sometimes the best thing you can give them is what they have asked for. Not because you want the space, but because you love them enough to give them what they believe they need at that period of time. And if it's meant for you to have, it'll work out. You got to trust God. Well, that's what I trust. Some of y'all, universe, Mother Earth, whatever you do. My station, my work, I'm in 34 countries now. Added another country this week. My clients from all walks of life. My clients are from all walks of life and believe all types of things. And I love that. But understand something. If something is meant for you to have, the best thing you can do is honor it when they say they want the space, the boundary. Honor the boundary. Because the last time I checked, if somebody put a fence around their house and you jump over that fence and you have not been invited to jump over that fence, that's called trespassing. And many of you have been guilty of trespassing in the name of love, you think, because you've been afraid of losing people. Oh my God. And that ain't love. You breaking the law. Forget what you saw Romeo, Juliet. Well, Doc, Romeo wanted Juliet, and he walked up the stairs on the side of the window and jumped over the fence and walked up the stairs on the side of the window and knocked on the door and said, and on the window, and so Juliet, and she came out, Romeo, and it was so romantic. In real life, that's trespassing. If somebody wants space, stop jumping the fence. Oh my God. It's manipulative, and it doesn't honor them in the way you claim to love them. I'm not talking from what I've heard, y'all. I'm talking from experience. I know what it's like to have a broken heart and to not want to leave a space, to not want to leave a person. But if that person wants space and you really care about them, honor them. Are y'all listening to me? This making sense?
My kids just got told by their dad that he is too busy to spend time with them. Now, mind you, jail time was, I was cool with jail time for a minute, but I was like, my kids need somebody.
Do they?
But
do they?
I asked both of them, I said, how would you guys feel about like taking a class or something that helps you learn more about your emotions? My daughter was like, yes, yes, mom. And I asked her, I said, why do you feel you need it? She said,
the reality is children are smarter than what we give them credit. And your 8-year-old is proof of this. They probably know more than what they're talking to you about.
Good. I had talked to you last month about the self-worth. Let me tell you something. You saved a life over there. You saved a life.
What happened?
I did.
I'm waiting on y'all to hit me with something hard. I
Hey,
see
Doc.
Kayla smiling. What's up? How you doing, sweetheart?
I'm good. I had talked to you last month about the self-worth. Let me tell you something. You saved a life over there. You saved a life.
What happened?
I did. I was able to, like, I've been just really operating out of the mindset of, well, why can't it be me?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I had to go back and think, like, what was that cause that made me feel
right
like it couldn't be me? Yep. And when I figured that out, I was like, oh, this is easy work. And you had did a video that came just in time.
Wow.
It was talking, you were saying something about what happened to me, what happened to per person in the past was not a reflection on you, but it was a reflection on the people around you. I said, well,
yep,
there it is.
Yep.
But that saved me so much time. I'm able to do so many more things now.
I love that, sweetheart. I love it.
Going out my way and some more stuff. It's crazy.
Good,
but
good. So things are better since we last talked.
1,000%. 1,000% better.
Good.
Well, for me, it is. For me, it's better.
Okay. That's where it starts.
But I have a question.
What's up?
In terms of like parenting, but like, what can I do as a parent? So my kids just got told by their dad that he is too busy to spend time with them. Now, mind you, listen, jail time was, I was cool with jail time for a minute, but I was like, my kids need somebody.
Do they?
But
do they?
They need me.
They need you.
They need me.
I want to say this loud and proud. The data is something that people are not paying attention to. I don't know where people got this thought that you got to have 2 parents in a home in order for that kid to be healthy. That is false. You have to have at least one healed, mature parent. It takes one. Ideally, it's great if you got 2, but I'm telling you, your kids are better off with one healed one than being in a household with one healed and one dysfunction.
Oh, 1,000%. Because when he made that decision and I had to talk to them about it, I'm thinking, one thing I asked him, I said, do you think it's your fault? My son loves his dad to death. He was like, no, that's not my fault. It's his. I said, I'm doing my job as a parent.
Bingo.
I said, I'm doing my job.
That's beautiful.
So I'm doing my job with it.
How old is your son? How old is he?
He's 8. He's 8. He is 8. And he said that.
8. He's a smart 8.
Almost had me in tears today because all this literally happened today.
Wow.
So we were so my daughter, she was emotional about it, but I know that he was parentifying her. My kids were scared to tell me about any of the stuff that was going on at his house because they know that I will be mad at him and they don't want me and him to have beef. And I had to let my kids know, I said, listen, the reason I'm mad at him is because he's hurting you guys. I'm y'all first line of defense.
Yep.
Like we gonna have to make it work some way, shape, or form because I said I need y'all to be honest with me. So they've gotten a whole lot better with that. In fact, I was getting ready to sign my kids up for your course, but then a whole bunch of stuff happened, like the kids course.
Okay. That's all good. That's all good. But you send me how many kids you have?
The ones that are eligible for your course, just 2, the 10 and the 8-year-old.
Email me and I'll send you a free link to get them both in.
I'm not gonna cry. I got it. Hold on.
Just send me their name. Send me their name and their age, and I'll send you the free link to get you in. Yes, there's a kids course. People are asking. I'm doing a kids course this Saturday, ages 13 to 17. This Sunday, ages 8 to 12. I'm teaching them reframing, how to take experiences in their life and redefine what they mean. It's called, What Does This Mean to Me? Cognitive reframing is a term that teaches us how to reprogram the neurons in our brain to look at experiences that happen and reassign meaning to them so that they are beneficial to us. And my goal in the future is to teach this to elementary school kids around the country and around the world. Because if I had learned this at 5, life would have been a whole lot different.
No, 1000%.
So, yes, email me and let them take the class on me if that's okay.
No, 1000%. Because I actually asked my daughter, I asked both of them, I said, how would you guys feel about like taking a class or something that helps you learn more about your emotions? My daughter was like, yes, yes, mom. And I asked her, I said, why do you feel you need it? She said, because I feel that I have anger issues. And I said, oh,
Wow.
okay.
Wow.
I said, you are 10. Go sit down somewhere. You're okay.
Wow.
But
you know, our kids are so much more advanced now, and part of this is because of technology, and they have access to more information, so they're much smarter sooner, and that's a good thing. There is a lot of bad information out here, so I do take parenting very seriously, and I don't let my kids go everywhere, and sure don't let them listen to everybody. So you can know that they're in good hands. But I think that's great that they are having conversations now about things like anger control and emotional regulation. I didn't know what that meant at the age of 8. I wasn't thinking about none of that. And that just means that they're going to grow up a lot more aware. So yeah, let's do it. Let's get them in the course. Let me just say this to you really quickly about this parenting thing, because again, it only takes one heal-win. And the best thing you can do in this situation is be the example of the parent that they need to see. You don't want to get into this thing where you are having to you're handling your kids in a way in which you're exposing the flaws of their father. The reality is children are smarter than what we give them credit. And your 8-year-old is proof of this. They probably know more than what they're talking to you about. Okay. So they know daddy's got some challenges. They know daddy's got some issues. And I always tell parents that are in this boat where you got one parent trying to do it right. You got one parent that's just wilding out and doing whatever. Be the example parent. Your job is to be the example so that when your kids become of age where they feel safe enough to express to you what they're feeling, or they become grown enough to say to you, mama, I don't want to go over there. I don't want to spend no time with him. This is why. You will know at that point you've done your job. Your job is not to expose the other person. Let them do it themselves.
Oh yeah, I never ever bashed their dad.
Good.
Like anytime they say something to me about something that he did that I can control, I'll just hit them with the, okay, what is it that y'all feel that you need to do, or something that you want to do? Is there something that y'all need me to do? But I'm going to ask them that question first, because I don't want to feel like that overbearing parent that doesn't pay attention or listen to kids. Because the fact that grew up in an era where kids are seen and not heard, it's like, I want to make sure my babies understand I hear them.
Yep.
And I see them.
Fair. No, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. And it's good that you have that open line of communication. But they're going to ask questions, and they're going to ask prying questions. Like, why isn't daddy doing this? Why isn't daddy? And your job is going to be to answer that question as general as you possibly can, but also truthful. Hey, your dad, I don't know why he's not doing this, but the most important thing is anytime you guys have to be somewhere, you need something, I'm going to make sure you have it. That's the answer.
Look, you just confirmed that I'm doing it right. You just confirmed, because that's what I do.
Answer. And when your kids become of age, and you're going to see this, they're going to get to a place where when they know they really need something, they already know who they can depend on.
They do that now. They do it now.
It don't take them long, does it?
They do it now. It doesn't take them long at all.
Your job is to be the role model and to model before them what being a good parent looks like. The kids are going to see it, and they're going to make a choice. And they almost always make the right choice, unless they've been negatively influenced by the parent who ain't doing their job, i.e., I'm going to let you do what you want to do. Come out, you can hang with me, you can smoke, you can do. I have clients going through that. And so kids have chosen the wrong parent because they have the freedom that parent gives them, though it's really false freedom. It's pseudo freedom.
Yeah, freedom isn't, they don't have structure. And kids love structure.
Bingo. So you're doing the right thing. And even if they start hating structure, give them what they need, not what they want. And when they get older, they're going to appreciate it. They'll be all right.
And it's crazy because like even my 2 6-year-olds, they all appreciate it now.
Yep.
They'll get mad at me for like 5 minutes. They'll be like, Mom, I'm upset with you because of this. And I'll say, okay, so now let's talk about why you're actually mad. Are you mad at me for giving you the consequence of your action?
Right.
What's going on here?
Right.
And then they instantly calm down. And I'm like, hey, they be like, love you, Mom. Be like, hey, love you too. Just know that, I'm here for you. If you want to, try something, try to have a conversation or whatever, like I'm here.
Yeah, they only need one, sweetheart. That's all they need. They only need one healed parent. And when you understand this, it's gonna change your perspective on what he's doing. Your job is to get in your lane. He's got a lane. You get in yours and be healed in that lane, as healed as you possibly can in that lane. And your kids, whom you're teaching right from wrong, will grow up and be able to clearly see what's healthy and what ain't. They ain't stupid.
No, they possibly too smart.
Probably so, especially if they like mine. I know they are.
Look, my goodness on today. My God.
Well, hey, Charlotte, this has been great. It's been so, Kayla, it's been so good to catch up with you. Don't forget to email me. You take my email address now, info@zeb3rd?
I can grab it off the live.
Yep, grab it off the live. Send me the message tonight so I can make sure I send you the link. And I can't wait to see them this weekend.
All right. Thank you so much. You have a good night.
My pleasure, sweetheart. You as well.
Everybody.
Y'all, let's give it up for Kayla. That was great. It's the holidays, right? It's the holidays, right? We're giving away a lot tonight. This is cool. It's the holidays, and that's what it's all about. Y'all like the video, share the video, support the show. If you haven't already supported the show, you can see the ways to support on the screen. If you mentally want to heal rejection, learn how to redefine what rejection means to you. For some people, rejection is the end of the world. For some of us, rejection is the beginning of a better world. Redefine what rejection means to you. I got another thing that'll help you, something called reframing. I teach this. Cognitive reframing. Can't get into it tonight. If you've been a client of mine, I'll probably help you work through this. If you've taken the cognitive reframing group work before, you know what it is. Where you simply take a situation and you ask yourself, what does this mean to me? That includes with rejection. Some of you have not learned how to redefine what rejection means. You've just settled for rejection, meaning these negative things or these negative ideas that have always been passed around about rejection. For some of us, rejection was a blessing. For many people, millions of people, COVID was the worst thing that ever happened. For some of us, COVID was the beginning of some of the best days of our lives. Oh my God. So reframing works. Let me give you the big one though. Number 3. I don't have time to deal with this. The big one, study your beliefs. Y'all see that? Can y'all see that? I know it's small. Study your beliefs. Study your beliefs. You want to change your thoughts about rejection? Go back to your beliefs and get an understanding of why fear is a factor in your life. If fear is a big reason why you have a problem with rejection, you got to ask yourself, well, where did that fear come from? Why is fear such a big deal to me? What is the root cause of me being fearful of rejection? This is where you got to really dig into you. Maybe you got to look into your childhood. Maybe you got to look into times where perhaps as a kid or any other point in your life, you were not given the opportunity to develop a healthy relationship with words like fear. Maybe you were taught that failure was a horrible thing. So you've always been afraid to fail. And that fear of failure has translated into this fear of being rejected. Failure, rejection, not the same thing, but fear is the core of both of them. So when you study your beliefs and where your beliefs came from, that gives you a starting point of what to correct so that you can heal your belief around fear, around validation, around security. Many of you struggle with being secure, but you're not getting down to the core belief of why you struggle with security. Maybe it's because you grew up as a child and you never experienced what real security looked like from your parents or caregivers. Maybe the people you trusted to keep you secure as a child, as a young person, as an adolescent, as a teenager, as a young adult, whatever phase, the people you trusted to show you security did not show you security, and it helped to develop an unhealthy relationship with security. Thus, it is translated or manifested into you having an unhealthy relationship with rejection. You got to study your beliefs around insecurity. You got to study your beliefs around validation. You got to study your beliefs around anything that help to plant thoughts regarding rejection. So when you get rejected and you say, nobody wants me, that's a thought. You can't fix the thought, nobody wants me, by saying, I wish somebody wanted me. You can't fix a thought with a thought. You only can fix a thought with the belief that supports the thought. So if a person gets rejected and says, nobody wants me, they got to pause, take a step back and say, what is the belief that's causing me to take this rejection and say, nobody wants me? Is this making sense or no? Oh my God. Am I talking too fast? I don't see a lot of comments. Maybe y'all are writing. Am I going too fast? You've got to deal with what the belief is. Because when you discover what the belief is, you get to the core reason of why you have the thought. Change the belief, you change the thought. Okay? All right? This making sense? Writing. Good. All right. This is not making sense? Y'all are saying no. Somebody said no, sir. I'm just making sure. Let me know. So we can heal our thoughts around rejection. Let's put under the word mental, just put in under the words thoughts. Sorry, I should have done that. Under the word mental, put the word thoughts. We heal our thoughts around rejection. These are just some suggestions, redefining what rejection means to you. Cognitive reframing, studying your beliefs, where your beliefs are coming from, so that we can correct those thoughts by correcting the beliefs that support them, right? Just walk through an example of that. You might have to rewind the tape a little bit. Okay? Now, come under the box, under mental, I want you to write the word emotional. Emotional. And I want you to put under the word emotional, the word feelings. Y'all supporting the show? Good. Somebody say they just subscribed. Welcome. Can't wait to see you Monday. Make sure you check out Monday's post for the Zoom details. Can't wait to see you. Okay? Write the word emotional, and put under it the word feelings. How do you heal rejection emotionally? Let me give you some things to think about. When people, things, situations, opportunities, organizations, whatever, when things reject you, let me ask you this. Do you react or do you respond? Uh-oh. This is where I'm about to lose some of y'all. Oh my God. When you're rejected or you experience rejection, do you react or do you respond? Thank you. I don't know who Wild Seed is, but Wild Seed said, I need everybody in the chat to go like Doc's video. He got 7 likes as of this comment. It's ridiculous. This is why I be threatening to take these lives down. Like the video. Do you react or respond? Well, Doc, I don't know. Can you explain the difference? I'll tell you. If somebody rejects you, do you lead with your emotions or lead with your thoughts when it comes to your response? If you lead with your emotions instead of your thoughts, you're reacting. If you lead with your thoughts instead of your emotions, you're responding. Which is why when something or somebody rejects you and you say stuff like, nobody wants me, you're leading with your emotions. Oh my God. When something or somebody rejects you, an opportunity, you get passed over for an opportunity, you're rejected for an opportunity, and you say, I'm not good enough, you're leading with your emotions. Oh my God. But when you get passed over by an opportunity and you know you were qualified with the opportunity, why is that important? Because self-awareness matters. What is self-awareness, folks? Honesty about who you are, where you are, what you're doing. If you go on American Idol and you know you can't sing and you don't make it past the first round, nobody slighted you. You can't sing. Oh my God. And many of you are getting kicked off the first round of American Idol and claiming that people rejected you when you really can't sing. Oh my God. Which means, y'all, none of this stuff I'm teaching y'all right here, none of it works without honesty. None of it. If you're not going to be honest, none of this works. And you know you can't sing, and you didn't, and none of your friends didn't love you enough to say, child, bro, don't you go on that show. That's not for you. And everybody let you go, and then you talking about they rejected me. They turned me, they gonna regret this, and you can't sing. No. So I want to make sure I clarify that. If you get rejected for an opportunity that you know you qualified for, and your response is, I'm not good enough. Nobody will ever give me an opportunity. Nobody will ever put me on, whatever. You are reacting because you are allowing your emotions, feelings to lead your thoughts. What does a response sound like? Well, you know you're qualified. You get rejected. A response sounds like, well, I didn't get picked. You know, apparently they weren't interested, or maybe they were interested in somebody else. It doesn't mean that I'm not ready for the opportunity. It means this opportunity wasn't for me. I wish whomever the best. I'm going to wait for what works for me. That's a secure response. It not only applies to opportunities, it also applies to people. It also applies to being rejected by people. Some of y'all take rejection so personal, and I know it because your response is always emotional. It's a reaction. You think that because somebody's not interested in you, that there's something wrong with you, when it could just be y'all not compatible. It could be that y'all are just not compatible. That mentality comes from leading with your thoughts and letting your emotions trail, not leading from your emotions and letting your thoughts trail. And I can tell by your response. You start throwing off on social media, you start acting crazy. No. Sometimes you compatible and sometimes you're not. was telling somebody, a friend of mine, I think it was last week, who was shocked. We were talking about this rejection thing. Say, yeah, I've been rejected. I get rejected. I've been rejected. I can't say I get rejected all the time, but I've been rejected. I know what it's like to be rejected, without a doubt. But let me tell you something. Doc doesn't walk around wearing rejection as a badge of dishonor. Not at all. Because when you know who you are, what you represent, and you lead with your thoughts and not your emotions, my response is not emotional. Oh man, I ain't good enough for nobody. My response is mental first. Maybe they blind. Oh my God. Maybe they're blind or something. I know. This is too much for some of y'all. But this is a mentality. If you adopt it and learn how to lead with your thoughts first instead of your emotions, it'll help you emotionally be able to process rejection a whole lot better. Let me give you something else. React versus respond. Let me give you something else. Another way you can heal from rejection emotionally. Know the difference between exposing versus revealing. Y'all supporting the show? I'm going to take this one down. Exposing versus revealing. I'm going to explain this. I know. I mean, for some of y'all, that kind of attitude is too much. Y'all let this beanie and me screaming on social media fool y'all. In person, some of us are the real deal. Oh my God. So when you get rejected, you don't take this stuff personal. They rejected Jesus. Why wouldn't they reject you? Exposing versus revealing. What do you mean, Doc? Some of you were rejected because when you got close to the thing that you wanted, either exposed you or it revealed you. I'm going to explain this. Many of you got rejected from something you wanted and didn't realize that that thing either exposed you or it revealed you. What's the difference? Let's say that the thing you wanted is a light. Y'all stay with me. Let me give you a quick analogy. Let's say that the thing you want, it's a relationship, job promotion, new opportunity, whatever, thing that you're pursuing that rejected you. The thing that you wanted is the light, is a light. And when you got close to that light, what does a light do when anything gets close to it? When anything gets close to a light does two things. It either exposes or it reveals. And some of you don't realize that many of the things that rejected you, including people, did their job. Because when they rejected you, they also exposed how you either weren't ready or revealed that maybe you were too much. This is a mentality, y'all. And all those feelings of guilt and shame and feeling sad and all of this stuff, because you've been rejected, you don't even realize that a light is going to do what it's supposed to do. A light is supposed to expose or reveal. And some of the things you pursued that have rejected you did its job. It either exposed the fact that you weren't ready, or it revealed that you got more work to do. Or maybe it revealed that maybe you're too much. There's such a thing, y'all, as overwhelming people because you are too much. Let me tell you the real flex. When you get into a space where you overwhelm people with your presence because you're too much, that's a real flex. Oh my God. So you started criticizing the light because the light did its job. Man, this is crazy. You started criticizing the light for doing its job. You criticized the person for doing their job. They rejected you, but what they revealed through your emotional response is that you weren't ready. Doc, I was ready. How did you respond when you got rejected? I got mad. No, you won't. The thing you wanted, the light, revealed that you were not as ready as you thought you were. It exposed that you were not as prepared as you thought you were. And this is why some of y'all need to skate on the level that you're on. Because when you try to advance in anything, relationally, career, business, with your family, whatever, the brighter that light gets, the more it exposes and reveals. And if you're not ready to sit under that light, the thing that you desired, if you're not emotionally healed, will become the thing you despise. And this is why many of you end up despising the things and people that reject you, because the light was too bright and it exposed that you weren't ready. That's how people go from loving you one minute and can't stand you the next. Doc, how they go from really liking me and loving me to all of a sudden they can't stand me because the light was so bright that it exposed who they really were and what they were really ready for. So I don't take that personal. Doc is a light. You come too close, you might get burned. Oh my God. And everybody think they want the light till you get next to it. And when you've healed and done the work, and you are a healed light, I ain't talking about no toxic light. I'm not talking about no broken light. I'm not talking about no dysfunctional light. When you are a healed light, you're not going to dim your light just so people can be comfortable standing next to you. Either get comfortable standing next to the light you want or go find a light on your level. Oh my God. Thank you, Ronna, for the support. I appreciate you. And that's what insecure, people who need validation types of people do. You want people that are bright lights to dim their light so you can be comfortable. No, why don't you go find a light on your level? Why don't you go find a light on your level? And then everybody can be happy. That's like me. Y'all know my favorite analogy. Sitting in first class. And because you back there and you feeling bad for being back there, I say, well, let me just maybe I can get up and go get them and slide over and we can both share this seat. We can share it because I don't want them to feel, I paid for this seat. Sit back there with them cold peanuts and them Biscoff cookies. Oh my God. I done made it. They already know. When I get on that plane tomorrow, I want my warm towel. I'm just, I don't care what y'all eating back there. I want my warm towel. And I'm not going to dim and give up my warm towel because you feeling some kind of way about me and my warm towel. Your insecurity is not my problem. And some of you, the way you need to heal from rejection, you need to learn the difference and learn what exposing and revealing does when it comes to being rejected. Because when you get turned down from the thing you really, 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 really want, monitor your feelings. Monitor your feelings. Monitor your feelings when you get turned down from the things you really, 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 really want. Because your feelings will tell you, have you been exposed? Has something been revealed? Oh my God. I can know people are ready for rejection by how they emotionally respond to the light. I like that. I'm going to shout out King Mark 89. I happened to look down and see that comment on Instagram. I hope he doesn't mind me reading this. Sometimes they're liking, we literally just said this. Sometimes they're liking and expose that you aren't ready for what you want, but also it can reveal that you are too much for them. They did their job. Heal, get ready for what you really want. It's that simple. Y'all whining and expecting the light to be something that ain't going to be. There is absolutely nothing sexy about the healing process. There is nothing sexy about the healing process. It's not. I don't care what you've seen on social media. I don't care what you've seen on TikTok. I don't care what you've seen on whatever you. There is absolutely nothing sexy about a real healing journey. Thank you, C-Lane. You're on fire tonight. Appreciate you. Yeah, because a lot of you are going to find out you in C32C tonight. Ain't nothing sexy about a real healing journey. And you know why I'm starting off this way? Because some of us need to hear some real truths about healing. And some of you are saying, I see a question. Who wants to be sexy? A whole lot of y'all. It's the same reason a lot of y'all want to be married. You want to be seen. Oh my God. Look, the divorce rate ain't lying. So you would think everybody want to be married just to have a husband or have a wife. No, some of y'all want to be married just to post Instagram pictures. Post on social media and look happy. Besides, in this fake plastic culture that we live in, most of you would rather look happy than be happy, which is why you choose bologna instead of steak. Oh my God. And you walk around and smile like you got bologna when we all know you got steak. A lot of people doing stuff for what it looks like. People stay in bad marriages for what it looks like. Oh my God. People stay in bad relationships for what it looks like. People stay on bad jobs for what they look like. I'm telling you, in this space, when you make decisions that align with your values, that align with you mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, sometimes those are decisions that are courageous decisions that people won't understand. I've lived it. Doc, how you get all this passion and fervor and this knowledge? You got the knowledge, how you get all this passion and fervor for this work? Because I've lived 98% of what I'm teaching. It takes courage to choose you. It takes courage to choose you over looking like something. You know what I mean? People are miserable, going to bed miserable tonight, laying beside a partner that they can't stand, who will not do the work, and they refuse to leave because of what it looks like. Oh my God. So I'm going to give you the raw truth tonight about modern day healing. And this is a live you're going to want to replay over and over again. You're going to want to send to all your girlfriends and boyfriends who walking around lying, talking about they're on a healing journey. Most people not on a healing journey. I've said so many times this week that I could almost probably say it in Spanish. Healing is not supposed to feel good. When you've had your heart broken, there ain't nothing that feels good about having a broken heart. There's nothing that feels good about being dysfunctional. There's nothing that feels good about being abandoned as a child and having to deal with all the wounds that come with it. Ain't nothing that feel good about that. So if all you got to show for your healing journey is lip gloss, you're probably not doing the work. Well, Doc, don't you think that's judgmental? Yeah, it is. Oh my God. But I had quite a few new clients this week. And a few of them had some startling revelations at the end. One guy looked at me and said, Doc, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I didn't think this was as advertised when we set this up. There's no way I thought this was gonna be as hard in person, but you proved me wrong. This real work. I said, welcome. Welcome to death row. Oh my God. I looked at him and said, welcome to death row. Healing journey ain't supposed to be easy. Y'all get off the internet. So let me give you some raw truth about this modern day healing work. And some of you need to send this to your family and friends tonight. If we can leave this show up, support the show. For many people, I'm going to give you five false things that people mistake as the healing journey. Y'all writing this down? Hurry, you're going to be the smartest person at the water cooler all week. Subscribers, I added 1 or 2 more to the list. I'm going to give you 5 things that people mistake as part of the healing journey. This is going to help some of y'all. You ready? Number 1, many people think the healing journey is self-awareness. It's not. What is self-awareness? I'm glad you asked. We should know this definition by now. Self-awareness is honesty. I don't like those. About who you are, where you are, and what you're doing at any given time. Thank you, Chocolate Chick. Self-awareness, honesty about who you are, where you are, and what you're doing at any given time. Here's the truth. Self-awareness isn't healing. Honesty is just the first step. Let me go on and make some of y'all mad. Self-awareness is not healing. Honesty is just the first step. You know how I know? Because many of you are with people. You're in relationships with people who are honest enough to admit what their problems are. Guess what? They ain't aware enough to do something about it. Oh my God. There's a whole lot of y'all that are connected to people who are self-aware. They can be honest about who they are, where they are, what they're doing. But you know what? They ain't quite figured out how to take the next step and do something about it. And let me help y'all. There is nothing worse than a person that is aware of their flaws and still not doing nothing about it. I get this question a lot. Doc, what's the hardest client you work with? It ain't the addict. Nah, it ain't the drug addict, ain't the cocaine addict, it ain't the crackhead, it ain't people that's been abused by as a kid, it ain't people that's been cheated on, it ain't none of that. You know what my hardest client is? The people that get on my screen and can admit what they're doing wrong, but they ain't figured out how to do something about it. Oh my God. And this is, many of your husbands and wives look just like this. Oh, they can tell you, honey, I know I'm this, I'm that. I need to fix this. I need to do that. But they ain't done nothing about it. And here you are 15 years later in prison with a roommate, a son or daughter. It's a problem. In traditional counseling and therapy, they think, many of you that are traditional counselors and therapists, think that self-awareness is the work. It ain't. Self-awareness is not the work. Acknowledgement is good. Action is better. Oh my God. Put it in the chat. Acknowledgement is good. Action is better. You know why? Because acknowledgement ain't going to fix your marital problems. Acknowledgement ain't going to fix your communication issues. Acknowledgement ain't going to tie up your childhood trauma. And in traditional counseling and therapy sessions, you're told as long as you acknowledge, oh my God, you're doing the work. That's a bald-faced lie. Self-awareness is not healing. It is the first step. Acknowledgement is good. Action is better. And you know who hates this language? Nobody hates this language more than this entitled, weak, trophy generation that feels like, hey, doc, I showed up. You ought to be glad I showed up. Many of you are in relationships with people like this. You know, the kind that you have to drag to therapy, you have to drag to counseling, you got to drag to church. Oh my God. You got to drag to the temple and the mosque. And then they want you to throw a party and give them a plaque and a corsage because they showed up. It's a reflection of our entitled generation who thinks that because you showed up, you're owed something. That is no different than acknowledging something and doing nothing about it. And then some of y'all who trying to be on a real journey get so confused some magically how when you say, I don't know what I should do. I've been here for 30 years. I don't know if I should stay or go. And they've been acknowledging for the last 25 years how crazy they were, but they never did anything about it. And so then when I show up on your screen and I say to you that you coming on my screen ain't good enough and you admitting your flaws ain't good enough, it's a start. But if you ain't doing nothing about it, you ain't on no journey. You just confessing. And healing is greater than confession. Confession don't change you. Confession acknowledges. Action changes you. I know. I'm telling y'all right now, there is absolutely nothing worse in my space than being on calls with people who can acknowledge what they're doing wrong, but they refuse to do anything about it. Oh my God. And this entitled generation loves it. Y'all want to be given credit for showing up. I grew up in a time where showing up was the bare minimum, which means if you're in a relationship or connected to someone, or maybe you're just going through your own personal journey by yourself, to acknowledge your flaws is just the bare minimum. It's the bare minimum. And if that's all you're offering, you cannot open your mouth and say you're doing the work. Doc, I'm self-aware. I know what my problems are. I'm on this journey. No, you're not. You ain't left the house yet. Oh my God. Y'all just be throwing money away. Why? Because you want to look like you in counseling. You want to look like you're in therapy. You want to look like you're doing the work. And then you have the audacity. You go to one counseling session. You admit what your problems are. You don't do no work. You don't do nothing to change it. You don't put no action steps in motion. And then you have the audacity to post on social media that you're on a healing journey. No, you're not. Bro, sis, you ain't left your house yet. And if I'm going to be frank with you, especially those of you that are in relationships with people where y'all got problems and you've threatened to leave 32 times, 32 and a half times, you've threatened to leave. And so finally they say stuff like, well, I'll go to therapy. Don't leave. I'll go to therapy. You do realize that if people just come and pay money to talk to somebody like me or somebody else, and they can acknowledge all this stuff, but they do nothing about it, them coming to therapy so you won't leave ain't nothing more than manipulation. And you become a victim of that if you absolutely fall for it. Here's breaking news. You don't need a therapist to acknowledge your flaws. I want y'all to put that in the chat. You don't need no therapist to acknowledge your flaws. All you need is a mirror. Y'all paying therapists and counselors to tell the truth. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. You don't need a therapist or a counselor to tell the truth. What you need is some self-awareness. And that's what y'all do. Oh, let me pay this money to go see Doc because I got to just go do the work. And you pay me just to tell the truth when the reality is you don't need a counselor or a therapist to tell the truth. What you need is self-awareness. I'll tell you what you need. You need a good counselor, therapist, coach who can help you move from truth to action. That's where some of y'all missing. So if all you're doing is walking around telling the truth to your therapist every week on the couch while you're smoking a cigar and you think you're doing the work, I'm telling you right now to your face, you're not. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me give you a second truth about modern day healing talk. Y'all writing this down in your journal? This is getting good. Y'all not supporting the show. Oh, y'all mad now. It's going to get worse. Let me give you a second raw truth about this modern day healing talk. Write this down. When it comes to modern day healing, many people look at healing as more of a sexy thing than being genuinely interested. No, I want you to put that in your chat. I want you to put that in your notes and in the comments. More people look at healing as more of a sexy thing than being genuinely interested. You know, it's sexy now to say, oh, I'm on a healing journey. Oh my girl, man, I met this dude and he on his healing journey. Well, what kind of work he doing? I don't know, but he told me he healing. Some of y'all don't ask no questions. Some of you fellas are just as bad. Yeah, bro, I think this is the one. How you know, man? Man, she said she on a healing journey. What's she healing from? What kind of work she doing? Some of y'all believe anything. You like what it looks like. You know, it's kind of like sausage. It's kind of like sausage. It is a combination of a whole lot of crap that when it comes together, it squeezes out this sausage link that you smile and eat, and you have no idea what it took to make that. Watch this. And if you knew what it took to make that, you probably would not want it. Oh my God. Here's the truth. I have people that are mentees. I've been asked from people all around the world about creating a mentoring program to try to build some type of program. I'm looking into that. But one of the things that I tell mentees and people that want to be menteed and trained and coached, one of the things that I tell them that most people don't have the guts to tell you, and that is, thank you for admiring Doc. Doc appreciates the accolades. He's so grateful and honored when I meet people in person of how kind y'all are to me and how complimentary you are. But here's the hardcore truth. If you had saw me in the middle of my journey about 8 years ago, you would not be able to recognize me. Healing is hard work. And many of you just want to look healed. You don't want to go through the process of becoming sausage. And this was in the middle of a near 18, 19-year career in this counseling coaching space. Oh my God. You guys are in love with the aesthetics of healing. You want the benefits. I'm going to get to that in a second. Of healing. You don't want to do the work. And this is why, and let me put some of you single folks on game. When somebody asks you and tell you, and you meet somebody and they blink in their eyes and you blink in yours, and y'all feel the butterflies, and they say, oh, I'm on a healing journey. She say that, bro, start asking some questions. You want some questions? Like, okay, sure. What kind of work you doing? What areas are you focusing on with your healing journey? What have you drastically improved as a result of your healing journey? What's different post your healing journey than before you started this journey? Hey, do me a favor. Define what the work is. That one was salad worthy. You welcome, all you single folks. That's speed dating and on dating apps like somebody crazy. Ask them to define what the work looks like. Oh, y'all take it at face value. Oh, I'm doing the work. Oh, wow. Oh, my God, I'm so impressed. Marry me. Marry me. Tell them to define the work. What does the work look like for you, and how often do you do this work, said work? You know, are you like most people that go to Planet Fitness, you show up once a month? Are you doing this work daily? Oh, my God. For most people, this healing thing is the next sexy thing. It's just sexy. And I get it. I totally get it. When you heal, there's a different energy on you. i.e. spirit on you. It is. I was at a city. That city will remain nameless. But I was at a city at a tour, and the lady gave me a big old fat wet kiss on my beard. Hug, because if you ever met me on tour, I sit there and I hug everybody until it's time for everybody to go. I stay there. And I talk to people as long as they want to talk. And this lady gave me a big old fat, big juicy hug and big old juicy kiss on my beard, and I could feel the spit in my beard. Oh my God. And she said, Doc, young man. I like when old people talk to me like that. She said, Doc, young man. I said, yes, ma'am. She said, let me tell you something, young man. You're better in person than you are online. Let me ask y'all this. For all of you that's in this work to look sexy, let me ask you something. Are you better in person than you are online? Or do the filters have us all fooled because you in this game to try to look like something you really not? For many of you, the answer is B. I don't care what you say. For many of you, the answer is B. It is about looking healed more than it is being healed. Because you know what? Healing don't always look good. Sometimes healing don't look like a three-piece suit. Sometimes the healing looks like sweatpants and a t-shirt. Ladies, sometimes healing don't look like that 22-piece in your head. Sometimes healing looks like your hair pulled back with some leggings and a sweatshirt on. It's work. See in the thing. Naomi, I second that. I'm not making this up. Doc, you bragging. Well, if you think it's bragging, level up. I did the work to earn this. Your conversation's even different when you've done the work. Your swag is different when you've done the work. Let's talk about a third raw truth. I'm going to keep going. This helping anybody so far? Let's talk about a third raw truth when you've done the work. Because this stuff just needed to be said. Here's a third raw truth when it comes to work. This healing work or healing talk. Number 3, it's trendy, so it becomes appealing. Healing work is trendy, so it becomes appealing. Healing work is so trendy that it's appealing now. You know, because this generation always jumps on the next hottest thing. Now, we don't count how much it costs to be on the hottest thing, but because this is the hottest thing, people just get on the train. And these are the same people that try to build a building without counting the cost. Oh my God. For many people, healing is just trendy. And I'm gonna just keep it a G with y'all. And I got receipts. Just go back and look at my content. If y'all don't believe this, go back to about 2021 and start looking at my content. You know, the videos that's got like 30 likes. Go back and look at those videos when I started talking about healing, and then do a comparison in 2021 to me talking about healing and who was talking about healing at that time. I'm counting on less than one hand. There are people that talk this, and then there are real trailblazers. But now, all you got to do is type in your search bar healing, and everybody got a healing word. But most people not doing the work. Trending, popular, in the algorithm, the in thing, what everybody likes. Love you. Set your alarm, okay? What everybody likes. Trendy. For many people, healing is just the next facade. It's the next fad. That's all. People not really serious about this work. And that's the raw truth about it, which leads me to raw truth number 4. This is where it's going to get touchy. Y'all not supporting the show. The truth is, For many people, healing is a means to an end and not the end. Come on, write this down. This is going to be a good self-check for some of you tonight. Healing is a means to an end and not the end. I'm going to explain that. For many people, healing is a means to an end and not the end. You know what that means? Many folks are on this journey to get something or get somebody. Oh my God. You're not healing to become the best version of yourself. You're healing because you want a man. Oh my God. You healing because you want a woman, because I'm equal opportunity. Oh my God. So one thing you'll never be able to accuse me of is being a panderer to women, because I don't care about y'all, and being a panderer to men, because I don't care about y'all either. All I care about is the truth. And a whole lot of people on the healing journey, just so you can get a man, or get a woman, or get a job, or be in a relationship, or get something out of it. Not realizing that you don't heal for people, you heal because it's right. You know why? Because that very man you're trying to heal for, if he fall and die and get hit by a bus and die, what you gonna do? Oh my God. Fellas, the very woman you're trying to heal for, if she leave you and go be with somebody else, what you gonna do? Throw away your healing journey. Oh my God. And that's what many of y'all do. Many of y'all just in this to get something or to get somebody. Which means you're really not being truthful about this journey you claim to be on. Thank you, Sunkids, for your support. Because they ain't supporting tonight. Oh, it's slow tonight, but my subscribers will eat this up and watch this over and over and over again. Some of y'all doing this to get people, to be with people. And I know this firsthand. I can't tell you the number of people who are dragged into sessions with me. And I ask them, I say, why are you here? And some people have the audacity to be honest enough and say, yeah, because, you know, I want my wife. I'm here because I want my wife back. I'm here because I want my husband back. And they think it's so noble. He'll be like, I'm here because I want my wife back. And the wife will get teary-eyed and reach over and grab her hand. She think it's so sweet. And I just be sitting there looking. And I say stuff like, that's it? Yeah. Man, I love my wife, man. What, man, if it takes doing this, if it takes doing this to get my wife and my family back, I'm gonna do it. And she just really, like somebody silly, just gets choked up. Grabbing his hand. You know, we got some ugly cry. And I slide my glasses down just like this. Because if you had to drag them here, if you had to drag her here, they're not doing the work to become the best version of themselves. They're doing this as a means to an end. And some of y'all, men and women, some of y'all with y'all ignorant self, you fall for it every time. Oh my God. Now let me get through 5 before I get some water. You fall for this stuff every time. And here's the reality is, we heal to become the best version of ourselves, for ourselves, even if we end up by ourselves. That bar was worth a salad. I'm going to say it again. We heal to become the best version of ourselves, for ourselves, even if we end up by ourselves. I need everybody to write that down on their forehead right here. We heal to become the best version of ourselves, for ourselves, even if we end up by ourselves. And if you can't say that, you ain't on a real healing journey. I don't care if you've been married for 100 years. If you can't say that you're doing this work for yourself to become the best version of yourself, even if you end up by yourself, you ain't got the right intentions. And after you type that, do me a favor, put in the chat in all caps, levels. Yeah, you need to send this to every family member and friend you got in therapy and counseling that's thinking they're doing the work. Send this one. We heal to become the best version of ourselves, for ourselves, even if we end up by ourselves. And most of y'all ain't got the guts to be able to say that. You know why? Because you really don't mean it if you do. You're doing this work to get something, and you're doing this work to get somebody. Here's the fifth raw truth about modern day healing. And then we're going to keep going. I'm just in the introduction. Oh my God. The fifth truth about modern day healing is this. Most people don't live what they desire. Oh my God. Most people not living what they desire. Man, woman, shawaman, whatever you are. Y'all notice I never get the pandering comment in my lives. Y'all notice that? I slap everybody. I don't care who you are. That's what's wrong in this space. We can't be honest with everybody. And the truth is, there are a lot of men and women claiming to be healed and their lifestyle don't align. Oh no, their lifestyle don't align. And if y'all don't believe this, just search on social media all of these gurus and coaches and folks that have been found looking crazy because they were saying one thing and doing something else. Now, let me say this real clearly. It doesn't mean the healing journey doesn't mean you have to be perfect. But the healing journey, at minimum, should mean you're being intentional. You ain't got to be perfect, but you ought to be at minimum intentional. Which means you might make a mistake, but at minimum, you ought to be intentional. And the truth about this healing talk and this healing journey is that most of these people that's walking around talking about they healed, they not. And how do I know this? Because when you get around people that really are healed, that have done this work for real, that have done real work, like journaling every single day for 3.5 years and not missing a day, including holidays. In that 3.5 year period, I had to go to the emergency room one time with chest pains. This is a true story. The 3.5 year period that I'm referring to, I had to go to the emergency room with chest pains. And when I got there, I took my journal with me in my book bag. They do the little x-ray, everything came out fine. But while I was waiting in the room, guess what I was doing on the bed? Journaling. I don't miss a day. I'm telling you the raw truth about this healing journey, that most people just ain't living what they desire. And if you've done any significant amount of work, you can get around a person who's talking, who ain't doing the work, and you can spot them a mile away. You can smell them. They got a stench on them. Fake healing got a stench. Real healing's got a stench. Fake work got a stench. Real healing's got a stench. Anybody can be anything online. Somebody interviewed me recently and said, Doc, what separates you from others? I said, anybody can be anything online. That's one of the big things in this space. But some of us, when you meet in person, it's the real deal. Let me share this with you because this is a good segue. Y'all with me? Are y'all supporting the show? I hope y'all support. This is a perfect segue. Let me segue here for a second. I want to share with you the greatest breakthrough of my healing work. Now that we got those 5, and there are many more, but those are the top 5 that I want to pull out. But let me talk a little bit about the greatest breakthrough. Thank you so much. I appreciate that camera, the mystical. Thank you for your support. I appreciate that. You absolutely have to make this every single day. It ain't for the weak. Your lip gloss don't determine how healed you are. Your shape don't determine how healed you are. Your physique, fellas, don't determine how healed you are. And this leads me to something that I want to shift to. You want to know what the greatest breakthrough of my healing work has been? The greatest breakthrough of my healing work has been this, that your mental healing supersedes all of your healing. I want you to put this in the chat. I'm going somewhere. Y'all see why I interrupted the series for this? It's going to get really good in a second. Your mental healing, put it in the chat, put it in your journal. You're going to be the smartest person at the water cooler. Your mental healing supersedes all of your healing. This is the greatest breakthrough of my healing work. Your mental healing supersedes all of your healing. Doc, can you say this in English so we clearly understand it? I will. Thank you for your support. I will. Let me put this real plain. If your mind never grasps what it means to be healed, your behavior will never change. I want to say this 5 times until y'all get it. If your mind never grasps what it means to be healed, your behavior will never change. Some of you, your behavior has never changed on this proclaim healing journey you're on because your mind ain't quite gripped what it means to heal. And this has been the greatest breakthrough of my work because most of you, especially from a religious standpoint, I'm going to get to this in a second, think that healing starts in your spirit, and it don't. It starts in your mind. Oh my God. It don't start in your spirit. It starts in your mind. Thank you, Marcy, for your support. Are y'all supporting this show? Are y'all going to want this one over? This might mess around and be, yes, baby. You okay? This might mess around and be the best live of the year. Mental healing don't start in your spirit. It starts in your mind. It starts in your mind. It doesn't start with what's going on the outside. It starts with what's going on the inside, which is why many of you don't have the discipline to say things like no, because you thought healing was a look. But when you realize that healing ain't a look, you can tell anything or anybody no. And I know in some of your feeble, weak, immature minds, you can't fathom the idea of being so healed that with that healing comes the discipline that what you claim to be on the inside starts to reflect on what you do on the outside. Because some of y'all ain't never seen nobody model this in front of you without being able to be superficial. Real healing is an inside-out job. I want you to record that. Real healing is an inside-out job. It don't start on the outside. It don't start with how you look, how you dress. Let me tell you something. I have people that work in all kinds of occupations in this field, this work that I do. At nearly, I should hit the 1,200 mark in September in terms of clients. I have people from all kinds of backgrounds who dress all kinds of ways, come from all kinds of environments. And I have people that I work with that if you look at them, you would not think they are healed, but they are doing 10 times more work than the average person. Healing is not a look. It is a lifestyle. And until healing becomes a lifestyle for you, you will be as committed to that as you are to any other relationship and anything else in your life you ain't committed to. Oh my God. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this lifestyle in just a second. So a whole lot of people that look healed, take the silk. This is why, look, can be honest with you. This is why if Doc is on a date or goes on a date or would go out on a date or something, look, first of all, be multi-layered. But if we went multiple places, at first come just wear something comfortable. I don't want to evaluate you. Thank you, Caitlin, for the support. I don't want to evaluate you in no red bottoms and lip gloss. Let Instagram hit your likes for that. I don't care about that. I want to evaluate you at the purest version of you. Because money can dress up anything. Don't hit me with how we want to see things look. Money can make anything look good. But when healing is a lifestyle, you can have your hair pulled back, no makeup on, no lip gloss, have on leggings and a sweatshirt, and be bad to the bone. Oh my God! And I get it. Some of y'all ain't used to that. Some of y'all wouldn't know that if it slapped you in the face. You know why? Because it takes healed to recognize healed. I don't like to use names, okay, but I'm gonna use this name because of the respect that I have for her and her husband. I've never met him, okay? I've never met him, not yet. I've never met him, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for Russell Wilson and Sierra. Now, let me say this. I'm not suggesting they've lived a perfect life. I don't know them, okay? I'm not suggesting that, but hear what I'm saying. I saw a clip. Somebody shared a clip of me where she was talking on the Breakfast Club. And if I'm not mistaken, her hair was just pulled back. She had on just regular clothes, like maybe like a sweatshirt or something. Her energy was off the charts. And I'm not saying that in a way of fawning over somebody else's wife. I'm not on that type time. I'm saying that because she wasn't looking like a glam girl, and we know she can dress. She wasn't dressed to the gods. She was just in normal attire. And when you listen to her speak and you listen to her conversation and her spirit and energy, you could see a woman who has done some work. And some of you dudes, you look over women like that because they don't look like no IG model. And some of you ladies, unless he got Russell Wilson money, oh my God, you look over the Russell Wilsons because he's too square. Fifth thing you can monitor to help with your alignment, I want you to monitor your ability to disconnect without drama. Let me tell you why this is important. There are some things in your life that just ain't gonna work. There's some jobs that ain't gonna work. There's some relationships that ain't gonna work. There's some family dynamics that's gonna fall apart over time. There are some business ideas that you're gonna try that are gonna fall apart. There's just some things in your life that ain't gonna work. And your ability to disconnect from things in your life without drama speaks to, for real, a sense of peace that comes only through alignment. Aligned people, people whose hearts, thoughts, and spirits agree, even when they have to disconnect from a space, they can do it and still have peace. This is why. And people will lie to you. If you're out here dating, especially talking to you single people, if you're out here dating, one of the best questions you can ask a person is, how do you manage rejection? I'll tell you why. And they can lie. So you better use some discernment. And if you ain't sure, just wait. How do you manage rejection? You know why? Because if that person can't handle rejection well, if things ever go wrong between y'all, it's going to be drama. The only people that create drama through disconnection are people who don't handle disconnection well, who don't handle rejection well. The only people that create drama through disconnection are people that don't handle rejection well. How do you handle rejection? When was the last time you've been rejected? Not just rejected from something you kind of wanted, rejected from something you really wanted. Somebody said, Danielle, I hope I'm saying your name right. My daughter heard you and Pops in my room saying 6'7". I had to tell her to take her butt back to bed. Miss Simmons, you tell your daughter I said, what's up? See, y'all got to be hip. Y'all Y'all just be out of the way. I see one of my other clients on here. Child, you know my drama. Nah, I'm proud of you, C. I am. I'm proud of you, C. I see the comments on Instagram now. I just had to refresh the stream, I guess. I'm serious, y'all. How do people disconnect with drama? How do they disconnect when they reject it? This is how I know a lot of people ain't as healed as they think they are. Yeah, Doc, Doc, I've been rejected before, Doc, but I just learned how to just take it with a grain of salt. I learned how to take it with a grain of salt. I just take that rejection with a grain of salt. You do? What is that? What does the grain of salt mean? Talk. You know why? Because the first time something doesn't go their way, look at their reaction. Folk be telling themselves. Watch their reaction. Stuff doesn't go their way. Watch how they react. And it's a sign. And what does some of us do? We turn the discernment off. Well, they say they can handle discernment. Maybe they just being human. And we turn the discernment off. When things don't go their way, you better pay attention and respond. I'm telling you from experience. Pay attention and respond accordingly. Because they're letting you know they don't do rejection well. That I don't get salty. Say salty with a lisp. Salty. I don't get salty. Oh my God. I don't get salty. Yeah, you do. You get mad when things don't go your way. Pay attention and move in a different direction. You better cut your discernment on. Or if not, these people will have you thinking something wrong with you when really they just can't handle rejection. This is why some of y'all need to support. Some of y'all need to send this to some folks. Yeah, they don't have conflict resolution skills. I'm with you, see. I'm just telling y'all, you better ask. Or else your career gonna be in first class and you're gonna have to get off that plane and wait for Mr. or Mrs. Salty to get off the plane. Because they in seat 32A. I'm not sitting back there. And y'all better stop connecting with people who like to sit in the back of the plane because they don't have conflict resolution skills. Because they can't handle rejection. Because they get all into a tizzy when things don't go their way. Some of y'all be dating and it ain't always romantic. Sometimes this is friendships. Some of y'all got some friends. Some of you have friends that can't disconnect a friendship without drama. Y'all have been friends for 15 years, had a disagreement, a misunderstanding. You decide to go your own way, and you're going to take 15 years and throw it in the trash, which is your choice, but you don't have enough maturity and emotional regulation to disconnect in a healthy way. Y'all don't. Yeah, some of y'all do be. Let me tell you something. I saw something that just made me shake my head. Me and the kids were riding back from the Dominican Republic. Let me share this and then I'm going to give y'all 6 and I'm done. Y'all give me about 10 more minutes. We were riding back from the Dominican Republic. I had to sit across from the kids. So I typically ride in seat 3C or 3A. So I was in 5. It was the last row in first. And I was on the edge because my kids were on the opposite side in first. And I had to ride near them. I wanted to be near them going. I was on the row ahead of them, but adjacent. So, but they're fine. My kids are pros at traveling, things like that. Well, coming back, we were all on 5. So they were on that side in 5, and I was on the opposite side in 5. So I was right there in the aisles between us, and there was a person sitting next to me. It was a woman. She was a nice lady, but her boyfriend was sitting behind us. Behind us was where Coach started, right? So behind us, they have the curtain. Then there are 3 seats behind us. And first, it's 2 on this side, 2 on this side, 2 on this side, for the 5 rows. Then there's a curtain. Then there's 3 behind, row 5 on each side, and then 3 all the way back to the plane. Well, her boyfriend was sitting behind her in row 6 to the window. I didn't know they were boyfriend and girlfriend. They get on a plane. They're just talking coming down the aisle because I was already seated. They're talking coming down the aisle. And he just keeps going and she comes on in. And then I noticed he came in the row behind us. How did I know it? Because for the entire trip, he was reaching through the side of the seats, hitting her, playing jokes, tapping on her shoulder, saying stuff like, "Oh, you're fancy up there in first class. You fancy." I couldn't be up there. He was joking. I guess both of us couldn't ride up there. You fancy. And she was just like, "Cut it out, Scott. Cut it out, Scott. You're so funny, Scott. Cut it out. You're just such a comedian. Cut it." And he's just joking her. And then the people came to give us the warm towels and stuff. And he yelled up there, "Hey, ma'am, I'm with her. Can I have a warm towel?" And started like, ha, 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 ha. And he was just like, and she was just up there chuckling, hee, 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 hee. And meanwhile, I was getting agitated the whole time. Number one, this is why I don't sit in seat 5. Oh, my God. Doc, you bougie. So. So number one, that's why I don't sit in seat 5. I'd never seen that before. I just like 3. It's kind of in the middle. So he up there playing the whole time. So my arm is right here. He reaches under the seat next to my arm and he taps her in her side to make her laugh. So his hand, here's my arm. His hand is coming up right here and he taps her on the shoulder. And I'm on my arm and I looked at his hand and I looked at her and I said, "Ma'am, can you get your man?" It's saying, Scott was saying, here, let me tell you something. Scott ain't had to worry about me. Not at all. Because let me tell you something. Here's a word for y'all. You might be riding first class, but some folk riding and don't deserve to be up there. Oh my God. Because let me tell you something. If you in first class and you got to entertain your man who ain't in first class, and y'all can take this literally and figuratively. If you in first class and entertaining people that ain't in first class, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, what you gonna do with me? This is why some of y'all, let me just go ahead and just make this real plain. Some of y'all gonna mess around and miss what you could have because you really do belong in first class. But when you entertain people that ain't in your class, guess what it does to your value? Some of y'all would have been married by now if you would have stopped dealing with people in coach. If you would have let Scott stay back there. Some of y'all would have been in first. You would have been married by now. You would have been had the dream man, the dream woman, if you would have let Scott stay back where he was. Oh my God. So I knew sister's mentality because ain't no way in ham sandwich. I would be up there and Susie be behind me, poke me. "Hey, Doc, beep, beep. If you don't get your tail up here or get off this plane," here's a word, don't y'all miss what you could have for Scott. Oh my God. Don't miss what you deserve because of Scott. Some of y'all, you didn't met your husband. You didn't met your wife, but you fooling, you too busy messing with Scott. just T-shirt coming. Arkita, Brittany, I need a T-shirt that says "Leave Scott alone." Brittany and Arkita, if y'all are on this live, I need a shirt that says "Leave Scott alone." And I need one for men that says "Leave Sarah in the back." Oh my God. I'm so serious. Y'all didn't miss your husband because you playing around with Scott back then, coach, and he just agitating and annoying you in first class. He just agitated. The lady couldn't even eat her food. They brought the food out. You know, they give her the tray first because she's on the inside. They gave her the tray, gave me the tray. I'm sitting there trying to eat, and he's still raising his hand up there. And I just finally had enough to say, hey man, get Scott, man. Like, and then she turned that way and said, you gotta cut it out. There are other people up here. Stop. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Yeah, I like that. Let's go with Sally. I'm with Sally. Let's do Sally. Leave Sally in the back. Leave Scott alone and leave Sally in the back. Don't y'all miss your husband and wife because you wasting time with Scotts and Sallys? Folk are looking at some of y'all right now. But look at where you are wasting your time. Look at what you're wasting your time on. Look at what you're wasting your time on. I'm telling you, some of y'all got the goods. Men and women, y'all got the goods. But baby, if you don't get them Scotts and Sallys out your life and stop dating them and trying to give them a chance and sit in first class, you can get with some people on your level. That's free game. I tried. You got a new, that's fine. I got a really good question. I have a newborn with a Scott. Y'all can raise that kid. You can raise your newborn with a Scott, but that don't mean Scott got to be in your life romantically. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because some of y'all made these babies before you got this information. Knowledge is power. Now we got to apply it. Leave Scott and Sally in coach. I looked at, my kids saw what was going on and they were embarrassed. They were doing like this. We laughed. We start texting each other. And I said, and it was either Giselle and 4. I think it was Giselle. Giselle said, Daddy, I give him 6 months. Oh my God. And she 13. Daddy, I give him 6 months. I said, that's generous, Giselle. 6th and final thing to pay attention to, and I'm done. Yeah, my kids, boy, they brutally honest too. Leave Scott and Sally in coach. I like that. Tanisha, if you'll let me have that. I like that too. We might do that too. Yes, she did. Yeah, my daughter did. My kids, we talk about this stuff. We talk about this stuff. We were talking about so many people in the Dominican Republic, couples that was over there not talking. Let me tell you something. My kids, I don't just be sitting there teaching y'all. I talk to my kids. I believe in that. Yeah, we laughing at folks. Daddy, look at them. They ain't even talk. I'm telling you, my kids are very observant, very smart. Number 6, 6, 7, 6. I could split 6 up, and then we would have 6, 7. Y'all want me to split 6 up so we'll have 57? How would Scott and Sally say 6, 7? They'd be like 57. Here comes the corny nerd. If Scott and Sally split up number 6, what would it be? 57. Here's my new joke. If Scott and Sally split up 6 and 7, what would it be? 57. Oh man, I'm cracking myself up. All right, I'm hurrying up because I know somebody on TikTok is looking at their clock, Miss April. But that is a great joke. Oh my God. Sean, clip it. I need you to clock it, brother. If Scott and Sally split up 6, what would it be? 57. All right, it's 11:20. All right, let me hurry up. I know I'm clearly getting sleepy, but this is blessing me. I gotta say it one more time. If Scott and Sally decides to break up, how many weeks were they together? 57. All right, let me hurry up. I'm going to say it. Y'all leave me alone. This is my show. This is my show. You don't like it, donate, and maybe the live will be up. I'm getting to it. But this is cracking me up. You hear me? All right, number 6. Sixth thing I want you to monitor for your alignment is pay attention to what I call self-induced drama. Self-induced drama. Pay attention to self-induced drama. Pay attention to self-induced drama. If you want to know if your alignment is off, look at the drama in your life and pay attention to it and see how much of that is self-induced. There's 2 types of self-induced drama. One is actions, one is attitude. 2 types of self-induced drama. Actions, and your attitude. A lot of our actions, behavior, create self-induced drama. You can't be mad if you cheating and you stressed out. Oh my God. Thank you, Leanne. I'm crazy. Y'all talking about, some of y'all talking about, I'm so stressed out. I'm so stressed out. Well, you got a whole roster and they active. They not sitting on the bench. You playing 5 people at the same time. If you cheating and playing 5 people at the same time, don't you think you're going to be a little stressed out? Your actions have created self-induced drama. Or you'd have been cheated on 5, 6 times. No. You've been cheated on 57 times. Your actions have created self-induced drama. So you have to pay attention to that, right? So there are 2 types of self-induced drama, actions and attitude. Y'all, let me tell you something. Your attitude affects everything about your life. From relationships to connections to career. Let me tell y'all something. Your attitude affects everything. If you don't like your career and you skilled, you got the degrees, you got the experience, you got all of that stuff, but you ain't moving, let me tell you a good place to start. Start with your attitude. Uh-oh. This is a true story. I'm going to end it on this. I'm going to end it on this post office story. I need 3 minutes to tell it. And I'm going to try to leave Scott and Sally out of this. True story. I went to a new post office near where I was, near where I live. The post office I used to go to, sometimes I would take packages there. They would hate to see me coming because I got these packages and stuff. And they would hate to see me, this particular post office would hate to see me coming. And you could tell, you walk in, they doing all like this. Ridiculously ghetto. Ridiculously ghetto. And FYI, in case some of y'all guessing, ghetto ain't a color, it's an attitude. Oh my God. Ridiculously ghetto. Doing all this stuff when I'm walking in. Well, I've been going to this post office for months. They had been accepting my stuff, but you could tell they didn't want to help me. They didn't want to deal with all the stuff that I had going on. Though I was a really good paying customer of that post office. They didn't want to deal with all the stuff I was going on. So, as fate would have it, 2 days ago, in between sessions, I need to run out. And I said, you know what? Let me see if I can find another post office because I got some complicated things. And I really don't feel like being around no attitude today. I don't. Let me see if I can find, just try, even if it's further out. Well, lo and behold, there's a post office that's just 2 miles, longer of a drive. It's in a different direction, but 2 miles longer. I said, let me try this post office. I walk in. I walk in, I got some packages and stuff. I got my usual complicated stuff. I walk in, and when I walked in, guy, white gentleman behind the counter, there were two people in front of me. He sees me in line. I got this stuff there, and I'm looking at him because he's the only one in there, and I'm thinking to myself, Lord, this man, he's gonna probably, oh, I got to do all of this stuff. And so I walked up to the counter. He came to me. He said, "Hey, hi, sir. I love your hat." I said, "Thank you." He said, "What can I help you with?" So I told him what I needed. He said, He said, "So how have you normally processed it?" He says, "This is your first time here. I've never seen you before." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "How have you normally processed this?" And so I told him what the other post office has been having me do, and how when I walked in, I was doing what they asked me to do, but they were really frustrated about it. He said, "Oh," he said, "let me tell you why they're frustrated." He said, "Because there's this form you can use, that if you just use this form, you can put some things on this form, and then that way you can process things a whole lot faster by just passing them the form. They'll give you a buggy, and you can go from there." Da, da, da. So he's explaining this. I said, "Just a form?" He said, "Yes, sir. That's it." I said, "So you're telling me that I've been going to this post office for nearly a year, and they've been getting frustrated and getting attitudinal with me when all they had to do was just say, 'Hey, sir, there's a form you can use that you can do this is this, and it'll make you coming in and out faster. You don't have to worry about all this stuff.'" And I said, "Just the form?" He said, "Yes, sir. That's all it took." He showed me what the form was. He said, "Well, you don't have it today." He said, "But don't worry about it. Let's do it the way you've been doing it. But here's the form. This is what you need. Do this, do this, do this." And that's that. The man fixed my problem in 4 minutes. And you know what I learned? Let me tell you what I learned. Some folk ain't getting promoted because they got a bad attitude. Some people, your attitude is the reason you are working where you are, and you deserve to be there. Oh my God. You cannot have a Popeye's attitude working at Chick-fil-A. You cannot have a Popeye's attitude working at Chick-fil-A. And so here I am doing all of this stuff for months and months and months and months and months on end. And instead of them helping me solve it, they were so frustrated and so attitudinal about what I needed that they didn't have the patience to just tell me. And this gentleman just met me, and he's earned a new customer. I'm not going back to that post office. I will carve it into my schedule, the time necessary to drive to the one that I need to, because the service is right. If you don't like where you're working, fix your attitude. You might get a better job. And I don't mean no shade, because I have friends that work for the post office, but let me tell you something. Them attitudes, they don't even deserve a post office job. Oh my God. Your attitude can create self-inflicted drama, self-induced drama. And fortunately, I ain't ghetto like them, so I wasn't giving back to them what they was giving to me. I have business to take care of. I don't care about that. And in the words of my kids, if you don't like working here, why are you here? My kids, that's how my kids talked. Where do you think they got that from? We have gone to restaurants, and folk have walked up to us. We went to this restaurant, last story, and I'm gone because it's 11:29. This lady walked up. She was the waitress. She walked up with her pad and just stood at the table. She didn't say nothing. She walked up and stood at the table. My kids looked at me like, you know what I said? Slide over. I'm trying to see some on that wall. Oh my God. Right hand raised. Ma'am, can you move out the way? I'm trying to see some on that wall. You know what she said? I'm sorry. I'm just here to take your order. Then why didn't you say that? You can have a skill set. You can have degrees. But your attitude will be a true reflection of where you're working. Your attitude will be a true reflection. Your attitude will be a true reflection of your ability to be mobile. There are people that are less talented than you that have better attitudes that will do better. Y'all don't like this. I don't care. Thank you for your support, Angela. There are a whole lot of people that ain't as smart as you, that ain't as degreed as you, that ain't as connected as you, that ain't as intelligent as you, that's doing better because they got something you ain't got, a good attitude. And that, my friends, can create some misalignment as well. Was this helpful? This for all of you people that have been attached to people that you just knew was the one, that you just knew it was going to be whatever, and you having the hardest time breaking these ties, and you claim it was love because it was 10 years, when I'm here to tell you, most of you weren't in love, you were in limerence. Who is the person you like without smashing them? Huh? I'll tell you who they are. A soul tie. Smash and dash. Hit and quit. Pump and dump. Some of you are stuck in bad relationships. You know why? Because you have a spirit attached to you that you're trying to break with your body. And let me put some of you men on game. I know red pill tells you get money. You can get any woman you want. Here's the breaking news. Fellas, if you was lame without money, you're going to be lamer with it. Because ladies, you can't just pursue men just for money and then get shot when they're shallow. And that's all you pursue them for. Oh, I'm going to get everybody tonight. You mad? At least I told you to your face. And I'm not even hitting. And I don't want to hit. One of the things I've discovered in my work, you ready? Is that most relationships that fall apart, particularly when things in that relationship or that relationship doesn't turn out to be what it is that you thought it was, most of the time, those relationships boil down to today. The relationships that fizzle out, they start real hot, then they fizzle out. They boil down to two things, either limerence or lust. And tonight, we're going to have a C3C conversation that I don't even know some of y'all ready for. Let's start with limerence. Let me give you my definition of limerence. Limerence is an illusion of love and admiration based on how you hoped a person is versus who they really are. Custom definitions here. Limerence is an illusion of love and admiration based on how you hoped a person is versus who they really are. I got a two-part definition. That's part one. Limerence is an illusion of love and admiration based on how you hoped a person is versus who they really are. It's an illusion of love. It's an illusion of admiration based on who you hope they were versus who they really are. This for all of you people that have been attached to people that you just knew was the one, that you just knew it was going to be whatever, and you having the hardest time breaking these ties, and you claim it was love because it was 10 years, when I'm here to tell you, most of you weren't in love, you were in limerence. You were in love with the idea of them versus embracing the reality of who they are. Oh my God. Doc, how do I know if I'm in limerence? If you really pause and step back and ask yourself, am I really in love with them or the idea of them? When I think about the reality of who they are, and this is where some of y'all are, you're in love with the idea of people. Because 10 years later, you're hoping they were or are who they were at year one. But if you look at the reality of year 10 and how they act and treat you, they're not who they were at year one, but you're holding on in the name of love. It's limerence. You're in love with or infatuation with the idea of who they once were and not the reality of who they are. And some of y'all have been living most of your relationships in limerence. You ain't in love. Because let me tell you something. One of the ways you know you in limerence is that when you can see reality and you still hold on. Oh my God. Everybody that can see the reality of their situation and see it in black and white that is bad and you still there, that ain't love, that's limerence. This for all you people that claim you stand in the name of love and you stand in the name of kids and you stand because it's been 15 years and you stand because this is your first boyfriend or girlfriend since high school. You stand for all these reasons, but every sign, it ain't even no sign. Every fact is in your face that's showing you they don't love you. You done been cheated on 3 times. He or she, because women be beating men. You be shocked in my space what I hear every day. Oh my God. He or she has gone upside your head cheated on you a couple of times, gave you a few diseases, did all of this stuff, and you're still there, and you're saying this in the name of love when reality says they don't love you at all. That's called limerence. That's called limerence. And I'm lifting up to you tonight that limerence is dangerously deceptive. Because limerence will have you staying in the face of obvious facts. You would be shocked at the people that I meet, clients and people that I meet otherwise. Doc, I'm having such a hard time getting over this breakup. Well, why are you having a hard time getting over the breakup, sis, bro? Because we just together so long. I just don't understand how it could just fall apart. Well, what happened? It fell apart. Well, he really didn't respect me like that. She really didn't care about me like that. She had another dude all the time. But I really believed she loved me. She was just going through stuff. And she had what? He did what? And you holding on to love, huh? Love's an action, folks. It's a choice. It's a decision. Limerence is a feeling. And I'm here to tell you that most of what you claim you've been feeling ain't love, it's just limerence. Which is why when you with somebody for 40, 50, 60 years and the shape has gone in the trash, I'm going to come to that in a second. Wait till I get to lust. I'm going to burn this live down. This is why most of you, your relationships can't go past that 7, 8, 9, 10-year mark. You know why? Because shapes have changed. You've gotten used to folks. They're not as thin as they used to be. He ain't as cute as he used to be. Maybe he ain't got the kind of money and swag he used to have. All of this stuff. And you're still in love with the idea of who they are instead of dealing with the reality of who they are. Or I got a better one than that. After 10 years, they ain't cheated, they ain't done all of this stuff, and you know it. And you allow this perception of love. Some of y'all blaming people for gaslighting you. Some of y'all gaslighting yourself. I quit. Oh my God. I quit. I don't even want to talk no more. Y'all not even ready for this. Some of you are gaslighting yourself and you quick to say other people gaslighting you. Baby, I didn't gaslight you when I told you I don't want to be with you and you still here. I didn't gaslight you when I cheated on you. You saw me cheat. You got the proof that I cheated and you refused to go in the name of kids. No, I ain't gaslight you. You gaslit yourself. I know y'all ain't ready for it because you love to use the word gaslit when you're the one guilty. Folk don't gaslight you when they show you the reality. But when you see reality and you continue to accept it and stay and then say, because I love you, you are gaslighting yourself. You have cut the gas on the stove, stood there and said, wow, what is that smell? Oh my God. That's what you've done. And it ain't love, it's limerence. Of course, TikTok is lagging. I'm being shadow banned. Y'all just like and share the video. Hey, if you're on TikTok, if you want to stop the lagging, I need y'all to put in a comment and then just hit that. Let's just get that like button. Let's try to get 500,000 likes on TikTok. I'm serious. I hope y'all stretch your fingers. I owe y'all. You might have to log up, but just hit that like button. Just hit that heart button. There you go. We just go hard on the death. Maybe they'll get the clue. Y'all ain't in. Some of y'all ain't in love. You in limerence. Because you are loving the idea of them versus embracing the reality of who they are. And nothing will keep you desperate in a relationship, in a connection with anybody, like holding on to who you hope they were. Doc, they were nothing like this when I met them, but this is what they are now. So what you gonna do? Oh my God. Because they don't want to do the work. And I know some of y'all got offended if you happen to see my video today. The video that I posted today, because I looked a couple in the face and said, y'all just divorce. You might as well divorce. Because if two people stay together and one of you, at least one of you don't want to do the work, one person can't pull that couch by themselves. And if you want to live the rest of your life trying to pull on a marriage by yourself, that the other person is not participating in the rescue of that marriage, then you're in limerence, not love. Don't call it love. You are pulling a reality that you created to make yourself feel better about your behavior. But baby, just because you created the behavior or the reality to make yourself feel better does not mean that reality is real. Might as well get divorced, break up. What easy way to know? Another easy way to know if you're in limerence. Let me give you some help. One easy way to know you're in limerence: evaluate people for who they are. Watch this, and take sex off the table. Oh my God! You want to know if you're in love or in limerence? Evaluate them for who they are, not for what you hope they would be, not for what they were when you met them in 1965, not for what they were when you first met them and y'all first had the butterflies, not for what you thought they could be because of the potential they had. If you want to know whether or not you're in limerence, here's another way you can do it. Evaluate them based on who they really are and take sex out the equation. I know, because when you take that out the equation, for most of y'all, this stuff that you call in love, you ain't got nothing else to hold on to. Who are you with your partner without sex? We're about to make this seamless transition into lust, and then we're going to do diagrams for the rest of the night. Who is the person you like without smashing them? Huh? I'll tell you who they are. A soul tie. Smash and dash. Hit and quit. Pump and dump. Oh my God. Why y'all not liking this? Y'all not supporting this one, and y'all gonna want to support this one because I'm just getting warmed up. You mad? At least I told you to your face, and I'm not even hitting, and I don't want to hit. Evaluate that relationship for the reality of who they are, not how you hope they would behave, but how they behave. Not how you hope they would act, but how they act. Not how you hope they would respond to you, but how they respond to you. Not by how you hope they would treat you, but how they treat you. Evaluate them by the reality of who they are and take sex off the table and tell me what you got. I'm going to tell you what you got. Some of y'all ain't got nothing but a false reality. Got him. That's it. Got him. That's it. Speaking of, let's talk a little bit about lust. Thank you, Renaissance Mama. I appreciate you so much for your support, sweetheart. Y'all supporting the show? Let's talk about lust. Because if y'all don't support before I teach this, you might not like it. Let me say this. This right here, especially, this portion of the conversation we're about to go into is especially for folks that's trying to heal. Because you're not going to like what I'm going to say. Hey! If most of your relationships have been sex-centered, you probably have a relationship grounded in lust. This is about to get bad. Oh my God. Doc, are you saying something's wrong with sex? No, I'm not saying anything's wrong with sex. I'm not saying that at all. But I am saying if the only time y'all get along is when y'all doing it, oh my God. The only time y'all can talk and communicate is when you getting choked. Oh my God. The only time y'all can communicate is when y'all doing what y'all do. It is probably lust. Doc, you're a counselor. You have no business talking to me like that. I just did. Doc has no problem taking his hands with his 6'3" self and putting his hands around your neck and choking you. But if that's the only time we can get along, it ain't a great relationship. And some of you, that's the only time y'all getting along. And I'm going to help you real quick tonight. You ready? Lust is not a feeling. It's not an emotion. Lust, here we go, is a spirit. Oh my God. This is where I'm going to lose 75% of you. Mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, financial. Lust is a spirit. And so I don't care how you are shaped, ma'am. I don't care, sir, how big your hands are and your shoe. If you are connected to someone with the spirit of lust, your body will never satisfy. And some of you ain't left bad relationships, not because the person is good, not because the person is great by you and your children and everything connected to you. Some of you are stuck in bad relationships. You know why? Because you have a spirit attached to you that you trying to break with your body. This is a spiritual conversation. And if you ain't got no spiritual foundation, this is going to go on one ear and right out the other. Lust is not a feeling, it ain't an emotion, it's a spirit. And when you feed a spirit your body, that spirit gets thirsty for more. Are y'all writing this down? When you feed a spirit your body, that spirit gets hungry for more. It never gets full. A spirit never gets full when you feed it flesh. This is next level. I should have saved this for subscribers, because this is really next. This is seat 3C. If you anything 6C and above, you're going to struggle tonight. When you try to feed the spirit flesh, that spirit just eats it, spits out the bones, and asks for more. This is why some of you can't satisfy your partners physically. Not because you don't know what you're doing, but this is why they sleep with you and still cheat. Because when you have a spirit of lust, they'll devour you and go find somebody else to devour. Oh my God. Now, there's a difference, and I can't deal with this. I hope your kids are in bed. There's a difference between the spirit of lust and having a high sexual appetite. They ain't the same. Because that high sexual appetite, if it is healthy, should be grounded in a person that you love and care about, which means you will have a high appetite. But every time you're hungry, do you always eat? Question: do you always eat every single time you're hungry? If your answer is yes, you got to be all of 400 or 500 pounds. Oh my God. And that's the difference between having a high sexual appetite. You could be in love with someone and have a high sexual appetite and always want to be with them and desire them. There is nothing wrong with that. But you're going to know it's lust when your appetite being fed and you're still hungry. Oh my God. You're going to know it's lust when you're being fed and you're still hungry. You know why? Because they're giving you their body, but it's a spirit that's devouring it. It ain't your body. And that's why there's levels to this. Nothing wrong if you got a sexual appetite in the right context, obviously. Don't y'all take that clipping around. I don't care if you do, because some of y'all going to do it anyway. Whatever. But the spirit of lust never gets full. The spirit of lust never gets satisfied. The spirit of lust never has enough. And this is why many of you are married in relationships and you're still cheating regularly. Because your wife ain't enough. Your husband ain't enough. And they never will be, as long as they are feeding you their body, and they're feeding their body to a spirit. Oh my God. Again, we talked about the difference between a sexual appetite and lust. If y'all are chiming in late, you might have to hit that rewind button and you can't watch this live. I can't keep repeating this. There is a difference. And some of us that have had to exercise sexual discipline, I'm telling you, you're going to find out that there's a difference between lust and having a high sexual appetite. Because some of y'all and some of us that are not out here just throwing our body everywhere, by the time your person gets you, they're going to need a break. I ain't speaking for nobody else, but sis going to need a break. Again, doc? Yeah, what are we talking about? Oh my God. Can I breathe, doc? No, you can breathe tomorrow. Because when you've been disciplined, it's all right if you got appetite. When you got the spirit of lust, it ain't no appetite. It's just a spirit. Oh my God. And guess what? I have a note that I need you all to type in the chat and to put in your journal. That's gonna make some more of y'all mad. You ready? Ready? Since I'm already shadow banned and not in the algorithm, let me take that a step further. Social media is a playground for lust. Oh my God. Social media is a playground for lust. This is a C3C conversation. If you ain't on, somebody going and type in the chat levels, all capital letters, some of y'all gonna need this. You struggling. This guy's crazy. No, I'm not. I'm just in a different class. I'm just in a different class. And if you've been putting in the work on you like I do me, you should feel the same. Social media, I'm telling you, is a playground for lust. You know why? I'll prove it. Because it drives attention up and lowers quality. Y'all writing this down. Social media drives attention up and drives quality down. You know why? Because it's based on interaction And I'm not talking about content for that's designed to help you, things like that. Well, maybe to an extent I could be talking about that. But I'm talking about, the pictures and videos, bro. Social media supports you posting content to get attention. And then when you receive that attention, you get shocked that the quality doesn't come with the attention. But it should make sense to you that when something cheap, everybody want it. I'm talking to men and women. I'm talking to men and women. If my tour tickets were free, it would be packed, but they ain't, and they never will be. Oh my God. And they never will be. But when something cheap, everybody want it. And social media is a playground for lust. And this is a three-seat conversation that some of you are going to have to heal and grow to understand. Because this is what I know about healed people. You ready? Healed people want to know the version of you without the filters. No, I'm just talking to healed people right now. That's it. If you're not, this don't even make sense. Healed people want to get to know people, the version of you without filters. And when I'm talking about filters, I ain't just talking about picture filters. I'm not talking about that. I'm not just talking about picture filters. I'm talking about all kinds of filters. You want some examples of filters that you see on social media? Money is one. Oh my God. Money's a filter, which means guys and especially ladies meet a guy. You see a guy on social media, got all of this money, look like he got all this money, got all this stuff. Great. Meet him. If you're gonna meet him, you're interested, cool. Y'all talk a couple times, great. Y'all decide to meet up, great. But y'all need to meet up in a space where he don't have to floss. Just meet him somewhere plain. Not in his element, but plain. To see who he is without his filter called money. Because ladies, you can't just pursue men just for money and then get shot when they're shallow. And that's all you pursue them for. Oh my God. Oh, I'm going to get everybody tonight. And let me put some of you men on game. I know Red Pill tells you, get money. You can get any woman you want. Here's the breaking news. Fellas, if you was lame without money, you're going to be lamer with it. Fellas, money don't change your energy. It just changes your access. Man, I quit. Y'all don't even want this tonight. Oh my God. Money does not change your energy. It changes your access. That's it. So if you was lame broke, you're going to be lame with money. Don't believe what Red Pill told you. I'm telling you to your face. If you was lame broke, you're going to be lame with money. And a woman that's got any sense of healing towards her, I take the healing out. She ain't got to be healed. She could just have some awareness. A woman that's got any sense of awareness about her can read all through that. Wow, you sure are acting, corny. You got a little bit of change, but you're a little corny. That's because money don't change your corniness. You just rich corny. Oh my God. Watch this. And the inverse is true. When your energy is right, you don't even need no money. When your energy is right, you don't even need money. Which is why, fellas, I'm trying to school you here. Don't worry, I'm coming to the ladies. I got time. Which is why, fellas, there's this saying that says, it's cheaper to keep her. You know what that means? That means it's your energy that's going to keep her, not your money. It's your energy that's going to keep her, not what you can do for her. So if you broke and corny, you just corny. If you rich and corny, you corny rich, and you still corny. Me and the kids were laughing. A couple of days ago, we were talking about some things. I picked them up from their moms. We were talking about some things and just reminiscing on days. They were little. They don't even really remember the days where they were young, and I struggled. I went many years. People that know me personally, I went many years, several years ago. I didn't even have a car for like years. I was borrowing my dad's car. I have a car. I was working in higher ed, busting my tail, getting underpaid, being overworked, worried to death, around a bunch of incompetent people. I know what it's like to be overworked and underpaid and to be better than the paycheck that you bring home every day and struggle to pay your bills and take care of your family and take care of your kids. I've been there. And let me tell you something. I had juice when I was broke, because most time people didn't even know I was struggling. Like my family knew, my mom and dad knew, They would occasionally help me. I was driving my daddy let me borrow his old Lincoln Continental. The shocks on the back side of the thing was out. So the car used to sit up like it had hydraulics. The front of the car was up and the back part was low. It had low shock. So I had to be careful going over speed bumps because the bottom of the car would scratch the speed bump. And had my family in there smiling. You know why? Because money don't change your energy. I had it going on broke. So when I came into a little bit of change, oh, it just exposed who I really was. Oh my God. So for some people, money's a filter. You ready? For some people, looks are a filter. That's where I'm about to lose all you ladies, especially. I love y'all, but listen to me. I had a client ask me a very direct, and I asked her if I could mention this on the live. This was this week. She said, of course, Doc. She said, Doc, can I ask you a very honest question? I said, sure you can. She said, Doc, all of this healing work you've done, all the success you have and stuff, there's got to be a lot of women that try to talk to you. Can I be transparent with y'all for a second? There's got to be a lot of women that try to talk to you. I said, well, number one, that's not true. Believe it or not, it's not. Because a lot of women, especially the ones that y'all might think are attractive, think I'm corny. I'm a nerd. And I'm a square. And I have no problem with that. I never was the popular in guy. And a lot of them either got like 4 or 5 babies mamas or they in jail or they dead. So I never really wanted to be all of that. So I said, no, that's not really true. And she said, well, then Doc, I don't understand. Like, then, you know, you got to have these options and these people. I said, let me tell you something, sweetheart. I have clients in 44 countries around the world. I meet beautiful people every day. Almost every time I travel, whether I'm by myself or with someone, I'm always meeting people. I have seen legs, hips, thighs. I've seen it all. And you get to a place as a healed man where looks become a bonus. Of course, I think it is important. You should feel physically attracted to the person that you like. There's nothing wrong with that. But let me tell you something. You get to a place where you realize that some people use their looks as a filter. She said, then, well, how do you date people? I said, simple. When I meet people, I show up in leggings and shorts. And I, you know, dress comfortably. Put on some leggings and a t-shirt. I need to see what you look like in the morning. Oh my God. And beyond that, I need to know what kind of substance you have besides your looks. Doc, are you telling me that you're anti-looks? Of course, I'm not telling you that. Doc would love to have a beautiful woman just like anybody else. But if that's all you got, I need to know in the beginning because that ain't going to work. It's not going to work. Yep, pull it. I don't want, nope. You ain't no need of you meet me like this. Got that bang over your eye? Pull your hair up. Put it up here in this bun right here. Put it up there. Let me see. Don't come at me like this. Hey Doc, how you doing? I'm good. Let me see your other eye, baby. Hey, how you doing? Move that all back. Take them lobster claws off. Nothing wrong with if you want extra lashes. This ain't an indictment on folk that wear lashes and because y'all be real sensitive in your feelings when I start talking about this. No, if you want to wear lashes, you want to wear some extra hair, that's fine. But pull them lobster claws off so that when I hug you, your ends don't be on my shoulders like this. Hi. You know why? Because I need to know what kind of substance you got other than how you look. And unfortunately, social media has become the breeding ground for Lust. You know why? Because it supports you doing all of that foolishness and people evaluating you based on a filter and not the real thing. Hey, y'all, social media and the pandemic gave you the playbook. I got clients that got married during the pandemic. I got clients who got pregnant during the pandemic. How did that happen when we was all inside? It's real simple. The pandemic taught you something, that when you want to meet people, the best thing to do is to get to know them in person. Hey, y'all not supporting this show? Let me check. Nope. Not supporting. I'm getting pissed. I'm taking this down if y'all don't support. No, y'all not supporting. Hey, pandemic taught us something. The best way to get to know somebody is to know them in person. So you meet people on social media. Nothing wrong with meeting people on social media. Nothing wrong with that. Who knows? I might meet my wife on social media. Who knows? Ain't nothing wrong with it. But we need to have a video call. And you don't have to be fan. You can just be sitting in bed if you want to. And now don't have that thing on your head. But if you got the little thing on your head, what you call them things, a bonnet, that's fine. But whatever. Just be your natural self. And this does not mean there's something wrong with you dressing up, because some of y'all so sensitive and you can't hear. Here, you have selective hearing. That's not what I said. But I'm talking about how social media purports you showing up as a version of you from a look standpoint. And I ain't just talking to, by the way, I ain't just talking about women. I'm talking to men too. Some of you men have more blush and blemish on in your shots on social media than women do. Some of you men have more filters on your face on social media than the women do. Whereas when I'm lying, I'll stop. Have I told a lie out? Have I lied? So I'm talking to men and women. I'm equal opportunity over here. I don't like nobody but me. Some of them wearing wigs just like you do. Oh my God, he got a beard. And then when you meet him and do like this, that joint come on off. Where's the lie? So this look thing goes a two-way street, and social media supports it. It supports you presenting a version of you, and you wonder why when you attract a man or a woman based on looks, they show up superficial and it fizzles out. Why don't you try leading with something else? Oh my God. Which is why I don't want to be with an ugly woman. She needs to be beautiful to me. To me, beauty is very subjective, not objective. As long as she's beautiful to me, I'm good. So I want to be with someone who's physically attractive, but understand she's going to have to reel me in with something else other than her legs and her lips and her hips. I've seen all of that. What else you got? Now, some of y'all don't care nothing about this because you're going to just continue to evaluate the way you do, and you're going to continue to end up with the superficial relationships that you have. I see a really good comment, and I want to mention this. Chassis D, outstanding comment for real. Society has made many very insecure. I couldn't agree more. Society has given many of you men and women the idea of what beauty is, what handsome is, what attractive is, and you've fallen into that trap, and you align your life and the way you show up in terms of looks according to societal standards, and that's not appropriate. And some of us, we dress and show up how we want to. I even took it so far that I wear this neck cap on my head. You know, I think social media has really messed this up from a masculine and a feminine perspective, because social media really has put out some false narratives about what it means to be masculine and what it means to be feminine. And masculine and feminine energy is and is not a lot of things. Many of you think that masculine energy is a dude having big muscles that's mean, that cusses you out. It might be toxic masculinity. That's not masculinity. Masculinity is things like emotional control, the ability not to allow men, or those of you with dominant masculine energies, the ability not to allow life and life circumstances to shake you so much that you lose your cool, so much so that everybody else around you panics because you no longer become the source of strength, but you are just as reckless as everything around you. And many of you are claiming a masculinity based on how you look and going to the gym and making money. And it's low level. Oh my God. It's Coach C32C with the Biscoff cookies and the cold peanuts. Ain't nothing masculine about going to the gym every day, making great money, but you can't even control your little attitude. You don't have the emotional control to not easily lose your temper or lose yourself when something goes bad. And y'all calling it masculine energy, and it ain't. Ladies, feminine energy. We established this last week. Feminine energy is not about how dainty you look. It's not about them lobster claws that come off your face and how long they are. I know most of you think that if your eyelashes are out here like this and you blinking like this, that makes you look feminine. Or that makes you feminine. That don't make you feminine. Feminine energy ain't about how long your lashes are and how dainty you are and having soft skin. This soft like foolishness, in one regard, is foolishness because the term soft life has been so much connected to material things. I don't have to work. I get paid a lot of money. We make a lot of money. I get to travel. I look nice. I look to be soft, but your attitude is from the pit of hell. Your attitude is rotten. And you talking about living a soft life? Ain't nothing soft about a bad attitude. There is nothing soft about a bad attitude. And yet y'all calling it soft life because you're pretty. You don't have to work and you get to go on trips and go to Dubai. And this is soft life. But your attitude stink. You're not soft. Ain't nothing soft about that. So there's nothing wrong with masculine and feminine energy. The reality is many of you have been taught this in such a toxic way that you get tired of hearing people talk about it because you've never heard about it or seen it in a healthy way. I have. And when you've seen healthy masculine and feminine energy, you don't have a problem lining your life up with it. Doc, what's the point you're getting at? It's simple. Some of you got a problem with masculine and feminine energy because you ain't seen it work right. And it's going to be hard for you to accept something you have absolutely never seen work right yourself. Not this toxic crap you see on social media every day. Now, I want to say this because somebody said it on TikTok and they're right. Well, they're not completely right, but I get what they're saying. She said, I don't want a soft life. I want a healthy life. And I love that. But you can have, ladies, a soft life. But you need to redefine what soft means. Soft, ladies, means being able to control your emotions. You know why? Because having emotions as a woman is one of the most powerful, sensual, awesome things that makes you incredible like you are. But let me tell you something. A woman that can't control them, a woman who can't feel her emotions without losing emotional control, is a woman that is a renegade. And a strong man will struggle to trust a woman who can't control her emotions. You know why? Because at any given moment, he don't know what she will or will not do. So you can be soft all day, but if you always got an attitude and can't control your emotions and your temper, that softness go out the window. You just as hard as Mr. T. Oh my God. And the beautiful thing about a man that's walking in masculine strength, he might not look like want some breakfast or want some eggs with a wife beater walking around the house, but he's going to have internal and external strength. He's going to be able to control himself. He's going to have discipline, good character. He's going to be willing to speak up and say what he likes and what he doesn't like. He's going to make it clear. He's not going to talk out of one side of his mouth. Say one thing, do something else. He's going to be dependable. He's going to be reliable. You're going to be able to count on him. You'll be able to rest your stress in his consistency. That's a bar. Can you rest your stress in his consistency? The answer is no. He ain't as masculine as you think he is. So we have all of these misnomers about masculine and feminine energy that have to be healed so that we can see this energy the correct way. Or else, some of you men will not end up with feminine women. You will end up with women who are as hard as you are, or who have a femininity that's grounded in toxicity, all about looks, all about appearance. Substance goes out the window. I'm telling you, from a healed man's perspective, you get to a point where you just get tired of seeing pretty women and that's all they got. What else you got? Oh my God. I try to tell some of you guys, when you meeting folks, you need to start meeting these people. You go on dates, you need to start meeting these women, and you just need to meet them. You don't need to be nothing fancy. Meet them at a coffee shop. If y'all gonna fly in the airport, meet somewhere, they don't have to have a whole bunch of makeup on. Just leggings, sweatshirt, that's it. You need to see what you got. Because femininity is far more than just looks. Far more than just looks. And if you don't check for that stuff, you're going to find out that some of y'all just got a bunch of Barbie dolls. But the last time I checked, Barbie dolls are just plastic things you hold in your hand. That's it. Oh my God. A lot of these women claiming to be soft and feminine are just plastic Barbie dolls. Literally and figuratively. Oh my God. A lot of these guys y'all think are masculine are really your sons. Their temper is worse than yours. Their lack of emotional control, worse than yours. They get mad more than you do. Ain't no reason why no man should be walking around the house pouting more than a woman. Unless he's decided to be the feminine energy and she's going to be the masculine energy. Then that can just be your son. You can file them on your taxes and meet the April 15th deadline. I think you can get about $3,200 for a son. Go ahead and file them. Go to Etsy and get a bib made around his neck and put it around his neck and call him Bay Son. And then when you get knocked up, he can go ahead and be breastfed from you too. And that way, everybody will be on your chest. You don't need to pay for no more milk as you do. He cries as much as you do. Oh, and this is the big one too. I'm getting ready to get to my no-show. We're going to get right into a chart. I ain't going to be long tonight, I don't guess. Really annoying me about this masculine space. I'm starting to hear a whole lot. And notice, y'all, before the trolls come, I meant to tell y'all, if you see comments that are inappropriate, somebody saying something stupid, whatever, trolling, just put an eagle in the chat and just throw eagles up there because eagles fly high above birds. We don't come down on their level. And then my beautiful moderators, awesome moderators, April, Tiff, Caitlin, they'll see it and then they'll zap them out the chat room. They're really good. Quick trigger. But one of the things that I'm seeing about this masculine energy is shutting down. Let me explain something to y'all about masculine energy and shutting down. I want you to put this in your notes, put this in the chat. You're going to be the smartest person at the water cooler the entire weekend. Hey, fellas, ladies, men don't shut down like girls. Shutting down is feminine energy. Forget it. Just get a chart. This ain't even my notes. I feel inspired tonight. Encouraged. Go ahead and get you a chart. Make a T. Y'all know the drill. If this is your first time, follow me. Where's my Sharpie? I'm going to elaborate. For all of you men that claim, Doc, I just don't talk. When I get mad, I keep to myself. Feminine energy. How you gonna be a problem solver and shut down, bro? Huh? Name a CEO that a company is going down under the water and they ask for the CEO and he say, don't interview me because I can't talk right now. I got a process. No, you can't be the leader and shut down at the same time. And it's funny because many of you women are going to say, well, then, Doc, if he shuts down, what am I supposed to do? I guess you're supposed to take the lead. Then y'all going to blame me. Well, Doc, you telling her to take the lead. I am. Because if you don't want to talk, somebody got to pay the bills. Somebody got to move the ship. Somebody got to organize the house. Somebody got to make sure things are solved. Shutting down is feminine energy. Because you ain't solving nothing, not talking. Why, ladies, you want a green flag in a man? When y'all have an argument and that man pursues you to try to correct it. Hey, ladies, put in the chat if you think it's masculine that when you and your man or your husband have an argument and you're even wrong, but he pursues you to communicate through it so that he can get you back in check and get things back in order. Put a 1 in the chat if that's attractive. Hey, fellas, just look at the comments while I write. Ain't no leadership in shutting stuff down. You look like all the reporters coming to your organization. You the CEO of a Fortune 100 company, and the company is getting ready to file for bankruptcy, and the reporters show up and they want to talk to the CEO, and the CEO sends a message, hey, tell the reporters, I don't want to talk today. I got a process. No, they don't pay you as the CEO to process. Yeah, you need to process so that you can logically do what you need to do. But for many of you dudes to go days and shut down, oh, you would be shocked at the stuff that I hear. Make your tea. Let's just go ahead and I'm gonna just walk through some of the stuff. This ain't even in my notes. Are y'all supporting the show? Because it ain't going up if you're not. Non-masculine, non-feminine. Let me give you some things that it ain't. Non-masculine, shutting down. You ain't solving no problems with your mouth shut and your mouth poked out. And the crazy part is, I hear stories about men going days. Y'all had an argument over what to have for dinner, and the man goes 3-4 days and don't say a word to his wife. Are y'all serious? Oh my God. Y'all think I'm making this up. 3-4 days and he ain't talking to her over the fact that they disagreed over dinner. So I got a question. If she mad and gets quiet, fellas, and you mad and you get quiet, how the problem gonna get solved? Doc, I don't know whether or not to leave the relationship or not. This list right here might give you an answer. I'm going to give you some common non-masculine things and some common non-feminine things. I've never even made this chart. This is not even in my notes, y'all. I've taught this so many times. If you followed me, you know I have. Put the word under it in parentheses because it's emotional. When women shut down, even feminine women shut down because they've gotten upset with you. They've gotten mad with you. They get in their feelings because they don't like something you said or did. It is common for them to just shut down. I don't want to talk to you. Don't talk. A woman might even block you. Oh my God. Let me just go ahead and give y'all a B. You know what? Second I'll give 2 feminine things because I don't want the men to start whining. Blocking. Hey, fellas, men don't block. Blocking is feminine energy. You know why? You guessed it. It's emotional. Blocking is emotional. And any dude out here blocking folks is acting like a woman. Oh my God. You know why? Because blocking is an emotional decision. To get on my women clients all the time about this. Doc, oh my God, Doc, they got on my nerves. They really hurt me. They really did this. So I just blocked them. Well, did that change what they did? No. Have they threatened your life? No. Have they been contacting you? No. Have they been trying to reach out to you? No. What you block them for? Because I just didn't want to see them. Yeah, I just said feminine. And dudes that block are acting feminine. If I could say it in Spanish, I would. Because it is another form of shutting down. And you not solving no problem as a man shutting down. Oh, dudes block more than women. Dudes block more. Dudes might block. Nah, they don't block more. But it's about 60-40. Dudes be blocking just as much as women do. And I've done content on blocking. And people don't understand it because you got to be sitting in first class to get a first class principal. that if you go through a breakup with someone and you have to block them to move on, the blocking becomes a mechanism to try to control your thoughts and your emotions, which implies, much like validation, you are seeking for something outside of you to control something that's going on inside of you. Blocking ain't gonna help you get over nobody. You know how many clients I have that block people and then turn around and set up fake pages and spy on them and tell me, Doc, I blocked them, but I set up a fake page and I spy on them and I see that they're posting about me and how sorry they are. Wait, you blocked them? Yeah. So what you looking at them for? Oh, because you thought blocking them was going to help you move on. It's an emotional decision. This is why women do it more. But slightly, because some of you men are helping the men catch up. I get that because I see a question from a guy. I love when guys hit me with, I love this. What if she just says she needs time to see her journey? That's fine. Let her go on her journey, but you ain't got to block her. You don't have to block her. You know what makes a man strong in this space? Let me give you a better thing to do as a man instead of blocking. Exercise the discipline not to look at her page. You know why? You know why? Because discipline is a masculine trait. Structure, discipline, masculine trait. Do you have the discipline? She hurt you. She might be out here dating some. I've been there. She might be out here dating somebody else, posting them on their page, doing all of this stuff. Do you have the discipline to stay connected? You ain't got to unfriend her. You ain't got to block her. You ain't got to do none of that stuff. But do you have the discipline and the focus to get back to what you should be focused on? And don't worry about if she pops up on your screen or not. Let me give you two non-feminine things that y'all think of are feminine, that you see a lot. Two non-feminine things. Ladies, y'all looking. Arguing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my God. Let's talk about some non-feminine things. Arguing. How you gonna be soft and all you do is argue every other comment? Oh, the women gonna get quiet now. Are y'all supporting this show? Let me see if y'all supporting, because this ain't gonna be no long line. I'm gonna take it down. Y'all think I'm playing? I am tonight. Doc, you always be threatening us. Okay, well, I'm tired tonight, which means my mouth is slowly about to get crazy. Hey, ladies, ain't nothing feminine about being argumentative. How you gonna be soft and you always gotta argue? Name one person who's soft and argues all the time. Name them. You know what makes feminine energy so soft and so powerful? That true feminine energy, for real, true feminine energy, when a man is upset with her and she's upset with him, true feminine energy has the emotional control to be able to express how she feels emotionally without getting worked up, so she doesn't look like a dude arguing with a dude. Oh my God. Thank you, Naomi, for your support. Appreciate you. And if some of y'all can't read, this says non-feminine energy. The point of this chart is to talk about things that feminine energy shouldn't be doing. Which means if a feminine energy and a masculine energy is in an argument, which one should probably be more argumentative? It shouldn't be the feminine energy. Watch this. But a man's got to learn how to argue without losing his emotions. Does this make sense? But no, some of you women like to argue like men. I said this last week. I'm going to say it again. When a man, especially a successful man, has a lot going for him and he's winning in life and in business, if he has children, he's taking care of his children, his family, he's doing the things he's supposed to do. He's got all of these things going on. The last thing he wants to do is come home and argue with you. And if he's a healed man, very important caveat, if he's a healed man, especially mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, the last thing he want to do is come in his house and you sitting there with an attitude being argumentative. But y'all think that's cute. Because Twinkle Twinkle and these other crazy folk have told y'all it's feminine to tell your man what you don't like and do this and argue with your man and fuss at your man. Go ahead, keep on. That man will leave you, find a woman that don't look as good as you, may not make as much money as you make, but has emotional control, knows how to express herself without always being confrontational, and he'll settle in her. Go ahead and put under arguing confrontational. Y'all, I just don't mean no harm. If you go out with me and we at a restaurant and that food come out wrong, and you with me and you my date, and as a woman, you start going off on the waitress, I'm just gonna ask the waitress to bring us the check, and I'm gonna just pay, and we're gonna leave, and I'm gonna just go ahead and drop you off. Oh my God! I don't want to take Baps to a 5-star. I don't know Hill man want to take Baps to no 5-star. You can leave that gold tooth and that attitude at your house. Some of you women think that's cute. Ain't nothing cute about that. Let me show you how it's done. Because I've been in this position before. That food comes out wrong, and that woman gets upset. I had one of the sweetest things happen to me one time, a while back, where I was really hungry and I was waiting on my meal. It was around my birthday, and they brought out my steak. It was a tomahawk, and it wasn't right. And it wasn't all the way cooked the way I wanted it to be. Medium well. It was way too medium. And when it came out, the lady I was with, she was upset about it. Said they didn't get your food right. I don't want them. This is your birthday. They didn't get this right. I'm going to tell them to take it back. You know what I did? I said, don't worry about it. I got it. She sat there. They came out. I said, hey, appreciate that 40 to great your support. They brought the food out, and when they brought the food out, I said, hey, sir, listen, appreciate the tomahawk. It's not quite cut. I said, look at this. And I cut it open. I said, look, this is too red. Can we get this either recooked so it's more medium well than medium? If not, we can just do something else. And she just sat there looking pretty. Not about to baps me in front of these folks. He said, sir, there's no problem. It's fine. It's not an issue at all. Do you want us to get you a brand new one? I said, nope, you don't even have to do that. You don't have to do the extra. Just take this one and let's just put it back on the grill a little bit longer. Can we do that? So yeah, did that. She just reached over and just rubbed my hand like this. Meanwhile, some of you women cut the fool. Let me see your manager. Where the manager at? I want the manager. Let me see your manager. I want the manager. Where the manager at? My man's steak is wrong, and y'all not gonna get my man's steak wrong on his birthday. I want to see the manager. And that's what some of y'all like. So non-feminine energy is being argumentative because it's confrontational. Let me give you another non-feminine energy trait. Since I got some of y'all getting upset, you about to really get pissed. If them lashes made you bad and baps and that gold too, oh, I got more. You ready for this? Non-feminine energy, non-listener. Oh my God. This is why I know some of you women will end up either with other masculine or feminine men, or you will be by yourself for the rest of your life. You know another non-feminine trait? Non-listening. Show me a woman that can't listen. I'll show you a masculine man all day. She ain't no woman. She's a masculine man. Check the neck. Doc, you mean to tell me listening is a feminine energy trait? Yes. Oh, by the way, I said this the first week because some of y'all just now tuning in and it feels like you've been slapped by a brick because nobody's ever talked to you this way. Welcome to my world. But I talked about this day one or part one. The reality is listening is actually a feminine energy. And All of us have masculine and feminine energy, which is why when you find a man who is a good communicator and a solid listener, you got the best of both worlds, where he is masculine enough to engage with you the right way, but he has the feminine skill of being able to shut up and listen to what you have to say. Oh my God. And some of this is so foreign to some of you women because you don't know how to shut up. And guess what? How are you going to be a receiver if you can't keep your mouth shut? Uh-oh. Did we not say that feminine energy receives, masculine energy gives? Well, if you're a feminine energy, how are you going to be a receiver and your mouth always running? This is why for some of you, your kryptonite, ladies, is just learning how to shut up. Let me help you. Just right under that. Can you shut up? Y'all ain't going to like that. Now, don't tell me to shut up. Shut up. Can you shut up? You know what's so powerful about that? It's because when you're quiet, you can receive. And shutting up doesn't make you weak. What it does is it positions you to be able to receive, which is why a man who can solve problems but is also a top tier listener, you got a winner. We rare. Some of y'all can't shut up. Well, Doc, I'm too much of a woman. Somebody say on TikTok, I'm a Scorpio. I'm a Gemini. I can't shut up. Well, that's fine. You've been single one too. Because I'm telling you, don't no strong man want a mouth who's big, a woman whose mouth is as big as his. And that's just a fact. Now, this is important because you don't need to be walking around here. You don't need to be walking around here quiet and receiving from men who are not healed or trying to heal. Some of y'all quiet around men who ain't trying to heal. They ain't trying to do no. I'm not saying your man got to be healed right now, but if he is putting in the effort and the work, then you need to learn how to be receptive to that. But some of y'all are connected to men who ain't putting in the work. They ain't trying nothing. And you walking around quiet. At that point, it ain't about you being non-feminine. We need a third category called crazy. Oh my God. At that point, we need a third category called you crazy. Got it. Y'all all right? Let me give you two things I want you to think about that will help you with your depression. Some of you are going to live and die on your meds. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying it to be honest. You like being a victim and you don't want to be saved. And I don't know any other way to plainly explain to you, more plainly than I did tonight, that depression is really normal. It became a thing when y'all made it abnormal. There are two things that you can do to beat this for those of you that don't want to take your meds for the rest of your life. Number one, life alignment. Life alignment is a number one way you can beat deep sadness. How? Well, Doc, what is life alignment? Well, let's start with what alignment is. I define alignment as when what you say, what you do, and what you believe are on the same page. When what you say, what you do, and what you believe are on the same page, you're living an aligned life. So then what is life alignment? Life alignment will help with your depression, your deep sadness. When it comes to every area of your life, what you say, what you do, and what you believe agree. I want you to put this in the chat now. Authenticity will fix 80% of your challenges with depression. Huh? Being authentic, Doc, is greater than my meds? Yeah, at least 80% of it. Authenticity will fix 80% of your problems. You know, the doctors, the prescribers, they don't talk to you about this stuff. Here, take this medicine. 80% of your problems. And let me just put this in normal language so you get it. Not only is it normal to feel depression, sadness when you experience loss, can I take it a step further? It is normal for you to feel depressed when your life ain't aligned. Oh Not only is it normal for you to feel sadness when you experience loss, it is normal for you to feel sad when you ain't got no alignment. When you saying one thing, believing one thing, and doing something else. Because here's the breaking news. You ought to feel depressed. If you say you want peace, you believe you deserve peace, but you stay in relationships that ain't giving you peace. Oh my God. Oh my God, Doc, I'm so depressed. I'm battling depression. How's your relationship going? It's a mess. Didn't you tell me you value peace? I do. I believe I deserve peace. I want peace for my life. Peace belongs to me. I say I want peace. I believe I want peace. How's your relationship? Oh, it's hell. It's drama every day. And you still in it? You still in that relationship? If you stay in it, you ought to be depressed. Some of you are simply depressed because of the choices you make. Life alignment fixes 80% of your problems. And some of these excuse making, want to keep you on meds for the rest of your life folks that love to give you medication, instead of giving you practical tools with the medication you're going to take so you can get off of it, they just say, take this. Instead of your counselor, therapist, or whatever saying to you, why don't you try to create some life alignment? So that if you say you want one thing and you believe you deserve that thing, but you doing everything else, then maybe if you fix that, then maybe your thoughts and your emotions will agree. Hey, do me a favor, because somebody needs to see it. Put it in all capital letters. Levels. There's levels to this. Levels. All caps. Levels. L-E-V-Ls. Levels. This is why many of you will be in therapy for 20 years on your medication. Life alignment, y'all, fixes 80% of your problems. I'm speaking from a data standpoint. I'm not making this up and throwing this out the air. One of the hacks that I've used to get people in a better place where they've tossed their meds and they are years without it and doing just fine is to start living an authentic life. Because you can't cry about a sadness that you won't make a decision to do something about when you are fully aware of what you're doing. Let me say that slow. You can't cry about a sadness you won't do something about that you are fully aware is a problem. And I'm telling you now, how do you expect your mind, emotions, and body to respond when there ain't no agreement? You know, we talk a lot in this space now. You know, the sexy thing to talk about now is nervous system. So everybody's on this nervous system tip. Most people don't even realize how this works. Everybody's on this nervous system. Oh, I'm listening to my nervous system. Thank you, B. Irvin, for your support. I appreciate you. Everybody's on this nervous system tip. Oh, my nervous system. I'm listening to my nervous system, and my nervous system is telling me, you know, don't do what. Okay, great. I have no problem with that. But do you know how that really works? Your nervous system starts to speak when your mind, your emotions, your body not on the same page. Ain't no agreement. So if your mind is telling you the relationship is trash, your emotions are telling you the relationship is trash, but your body is saying they fulfilled this need, I'm gonna stay. You're not being authentic. You're not living an aligned life. And guess what? You're gonna be depressed. And guess what? That's normal. If you are depressed and you choose to stay in something you know is not serving you, but in the same breath, you claim that you deserve better and you say you want better, but you said you want better, you believe you deserve better, but your actions are that you stay, you're going to be depressed and you deserve to be. Oh my God, Doc, you're the worst. How dare you tell people they deserve to be depressed? I just did. JJ Pose. I just told you deserve to be depressed. If, with self-awareness, you can say you want peace, you believe you deserve peace, but you stay in unpeaceful situations, you deserve the depression you get. The old people used to call that needless pain. You know what needless pain is? It's pain you don't have to deal with. It's pain you don't have to really go through. It's pain that you choose to accept. And in many cases, you create. Yeah. So I'm telling you right now, it's normal to feel depressed when your life ain't aligned. When what you say, what you do, and what you believe, when what you say, what you believe, and what you do don't agree, you can expect Not only no alignment, you can expect to be depressed. So one easy hack where you can fix some of this deep sadness you're dealing with right now, sit down on a piece of paper. Let me make up a little diagram real quick. I've never done this. Yeah, honestly, it's very refreshing if you want it. This is what I want y'all to do. I want you to make a chart like this with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns and a small set of cells at the top, 5 cells at the top. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cells. Yeah, this is definitely salad worthy. Y'all better be supporting this show because I'm pouring in tonight and I ain't packed. Now, go ahead and create some rows. You can do as many rows as you want to. I'm just going to do a handful of rows to show you what I'm trying to create. So, in essence, your chart's going to look something like this, right? But let's fill this in so you can see where I'm going with this. In the top left cell, we're going to start at the top. I'm going to walk you across some things that I want you to put up here. In the top left cell, I want you to put issue. Write the word issue. Okay? Write the word issue. Top left cell. The next column, I want you to write need. Okay? Issue. Then I want you to write need. Okay? And then I want you to write say. This is so practical. Like I feel like I'm teaching third graders. This is practical, but it works. I'm not being insulting. I was telling somebody today, stop being so, a client, I had to get on it. Stop being so complicated with your life. Simplify this stuff. Because there's freedom and simplicity. Say, so issue, need, say, believe, do. Let me give you an example of how this can work. Okay, you ready? Let me give you an example of how this can work. I want you to put under issue, I'm just going to use this as an example. Don't fill in your box. I don't want you to do this. Okay, because I don't want you to mess up your chart. Let's just say your issue is a relationship. You're going to evaluate the relationship that you're in. So the issue is a relationship. Okay, and I'm going to evaluate my relationship. What is it that I need for that relationship? Well, you can fill that in and put everything that you need. Well, I need peace, respect. I'm just making this up, y'all. This is just an example. And I need maturity. Those are the things that I need from my relationship. Okay? My issue is my relationship. What do I need? Peace, respect, maturity. Now, it's a simple, the rest of the columns are as simple as checks and X's. Well, am I saying, have I verbalized to myself and perhaps to the person I'm in a relationship that I need that? We're going to put a check in there. Yes. Let's say you told your partner that. I need peace, respect, and maturity. You've told yourself that. You've journaled about it. You have identified that as a part of your values. So you've said it. Do you believe you really deserve it? That column is almost always going to be a check. Because most people don't create needs without believing they deserve it. We already know what the big column is going to be. Well, do I have peace? Do I have respect? Do I have maturity in the relationship? If this is a check, that relationship should not be throwing you out of alignment. Because what you're saying, what you're believing, and what you're doing, you're staying in there. You have these things, so you stay. You should be good. But if that relationship does not have peace, respect, and maturity, and you stay, you put an X right there. The only way we can have alignment with these issues is when for every issue we write down, we have 3 checks. Not 2.5, not 1, not 1 3/4. You need 3 checks to have alignment with every issue related to your life. And guess what? If you have an item that doesn't have 3 checks, that item is on the chopping board. It's up for evaluation. How hard is that, y'all? So alignment fixes a big part of your issue. Secondly, and finally, because I got to go. Life alignment is number 1. Here's the second thing that you can do to beat depression. I call it mind-body-spirit. Mind, body, spirit. Here's the reality. When your mind, we are all what is called a triune nature. Triune. We are a triune nature. It's greater than your religion. It's greater than where you from. It's greater than where you were born and raised. All of us are triune natures. Three, which means we're composed of three things: mind, body, spirit. Why is this important? Well, you should expect to live longer when, much like alignment, your mind, your body, and your spirit agree on all things. When your mind, body, and spirit agree on all things, you should naturally feel better. You should naturally be in a better place. Had a sweet client, I had to correct her, older, who said to me recently, Doc, she made some mistakes in her past and she's working on healing those mistakes with the people she's wronged. She's really a very sincere and sweet lady. She's made some tangible steps. We worked through some things to start moving that direction towards reconciliation. She did that. Now I'm teaching her how to let go. But she made a statement that I've heard several clients correct, and hers was really meant a lot to me just because of the nature of the things that she's dealing with, where she said, Doc, I'm just at a place now where I feel like because I'm older that I have more days behind me than I do ahead of me. Because of all of the decisions that I made in my past, I have more days behind me. And because of my old age, I have more days behind me than I do days ahead of me. I don't agree with that statement. I believe that when you get your mind, body, and spirit on the same page, you press what I call a spiritual reset button. You absolutely press what I call a spiritual reset button, where the latter years of your life can be more fulfilling and perhaps even longer than the former years of your life. We cannot equate age to our ability to defeat deep sadness, i.e. depression. Why? Because if we think that just because we're younger, we have more days ahead of us than behind us, then explain to me why all these young people out here acting like fools, killing themselves and killing everybody else, and not living a long time or throwing their lives away, having to go to jail because of the decisions that they make. I'll tell you why. Because they're making these decisions because their mind, body, and spirit don't agree. And when your mind, body, and spirit don't agree, your behavior is going to follow suit. I want you to record that. That might be the last note I give you. When your mind, body, and spirit don't agree, your behavior will follow suit. And this is why you got a lot of young people, 16, 19, 20, making dumb decisions and throwing away the rest of their lives. And meanwhile, here you are in your 30s, 40s, 50s. You feel like you done lived more than half of your life, and you decided to align your life up. You've decided to do this healing work mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially. You've decided to put your life on the same page, mind, body, and spirit. And you're thinking, oh my God, I'm 40, I'm 50, I'm 60. The worst of the shortest part of my life is now ahead of me. No. I'm here to tell you that when you begin to line your life up, you get your mind, body, and spirit on the same page. When what you say, what you do, and what you believe all agree, I believe that the last days of your life can be sweeter and longer and more fulfilling than the first days. And here's the beautiful thing. When you get into life alignment, I believe God can slow the time down. Hey, atheists, Buddhists, Muslims, I've got all kinds of people on the live tonight. Clientele, I love you guys. You guys, it is such an honor that you come to me to help you work through some of your life challenges, and I'm grateful for it. But allow me to just be a believer for a second. Let me tell you something. When you get your life into alignment, I believe God slows time down. I'm telling you, when I healed mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, it felt like I was floating in slow motion. And I'm here to tell you that when you get some life alignment in your life don't feel like chaos and it's going hectic and helter-skelter. Life feels like you're floating on air. And life feels more complete and more sweet because you have complete joy. What you're saying, what you're doing, what you're believing on the same page. And if you don't believe it, try this list right here. Figure out what's in alignment and what's not. Figure out what's in alignment and what's not, and move the stuff that ain't, and watch how you start feeling. Watch how much sweeter dinner is when you ain't worried about stuff in your life that ain't got alignment. Watch how much calmer and peaceful simple things are, like taking a shower or sitting down watching a television show, when you don't have stuff in your life that's out of alignment. Your mind, body, and spirit, when they start to agree, I'm here to tell you, life gets better. And believers recognize this, because when we say stuff like, the latter days will be greater than the former, I will restore unto you the years that the locust, the cankerworm, the caterpillar, the palmer worm had devoured. You're going to build houses in places that don't belong to you. You're going to eat food in spaces that weren't yours. This is called reaping the benefits of life alignment. That for us as believers, as God, for some of y'all is Buddha, it's the universe, whatever it is that you believe in. But for us, some of us is, most of us, a lot of us is God, that he absolutely redeems the time when you get these things in order. When what you say and what you believe and what you do start to agree. Yes, I know you was in a 15-year relationship that tanked and you feel like you've wasted 15 years of your life. But trust me on this. If you make the decision to look at that 15-year relationship that ain't aligning with your needs, and you say, you know what, there ain't no alignment, I'm going to walk away from 15 years, it's natural to think you've wasted 15 years. Here's the good news. When you create some alignment, God will give you the 15 years back. Doc, you mean tell me he's going to give you 15 years? How he's going to do that, Doc? You can't go back 15 years in age. No. What he'll do is he'll slow the next 15 down. Man, this right here, this is, somebody type in the chat, levels real fast. This levels to this. No, he ain't going to, if you 50, he not going to reset your age to 35. But what he'll do is he'll allow the age of 50 to 60 to go slower. Because you don't have the stress you used to have, because now your life is in alignment. You got checks across all the boxes. Your goal is to put checks in all the boxes. That's how you can beat depression. Any questions? There is nothing more dangerous on this earth than an anxious man and an avoidant woman. An anxious man and an avoidant woman are absolutely dangerous. If I were you and you're not married, I would run like heck from an anxious man and an avoidant woman. Doc, why are you picking on just them? On just the anxious man and the avoidant woman? I'll tell you why. Because when a man is anxious and his desire is to be masculine, his anxiousness defies masculinity. A man cannot operate in his masculine energy and be anxious at the same time. So I'm telling you right now, if you are a man or you are connected to a man that claims to be masculine, but he's anxious, he is not in his masculine energy. Because there is nothing masculine about being anxious. Anxiousness is not a masculine trait. This is going to hurt some of y'all. You ready? Anxiousness is actually more of a feminine trait. Oh, it's going to get quiet. I might not get no support tonight. It's fine. I ain't going to leave the live up. You know why? Because anxiousness is emotional. So when a man is functioning in his anxiousness or functioning as an anxious attachment style dominantly in his feminine, and you cannot expect clarity, you cannot expect direction from an anxious man. And I know y'all don't like this, but go back to your chart. I'll prove it. Because I've been talking a lot. I don't know if it's because the weather's changing. Doc, you've been posting a lot about resumes and talking about avoided this and ghosting this. And what's going on, Doc? You going through something? No, I ain't going through nothing. I'm good. Don't post my business on social media. Doc's not going through nothing. It's peace over here. And anything that don't look like peace ain't in my life no more. Oh, my God. That's how secure people do it. So ain't nothing going on with Doc. But hear what I'm saying. If you go back to your chart, watch this. Let me show you something. Let me show y'all two things we discussed on previous charts. Number one, this chart right here that talked about fear, and we talked about how the anxious person, let me find the pen. There it is. There's my stylus. We talked about how the anxious person chases. Let me tell y'all something. I know without a shadow of a doubt that many of you women don't have the guts to admit this out loud. But fellas, let me put you on game. And ladies, if I'm telling the truth, I want you to just type a 1 in the chat. Give me a second. Fellas, let me put you on game. I don't care what that woman says to you. I don't care if she says, I want you to court me. I want you to do this for me. I want you to show me you're interested. I want you to da, 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 da. Let me tell you what turns a woman completely off from a man when he chases. Let me just go ahead and give y'all the playbook. You know what turns a woman off about a chasing man? If a man is chasing you, that means he ain't got enough business. That man should be so busy that he ain't got time to run behind you all day. If you don't believe me, ask a woman who's ever been pursued by a man where she sends him a message and he responds back within seconds. And he does it every single time. That woman, subconsciously, sometimes consciously, looks at her phone and says, you ain't got nothing to do. Look at all of these ones. Because an anxious man that chases is really a feminine woman. Oh my God. And she will never say this out loud, but deep down inside, she feels a way on one end if she messages a man and he's so busy, he's got a lot going on and it takes him a long time to get back. On one end, she feels a kind of way, but let me tell you something. On the other end, her attraction for him is a little bit stronger because she knows he has business about himself. I know. Thank you. Somebody said, you ain't lying. I know. And guess what? If she really likes him, she'll wait. Oh my God. I know. Hey, do me a favor. We got some newbies here. Type in the chat in all capital letters, levels. There's levels. Now understand this. Some of you are going to want a man that can get back to you every single time you reach out within a minute or two. And I call those like seat, they ain't 32C. They probably about seat like 25. 25, let's call it seat 25A. There's a seat 25A man that every time you text him, he can hit you right back within a minute or two. And hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Somebody got to sit in the back and eat them cold peanuts and the Biscoff cookies. Oh my God. We'll call him a seat 25A man. But then there is a man that sits in seats 1 through 5, who is not playing around games. He's not looking at his phone, see you messaging and say, oh, I'm going to play this game and wait hours and respond. I'm not talking about none of that toxic red pill foolishness. Oh, my God. There is a man that is legit busy, that legit has real business going on. And when he responds to you, he lets you know he's got things going on, and you even know it anyway, because that's part of the reason why you're attracted to him in the first place. And the fact that he don't have the time to go back and forth with you all day, while it might annoy you on some levels, it reminds you, this man really got business about himself. I know, Naomi. They not talking to me. They not supporting. Some of you women still mad. Doc, I don't like that. He got to be responsible. Nothing wrong with that. C25A. You get on the plane, make a right, and go back 24 rows. Oh, my God. I don't have no problem with that. Somebody got to marry them dudes. Let's go further about the anxious man. Look at these behaviors of anxiousness from this sheet right here. Now, y'all tell me how masculine a man can be when he's anxious and erratic. This is why when men come to me and they're in this space and they come to want to get some help, one of the first things that I challenge them to do is master the art of self-control. Men have to understand that the essence of your masculinity is discipline and self-control. And if you have no discipline, you have no self-control, it's going to be hard for you to be a masculine man. Show me an erratic man, I'll show you a crazy one. Oh my God. And you know what? Some of you young heads, some of you young, ditzy, and some of y'all old, ditzy women love erratic men. I've had clients look me in the face and say, Doc, I like a little bit of razzle dazzle in my man. Go for it. Ain't nothing steady about razzle dazzle. Oh, yes, y'all do. Doc, I like a little razzle dazzle in mine. Ain't nothing masculine about that. That's called erratic. Imagine a man who's anxious, claims to be masculine, but gives you emotional whiplash. Imagine that. He gives you emotional whiplash. Why? Because you don't know how he's going to show up from one day to the next. And I established this over the last couple of weeks, that whether you realize this or not, ladies, you're going to know you're healing as a woman, whether you're a feminine woman or a masculine woman, because you can be both. But you're going to know you're healing as a woman when you desire consistency in your relationships. Not having to guess. You don't want to be on an emotional roller coaster. I know toxic twinkle, twinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle culture tells you, oh, start an argument. Get some excitement in your marriage. Get some excitement in your relationship. Secure people leave you for that. I ain't got time for that. Oh, my God. If you want some excitement, go get some ice cream. If you want some excitement, go to Dave and Buster's. Oh, my God. There is great excitement in peace. I know. Some of you aren't there yet, but you're going to know you're healing when you desire peace and consistency more than razzle dazzle and excitement. Hey, do me a favor, y'all, because we losing some of the sprinkle, sprinkle, twinkle, twinkle people. Type in the chat levels. Hurry. Come on. Do it. You can do it. Put your back into it. Hurry up. There's levels to this. So imagine a man that claims to be masculine, but he gives you emotional whiplash. Or, this is a big one. Imagine a man who's anxious, but also deceptive. He masculine, quote unquote, but he's deceptive or manipulative. So I'm telling y'all that an anxious man is a bad idea, and I'm equal opportunity. An avoidant woman is a horrible idea too. Uh-oh. Oh my God. Uh-oh. You know what makes an avoidant woman very dangerous? Because an avoidant woman is in essence a man in a woman's shape. This idea of taking a step back, moving back, instead of addressing, dealing with things, shielding your emotions for fear of being hurt, is poor masculine behavior. An avoidant woman is dangerous because she ditches her comfort with her emotions and prefers to run away so she can detach emotionally. And when a woman has ditched the power of her emotions, has become a man. Oh my God. This is why some of this stuff didn't work with some of y'all and some of these women. Because you showed up masculine, she was avoidant. So when y'all had arguments, y'all couldn't really communicate. You was trying to lead. You were trying to be logical. You were trying to be thoughtful. You were trying to be a thinker. But when she had too much, or when she felt overwhelmed, she became what you were. And instead of y'all's communication sinking, you started butting heads. And when she couldn't take that because she realized she was not the man that you are, she became a runner and a track star. Oh my God. And let me tell you something. You avoided women that have ditched the power of your emotions. You know what makes a feminine woman so beautiful? It ain't the looks. I got a post coming out about this on Sunday. It's going to hurt some of y'all feeling because some of y'all think you soft. You in the soft life. Soft life has nothing to do with how nice your lips look, how great your hips look, your shape, your hair, your lip gloss, your skin, nothing. Soft life ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Soft life has everything to do with your demeanor and your posture. And I'm telling you, it is impossible to live a soft life when you're avoided like a man. Oh my God. Oh, I know you heard it. And listen, because somebody says, hey, what if you're gay? What if you're same sex? We've talked about masculine feminine energy before. Masculine feminine energy is greater than gender, which is why if you have two women together, I've explained this, but some of you may be new, so I can be patient here. I've talked about this before. If you have two women together, you got to have a masculine and a feminine energy. Show me two women that are together and both of them are feminine. And it lasts. I'm not talking about fun. Show me two men that are together and both of them are masculine. It doesn't work. It's called polarity. Some of y'all need to go back and watch those videos. Masculine feminine energy has nothing to do with their gender, and it has everything to do with the energy that you're in. Doesn't. Which is why whether you agree with the lifestyle or not is a totally different conversation. If a man and a man are together in a relationship, if one of those men is masculine and the other one is feminine, it creates polarity. One's giving, masculine. One's receiving, feminine. That creates polarity, greater than your opinion on the relationship. So the same thing applies when it comes to being avoidant. Show me a woman, a heterosexual woman, who desires to be feminine, but she's avoidant. She's not soft. She is hard as the bottom of a man's foot who ain't never had a pedicure. Oh my God. And what's so crazy, y'all, is these be the women. I know y'all women don't like this. That's why I don't see a lot of churches. Hey, y'all ain't supporting. Let me look and see if y'all supporting the show. It's 10 o'clock already. Y'all not supporting the show. I'm going to get into some stuff y'all can support in a second, because I know some of y'all salty. But this is why I laugh, because it be the very women that screaming soft life, soft life, soft. I'm soft, 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 soft. Lip gloss, extra glossy. But when things get hard, you don't have the emotional control to having a conversation without running or fleeing and leaving the scene. And when you act that way, as a so-called feminine woman, you begin to tap into your masculinity hard. And let me help you. If you're an avoidant woman and you date a secure man, you can scream soft all day, but when you run, that secure man will feel like he's with a man, and he's gonna leave. Oh my God. I need to start doing more lives on masculine and feminine energy, because this is going to solve a lot of your problems. Some of you women that are feminine, that desire, or masculine that desire to be feminine, just need to turn your manometer down. And some of you men that desire to be masculine need to turn your feminine meter down if you want a feminine woman. And it ain't how big you look. It's not how strong your muscles are. Ain't got nothing to do with that. Masculinity is an energy. When you're around a masculine man or a feminine woman, you can feel it. You can feel it. And ladies, it's greater than your lip gloss. And fellas, it's greater than how big your muscles are. She might be watching tonight. I hugged a lady in DC at the tour and hugged her. And she said, she hugged me. She pulled my arms back and looked at me and looked me up and down and said, "Doc, I didn't know." I said, "What didn't you know, ma'am?" She said, "I didn't know you was like that." What did you think? Don't let this hat fool you. What did you think? You know why? Because masculinity is not a look, it's an energy. Femininity is not a look, an energy. So this is what makes an anxious man dangerous, what makes an avoidant woman dangerous. Because at their core, if they desire their natural energy, they're going to be out of sync. A man who desires to be masculine is going to be out of sync when he shows up anxious, and is going to turn that woman off and give her the ick. And a woman who desires to be feminine is going to come off masculine if all she does is run. Women, I don't understand. That's why this whole make it last forever stuff. No. Let me tell you what turns a woman on. What turns a real woman on is when a real man has the strength to walk away. I know. Y'all will never admit it. But some of you women that are growing and healing, if you are honest, can admit you probably lost a man or two that was secure because you didn't show up right, but you knew you lost the wrong one when he was willing to walk. Oh my God. Because a secure man that will walk away from you, you might be feeling some kind of way, but your attraction for him at that moment, and some of y'all are in the middle of this right now because you didn't walk away from secure men and you think everything is okay. It's not going to be until you heal that you realize that the power of a secure man is in his ability to walk away. So when you tell a secure man you don't want to do it no more, or you act up on a secure man, he creates a boundary, you break it, he decides to disappear and get lost and end it, you might feel some kind of way, but when you come to your senses and heal, if he was a legit, healed, secure man, big if, he was a legit, healed, secure man, when you come to your senses, you're going to look and be like, I fumbled. Here's the truth. You ready? Write this down now. Masculine, feminine energy is not a look, it's a spirit. All you religious saved folks get real spooked out when people say energy. Energy, spirit. It's a spirit. It is the breath of a thing. And anything that is a spirit becomes a natural part of who you are when you feed it. Which means when you naturally feminine and you feed it, you just continue to feed into your femininity. It's not something that can be forced. Kylie Jenner's lip gloss ain't gonna make you more feminine. You can be feminine with your hair pulled back, some leggings, some tennis shoes, and a sweatshirt. You know why? Because the energy by which you are feminine has less to do with your exterior and more to do with what's in you. Your look is less than 5% of your feminine energy. You know why? Because the word energy means spirit. It don't mean appearance. Type in the comments levels. This is gonna hurt some of y'all. Because you've been taught, oh, if I want to be feminine, I need to wear more of this. I need to wear this. I need to wear heels. Sweetheart, let me tell y'all something. Some of the most feminine women I've ever met and known. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. Some of the most feminine women that I've ever met and known, when I met them, did not have on stilettos and a pencil skirt. Because your energy is your spirit. It is not your look. And then the spirit that is inside of you influences what we see on the outside of you. So it starts from the inside and works its way out. It doesn't start from the outside and work itself in, which means if you ain't naturally, your spirit ain't naturally soft, your spirit ain't naturally receptive, if your spirit is not naturally open, you can put on all the lip gloss you want. You're going to still be hard like a man. Fellas, you can go to the gym every day. You can drink a protein shake 3 times a day. You can walk around in gray sweatpants and have a print. But if your spirit is naturally feminine, none of that matters. This is the problem with toxic masculinity and toxic femininity. You know why? Because we have encouraged a narrative. We have encouraged a narrative that says masculinity and femininity starts on the outside, and it doesn't. I was in DC about 4 months ago, Vilo, and I went to an Ethiopian restaurant, tried Ethiopian food for the first time. And I was in there, and there was a lady in there that I met. She said she knew me from social media, hugged her. She was with her guy, and shook his hand or whatever. Left there and ended up going to outlet, met somebody else that knew from social media. But the guy that I met at the little strip mall was like, yeah, Doc, like you're much bigger in person than what I thought. So yeah, I'm 6'3". He was like, yeah, he said, your energy different. And I know what he meant. Some of y'all silly guys equate energy to things. Like, for instance, I used to have dumbos come on my comments and say stuff like, oh my God, look at this guy, this set with this pink hat on. Dude, if you still, in 2024, if you think masculine energy is connected to a color, come back from the 60s. We not in the 60s, bro. I can wear maroon green and my energy, my spirit is still gonna shine and be what it is. That's the problem with this culture. Y'all trying to dress up your energy instead of letting your energy be what it is and let your energy, your spirit dictate what we all see, because we see it. And when you healed, you can see it all. And you're right, I wear what I want to wear. I do calls in this cap, t-shirts, and leggings with shorts, hoochie daddy shorts. And then if I want to dress up, I put a suit on. It don't matter. My energy the same either way. Still 6'3", still skinny frame, still fit, still all of that stuff, and still emotionally stable. And this culture is teaching it the opposite. Oh, you want to be feminine? Put on lip gloss. Get a BBL. Do all of this stuff. You're going to look like a woman. You can look like a woman all day, but if you hard like a man, it don't matter. You can look like a man all day, but if you soft like a woman, it don't matter. And when I say soft, I'm not talking about being weak. I'm talking about the characteristics. Open, receptive, passive, unstable. So it's not a look, it's a spirit. It's not forced. It's not coerced. It's not created. It's either fed or it's starved. If your natural energy is masculine and you feed it, it's going to grow. If you don't feed it, it's going to starve. How do you feed masculine energy? By working on being stable in every area of your life. Working on those 5 areas of healing and being stable in those 5 areas of healing. By the way, book coming soon. Mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, financial. Mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, financial. How does a man get to his masculine frame? By becoming stable in those 5 areas. How does a woman get to her feminine frame? By becoming stable in those 5 areas. You work on stability, your natural spirit's going to take care of itself. Women will work on their mental. They might work on their emotional. A lot of them will work on their spiritual. Sometimes they work on their physical, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they work on their financial, sometimes they don't. In this healing space, if I'm being honest with you, this work that I do, you would imagine that most of my clients are what? Women. You know why? Because most women are more interested in self-improvement than men. Men, toxic masculinity thinks that self-improvement is beta. It's dumb. It's one of the dumbest perspectives I've ever heard in my life. This is why we got so many broken homes. And this is why many of y'all got baby daddies that are of no help and support to you. And some of them are in the form of a boyfriend Former boyfriend, some of them are baby daddies in the form of husbands. That's just husbands. Baby daddies, and that's it. And men, on the other hand, a lot of men not working on their mental wellness. More men today are. I'm starting to get a lot more clients that are men. A lot of men aren't working on their emotional stability. Then a lot of men can't even define emotional maturity. A lot of men are starting to get into it. More are. We got a long ways to go. Spiritual work development, just look at your local churches and synagogues. With the exception of some religions, you'll see a lot of men in church. Now, physical, we'll go to the gym. And financial, we'll work to get our money up. But that mental, emotional, spiritual piece be missing. And fellas, here's a life hack. You ready? If you work on yourself mentally, emotionally, spiritually, it probably don't even matter how you look physically and what you got financially. Let me put y'all on game. You ever seen a woman drop dead gorgeous with a dude whose stomach is laying over his belt, looking like he gasping for air with every step he takes, and wonder, how did they get together? It's probably because mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, he's stable. Because here's the breaking news, fellas. You get turned on, we get turned on from the neck down. Women don't get turned on from the neck down. Women get turned on from the neck up. Masculine energy gets turned on from the neck down. Feminine energy gets turned on from the neck up. So a man could literally have an eyeball right here and be 600 pounds. But if he's mentally, emotionally, and spiritually stable, he knows how to be in his frame and stay in this frame. Because part of being mentally, emotionally, and spiritually stable is also operating in integrity. You can't be mentally, emotionally, and spiritually stable, men and women, and be a cheater at the same time. A lot of you men and women walk around talking about some you healed, and you're a serial cheater. How? You know why? Because your mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being, you know what it's going to do? It's going to position you to operate in integrity. And guess what? Going to the gym ain't going to give you no integrity. Making $300,000 a year ain't going to give you no integrity. And this for all of you walk around, Doc, I'm doing the work, Doc. I'm doing the work. I'm seeing my counselor. I'm seeing a therapist. I'm doing the work, but you're a serial liar. How? What work you doing? I tell you what you do, you waste the money. You're not doing the work, you waste the money. So masculine and feminine energy is not a look, it's a spirit. It ain't forced, it ain't coerced, it's not created. It's either fed or it's starved. The reason why many of you are single is because you don't like your life single. Doc, that's it? Yeah. Many of you don't like your life single, so that's why you're single. It's the whole premise of my conversation tonight. And because many of you don't like your life single, some of you didn't like your life single and got married, and you don't like your marriage either because you never liked your life single. Oh my God. Which is why a lot of you are in marriages now miserable, but if you would just be honest and backtrack, were you really pleased with your life before you got married? Or were you one of many people who rushed to get married because marriage is the dream and you thought marriage was for everybody? I got some bad news for some of y'all. Let me give you 3 very important facts about singleness and marriage. This is going to be rough. I apologize in advance. But before I do it, I want you to type in the chat in all capital letters the magic word, levels. You ready? Fact number 1. You ready? Record this in your journal. There is not somebody for everybody. It's going to be a lot of tussling in the comments tonight. A lot of tussling. There ain't somebody for everybody. Let me say this a different way. Some of you were designed to be single for the rest of your life. No, I'm not saying this if y'all don't support. The ways to support on the screen. You're going to wish you had this one again. Some of you have been designed and created to be single for the rest of your life. No, Doc, that ain't what my bishop told me, Doc. My bishop didn't tell me that I was designed to be single the whole life. I wasn't designed to be single. Really? Really? The only way you will understand this is why some of you are going to struggle tonight. The only way you're going to understand what I'm explaining is if you have a spiritual lens. The hard, stone cold truth is that some of you were designed to be single. Some of us may have been designed to be single for the rest of our lives. And this is a spiritual principle that if you don't understand it, you ain't gonna get it. And you can tussle all day in the comments. This gonna hurt some of y'all. Thank you, Chilcha. You know why? Because some of you, the way you were made and the purpose that was placed on your life was created with a certain purpose that has to be dedicated to that purpose. Yeah. Some of us have such a unique purpose on our lives that the way God, I believe in God. I have clients that are atheists, Muslim, Buddhists, Seventh-day Adventists, yada, 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 yada. I've gone through this a million times. 47 countries, 1,141 clients now. I believe in God. I'm a Christian, but I service everybody. Pain and healing are the universal languages of humanity. Let me tell you something. As a believer, I'm here to tell you firsthand. Some of you, when you were created and the purpose was placed on your life, watch, before you were even born. This is deeper stuff. I'm not going to even try to explain that. I'll lose half of you. That before your mama winked at your daddy, there was a purpose assigned for your life. And for some of you, it was so great that God, in my case, some of y'all think is universe, whatever. God, in my case, looked at you and said, because this purpose is so great, I'm going to dedicate your life to your purpose. And if you're a believer, there's a character in the Bible by the name of the Apostle Paul who talks about this plainly, where so much he talks about it so much so that he in fact says, I wish many of you were single like me. You know why? Because of the purpose that's on your life, you would have more time to dedicate your life to it. Because when you get a spouse, a husband, a wife, your first priority is your spouse, which is why, this ain't in my notes, but let me go on and throw it in here now. This is why many of you that are married are headed to divorce court. You know why? Because you're married to somebody that doesn't even prioritize you. Oh my God. Oh no, they prioritize their job over you. Oh my God. They prioritize the kids over you. Oh my God. They prioritize their money over you. Oh my God. They have no understanding of order. I'm talking to men and women. I'm equal opportunity. They prioritize everything over you, and you're wondering why you guys can't get off the ground in terms of synchronicity. And that's because many of you are in marriages that are priority-less. So if you're going to be married, you have to prioritize your spouse. Yes, if you're in church, if you're in a synagogue, if you're in a temple, if wherever you are in whatever faith you believe, or if you don't believe a faith at all, you can't even put your job over your spouse. You know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy? One of the most controversial videos I did showed the divide between the healed and the broken. It showed the divide between first class and seat 32A. You know what that video was? When I challenged a couple who was having problems with their kids to take their kids and put them in the back seat. And if you just find that video, I don't remember when I did it. It was some time ago. But if you just find that video and look at that video, read the comments, and look at all of the people in seat 32A who said, I wouldn't dare be in a marriage and put my spouse over my kids. What's wrong with this guy? He doesn't make sense. That's because somebody got to sit in seat 32A. So while Paul does not talk about prioritizing your spouse in the context of children, when he talks of this singleness thing, do understand that he alludes to it when he says that if you are married, your first priority is your spouse. But some of you will be single like me and will have a unique purpose that is designed to serve that purpose. Can I just be bluntly honest with all of you? Yeah, they were tussling in the comments there. This guy's nuts. How dare you tell a person to put somebody else over their kids? Child, stay in the back of the plane. This is why a lot of marriages are failing, because there ain't no order. Ain't no order, and there are multiple heads. And my daddy told me that anything with more than one head is a freak. Oh my God. And this is where we are. There might be points tonight where I might get a little personal. I'm not going to go too deep. If you really want the 411 on my life, you probably want to become a subscriber. Got a whole video where I spent 2.5 hours talking about my life. But there are going to be some points here where I'm going to be a little personal, and this is one of them. I want to be honest here. Doc is not single because he can't get anybody. I'm not saying this arrogantly, but just give me 3 minutes to be transparent. Doc is not single because he can't get nobody. Doc's not single because he couldn't have somebody every day of the week. You can take that whatever way you want to. I'm just being honest with you. Do you want to really know why I believe I'm single? And I'm not sure, but I'm pretty certain. Because I am in a season of my life where I'm not quite so sure that my purpose is greater than having a spouse. Oh my God. You know why? Because if I had a wife, ain't no way I would be doing all these videos every day like this. These Thursday night lives would be 60 minutes max. These extra calls at night, 8, 9 o'clock emergency call, 5 o'clock max, if that. You know why? Because when you have a spouse, you have a different priority. And I honestly believe that I am in a season of my life called purpose. Oh my Now watch this. God, that's what I believe in. Some of y'all Buddha, Allah, whatever, universe. I ain't criticizing tonight, but I believe that sometimes God doesn't directly tell you, but he gives you every sign that points that way. So you could actually be trying to get out of this space, and he allows stuff to happen to pull you right back out. Some of you are not going to get this because it takes levels. It takes having a unique calling and a unique purpose on your life. And if you don't have a unique calling or unique purpose on your life, then maybe you do believe there's somebody out here for you. And it might be. But I'm here to tell you, you got a unique calling and purpose on your life, there's a good chance. What's the percentage? I don't know. Let's go with 50%, 50-50. Let's throw it up in the air. There is a good chance. Flip a coin. There might be somebody out there for you. And guess what? Your marriage partner might just be your purpose. Is it fair? No, it sucks. It's summertime. I want to have somebody's daughter hanging off the balcony too, pleading for her life. Oh my God. But you know what? That ain't the season I'm in. That's not the season I'm in. And that season doesn't align with this season called purpose right now. And sometimes you have to experience things in your life and have a unique calling and purpose in order for this to make sense. Oh my God. Huh? Y'all all right? We're just getting started. This is just the introduction. 3 important facts about singleness and marriage. I just gave you the first one. Y'all supporting this show? Some of you with a deep purpose and a deep calling that have been questioning your value because you got all of this stuff, you checking all of these boxes, but ain't nothing clicking. Meanwhile, there's people out here that's just as ragged as they can be, barely checking 2 boxes, and they be on dates every other week. And you questioning yourself with all of this purpose, all of this calling, all of these boxes you check, and you think something's wrong with you. And I'm here to tell you, it could very well be you just got a purpose on your life, and maybe this is the season you're called to for a season, or maybe a lifetime. Let me give you 2 more fun facts about singleness and marriage. Oh boy, y'all ready? Number 2. Number 1 was there's not somebody for everybody, whether you believe it or not. Spiritual principle. Number 2, your type is not always your need. This is gonna get nasty. Oh my God. Put it in the chat. Put it in your notes. You're gonna be the smartest person at the water cooler. I promise you this weekend. Your type is not always your need. You know why some of y'all single? You know why? Because you have identified a type that does not even align with your need at all. None whatsoever. And here you are wasting your precious life looking for a type when you probably missed 2 or 3 opportunities that reflected your need. Oh my God. Oh, married people, you ain't off the hook. Some of you struggling in your marriage. You know why? Because you married your type. You didn't marry who was going to love you. You didn't marry who was going to be there. You didn't marry who was going to care for you. You didn't marry who was committed to communicating with you and engaging with you. You married what you like, and now you got what you got, period. So some of you that's on the single bus that want to get off, here's a life hack. You ready? Y'all not going to like this. I want you to put this in all caps. This is salad worthy. If y'all don't support this show, I promise you, as soon as I hit end, it will be gone in 20 seconds. You ready? Your need might get you married. Your type might keep you single. Oh my God. Look how quiet the comments are tonight. Your need might get you married. What you mean, Doc? You choose somebody that meets your needs, you might end up with a ring. Fellas, you might end up with a wife. But I can promise you this. If you keep chasing your type, it might keep you single. And this is how I know most of y'all that's yapping and screaming, I want a husband, I want a wife. You don't really want that. What you want is a wedding. What you want is to dress up and look nice. You want some nice pictures. You want somebody to sleep with every night. You want somebody to share money with. You don't want no husband or wife. Because I can look at who you pursue and honestly tell if you want a husband or a wife. Some of y'all just want your type. And all you pursue is your type. And that's why you're still single. Or that's why you're married and you're on the verge of divorce. Does this make sense? I'm telling you right now, your need might get you married. I hate to break the news to you, but some of you have already missed your husband. He married to somebody else. She, fellas, your wife, already to marry somebody else. You know why? Because you went through a phase where you preferred the city girl over what you needed. Now, you realize that city girls just leave you with city headaches. Oh my God. Uh-huh. Yeah, fellas. City girls leave you with city headaches. Oh, ladies, I ain't forgot about you. Because you chased a man that was tall, that had all the money, that had the status, that looked good. And while you was chasing what you liked, it left you competing with other women. Oh my God. So I hate to tell some of you ladies, it was the one you overlooked. Probably wasn't the finest guy you ever dated, but he was nice, he was stable. He was nice, he was stable, had a great career, good head on his shoulders, knew how to treat his parents, but he was boring. You missed him. And let me say something. Now that I got y'all offended, let me make you women even more offended. Here's the problem. And you're going to say, some of you broken women are going to say, Doc, you're not being fair. Life ain't fair. There's a thing you might want to think about called hypergamy. You know what hypergamy is? It's the idea that a woman wants to be connected to a man that she can look up to. Well, here's the problem, ladies. Typically, as a woman gets older, her metabolism slows. Life shifts for her. It slows for her. She tends to develop sooner. 20, 23, 24, 25, prime. And most men, because women mature faster than men, most men can be 24, 25 and still be a 16 or 17-year-old in mind. But here's the problem. Ladies, you have spent your prime years chasing your type. And by the time many of you realize that your type is not your need, you have left your prime. Here's the problem. The guy you overlooked that had not hit his prime is just starting on his prime, which is why he can now date you and he can date your sister. Oh my God. Y'all can say what you want. Because there's going to be a feminist somewhere that says, oh, no, Doc, we're always in our prime. That's a lie. That ain't even scientific. Hey, what's the definition of self-awareness here? Honesty about who you are, where you are, and what you're doing. My job ain't to make you feel good, it's to tell you the truth. And you are lying to yourself if you think you are 50 years old as a woman and in your prime. Cut it out. And men are lying to themselves if they think they're in their prime at 25, 30. Cut it out. Cut it out. So the reality is, many of you have missed some good opportunities. And I'm telling you, hypergamy matters. Don't miss what you could have because you're going after your type. Don't miss what you could have because you're going after your type. Oh my God. Is this making sense? Yeah, it's a hard truth. I know it is. Which is why when you come into the understanding of the importance of healing mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially, one of the first things you're going to do in terms of your relationship is you're going to stop being impressed by superficial things and you're going to look deeper. You're going to know you're healed when you stop focusing on the superficial and you can go under the surface. Yes, you fine. Yes, you tall. Yes, you handsome. Yes, you sweet. Yes, you got bow legs. Whatever you like, that surface. Yes, this. But what else you got? What else you got? This is why some of us that are healed are not easily impressed. In this business, I see beautiful women daily. I see beautiful women from all over the place. That's nice. But Doc is busy and he has a short attention span because he focuses on so many different things. He can lock in clearly. What else you got? Hey, tell you what, you want a good dating question? Go ahead and put this in the chat. Put it in all caps. What else you got? Next time you date somebody that's your type and you go out on a date with them, sure, if you're going to do it, date, fine. But as y'all talking, before you get all enamored, just ask them what else you got. They're going to be like, what? No, just ask them what else they got. I know you're cute. I know you got a little bit of money. What else you got? Oh my God. And most of y'all, when you ask that question, this is what you're going to hear. That's what most of y'all going to hear. Which is why, ladies, if you're really serious, that first date that he takes you on don't have to be nothing fancy and extravagant. In fact, let him keep his money in his pocket so you can see the real him. Oh my God. Let him keep his money in his pocket so you can see the real him. Because if a man is healed and whole, he can have money, sure. He can have a lot of prestige, great. But who he is at his core is how he functions without any of that. So your first date ain't got to be at a 5-star. Y'all go to Zaxby's. Oh my God. Go to Zaxby's where ain't no alcohol involved and it ain't no fancy meal. And you can see what he really got. I don't know what some of y'all seeing. Some of y'all blind. Oh my God. Fellas, I got some advice for you too. 80% of the women on here ain't gonna like it. You ready? When you get to know her, she ain't gotta dress up. Don't tell her to dress up from head to toe and put on all that heavy makeup and hair and stuff. Tell her to meet you at Starbucks. Put on some leggings and a sweatshirt. Just pull her hair back. She ain't gotta do nothing fancy. That way, you can see if you really like her or you like the filter. Let me put it this way, because Lion Pride Fit has put it perfectly. Strip away the distractions. I'm going to take that a step further. Not only strip away the distractions, strip away the stuff that ain't going to last. Why don't y'all type that in the chat? Thank you, Lion Pride Fit. Strip away the stuff that ain't going to last and get to know people. Which means, ladies, I love you. If you got hair, add it. Great. If you don't, great. Wig, great. Not great. Short hair, long hair, light skin, dark skin. Don't matter. Ethnicity. I love it. But tell you what, just pull all of that back. Just don't put none on your face. Put on a sweatshirt, some leggings, and let's meet at Starbucks and just go for a walk. Grab something and just go for a walk and just be chill. Because I need to make sure this is something I want to see every day. Oh my God. Strip away the stuff that will not last, and you'll know what you got. And this is why a lot of married people are trying to run for the border right now. Because you thought you married one thing until you got it. Why? Because you married your type and you didn't marry your need. Oh my God. Oh, and I'm talking from experience. Lest y'all forget, there it is. Oh, I'm talking from experience. I know what it's like. Let me tell you something. This right here was 9th grade. TikTok, you can't see the picture. It's on YouTube and Instagram if you want to see it in Facebook. This right here was 9th grade. I could not buy a girlfriend. Thick glasses, S-curl, chain around my neck, bird chest, looking crazy. Trying to be cool, made good grades in school, decent athlete, musician, daddy the principal. But I was too much of a square. Zeb, you're nice, but I'm just, no. Yeah. But you know what, y'all? It's funny how them tides turn. Oh my God. Don't mess around and miss your need because you're going after your type. Don't miss your need going after your type. Which brings me to the third important fact about singleness and marriage, and we're going to go a little bit deeper. This making sense so far? Y'all supporting the show? Let me check. I don't think y'all supporting. I know y'all upset with me. You about to get even more mad. I don't care. Life. Here's the third thing, unique thing you need to know about singleness and marriage. God did not put every marriage together. Oh God, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be so bad. This is gonna be so bad. God did not put every marriage together. You can do it, Miss Marie. Bear with her. Hey, why not? Oh my God. If that man love you like that, you got the right one. God did not put every marriage together. This is where I'm gonna get in trouble. Because you super religious people are going to condemn me to hell real quick. And I'm going to let you, and I'm going to laugh while you do it. You know why a lot of you are in bad marriages right now and refuse to get out? Because you were told that what God put together, let no man put asunder. Well, here's the problem. You were told things like God hates divorce. We know what the Bible says about divorce. We know what other religions say about divorce. I happen to know what other religions say about divorce because I know a lot about a lot of different religions. It's actually things that I've studied, and I'm blessed to have clients from all across the world that also help to educate me, and friends, by the way, personal friends that are Buddhists, have atheist friends, Muslim friends. I have friends from all across the walks of life as a Christian believer. And most religions believe that divorce is a sin. But here's the problem. It is under the premise that God put the marriage together and he put you with your spouse. Here's the problem with that. You ready? Some of you, the marriage you're in had nothing to do with God. Is this thing on? Some of you, the marriages you're in had nothing to do with God. Nothing. Oh my God. Nothing. And you're worried about being condemned to hell for something you did. Oh, you're telling me you chose your type and God did that? I got $1 million question. You told your girlfriends about your man. You told your boys about your girl. You know, this is when y'all was dating. You told your girls about your man. You told your mama. You told your best friend. You told your daddy about your girlfriend, how nice she was. You told everybody about who you was dating, but you didn't ask one person. Uh-oh. My glass is getting foggy. It must be getting hot in here. You asked everybody in the world, what you think about her, bro? What you think, bro? Hey, sis, what you think about him? You asked everybody in the world but one person. And because you were told what God put together, let no man put asunder, because he hates divorce, though he had no input in your choice, you were told God did this. Stay in it. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. And watch this. Let me give you a greater gag. You want to know a greater gag? I'm cracking myself up. Here's a greater gag. You ready for this? The greater gag is some of you are going to have a hard time receiving this because I'm not married. As if everybody that fixes your Japanese food from Japan. Oh my God. Let me help some of you shallow-minded people out. Your greatest teacher is experience. It's experience. And let me tell you something. I trust the perspective of a divorced person who's learned lessons any day than a person who stays in a miserable marriage because they said God hates divorce and God had nothing to do with their marriage. Oh my God. Is he married? Is she married? My girlfriend gave me all this advice, but she ain't got no man, and I just don't know if I can trust. Well, is her advice solid? Is she single because she has to be? Or she's single because she's got some wisdom or maybe has some bad experiences and learn from them? Meanwhile, you got to date every other week and you have no discernment. And then you get married and say stuff like, oh, God put us together. I can't get a divorce. No, he didn't. You did it. You did it. And now you got to live with it. Or do you? Let me tell you something. God didn't put every marriage together. Some of y'all did it. And this is why some of you are struggling. Some of you are struggling because you wanted to be married so bad that you ignored every single flag, bad sign, warning that was right in front of your face. But because you wanted to be married and you thought that if you chose marriage, God was going to bless it because he ordained marriage. He ordained marriage, but listen, he blesses the marriage that he approves. I'm going to say this slow. God ordains marriage, but he blesses the unions that he put together. So when you hear at these marriage ceremonies, what God put together, let no man put asunder. What is meant by that, because that ain't biblical, by the way. What is meant by that is marriage is an institution by God, but he blesses the ones he put together. Oh my God. And some of y'all wanted to be married so bad, you just overlooked the signs, the red flags. You plowed through them. You plowed through them red flags like a truck plowing through a cornfield. And now you went in and like, how in the heck did I get here? You did it. That's how. This makes sense. It is perpetual movement forward. Notice with time, things don't go backwards. Okay? Things don't go backwards. Things are moving forward and they continue to move forward until the end of time. Okay? All right? So things go forward. Now, time, as we understand it, does not stop for anybody. This is the constant, right? And it is the only thing of the three. If you look at the title of tonight's talk, time, seasons, and expiration dates. When we think about time, seasons, and expiration dates, time is the only thing that is singular. Y'all stay with me. I got to build a foundation. By the time the light comes on, y'all going to be blown away. Okay? Time is the only thing that is singular. Why? Because there's only one chronos. There's only one perpetual movement forward of time. This doesn't stop for any of us. Are y'all with me? Okay? This doesn't stop for anyone, one of us. Okay? Doesn't stop for anyone, doesn't stop for nobody. You get it once it's gone, you never get it again. So time doesn't go this way and then turn around and say, oh, you left off some and come back this way. Time goes that way and it keeps going that way. Okay? Are y'all with me? Does this make sense so far? I want you under this. Let's see how I can make this connect. Let me show you what I'm going to do here. Under this, I want you to draw 2 lines and break up that time, chronos. Draw 2 horizontal lines like this, vertical lines like this. Okay, y'all stay with me. You know my nerd brain is on. Stay with me. I want you to draw 2 vertical lines breaking up time. Okay? 2 vertical lines. I know my brain thinks a little bit different. Y'all just bear with me, okay? 2 lines. Now, here's what I want you to do. Here, I want you to draw a bracket. I hope I can draw this nice. I want you to draw a bracket between those 2 lines. And under here, I want you to write the word season. Season. And I want you to put in parentheses the Greek word kairos. K-A-I-R-O-S. Okay? So you're going to put a line, you're going to break up chronos with 2 lines. You're going to break up chronos. You're going to draw a bracket there so you can group this together. In fact, let's just make this more demonstrative. Let's do that. Hold on. I want to do that with red. I need something dark. No, I don't like that. When in doubt, go green. This shaded area here is what we identify as season or kairos. I want you to put this paper down and write down this definition. You're going to be the smartest person at the water cooler all week. Season or kairos is a period of time within chronos that has a beginning and an end. Y'all do know my definitions are custom. For those of you that are just tuning in for the first time, you're not going to find my definitions in Webster. This is why I teach in analogies. I break down the complicated and make it simple so you can then apply it to your life. Season or kairos, I define as a period of time within chronos that has a beginning and an end. So within chronos, there are seasons. There are seasons or periods of time that have a beginning and an end. Are y'all with me? Is this making sense? Okay? There are periods of time within time that have a beginning and an end that is called a season. You have seasons like summer, winter, spring, fall. Summer is not year-round. Summer doesn't start from the time you're born to the time you die. Summer operates as a season of time within chronos. Are y'all with me? I'm trying to make this as elementary as I can. Okay? All right? So a season we identify or define as a period of time within chronos that has a beginning and an end. Now, let me give you some characteristics of seasons. You should be writing. Y'all should be writing. Support the show, by the way. Thank you so much for supporting. Let me give you some characteristics of seasons. Seasons can be repetitive, right? Like the weather, right? You have spring every year. You have summer every year, especially if you're in a 4-season state kind of thing. winter every year, whatever, fall every year. Seasons can be repetitive, but this is big. Seasons are always at the mercy of Chronos. This is going to make sense in a minute. I just can't wait till many of you figure out where I'm going. This is going to be so good. Seasons can be repetitive, but they're always at the mercy of Chronos. Chronos, continual, perpetual time forward. Seasons are broken up periods of time that have a beginning and an end that fall within Chronos. So what happens when this beginning and end leaves? Then the season's over. The season does not continue with time. The season has a beginning and an end. Y'all ready? Record this now. Everything in your life has a season to it. Oh my God. I can't wait till the light bulbs go off. Everything in your life has a season to it. So when I say that, I'm saying it's got a beginning, it's got an end. Let me write this. Let me write those words in. Beginning. Y'all supporting the show? My subscribers will eat this up. Y'all don't support tonight. Y'all ain't got to. I'm telling you what I'm gonna do. Has a beginning and an end. Everything in your life has a season to it. Good things only last for a season. Bad things only last for a season. If you're in a bad relationship and had a breakup, the pain of the breakup is not designed to function in Chronos. Which means if it's been over 10 years ago and you're still trying to hold on to it, you are taking something designed as Kairos and you're treating it as if it's Chronos. This is going to make so much make sense. Y'all just bear with me. Guess what, y'all? You might be in a great relationship. One of the most painful conversations that I have with clients, I've had this with several clients. One of the most painful conversations that I've had with clients is when I have to work with clients who have lost spouses. Like your spouse dies. Those are very, when I'm talking to widows and widowers, those are very painful conversations because those typically aren't conversations like, yeah, doc, you know, my husband cheated, had 50 girlfriends, my wife was running town. These be conversations like, yeah, we were married 40 years, we got kids, we got grandkids, and just one day he didn't wake up. She didn't wake up. We had the perfect marriage. He was the perfect gentleman. He took care of me. She was the perfect wife. She did everything for me. Good marriages even belong to Kairos. This is going to shake some of y'all. So if the bad belongs to Kairos and the good also belongs to Kairos, then our grip on life should constantly be loose. I don't know if the bells are going off yet. Our grip on the things that we hold on to should constantly be loose. You know why? Because whether it's good or bad, to everything, there's a beginning and an end. Kairos will never defeat Chronos. I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting warmed up. It'll never defeat Chronos. which means if you got a good relationship, it's going to come to an end. It might end after 60 years of marriage. It might end after 5 good years in a relationship and you never get married and you just decide to go different separate ways. Why is all of this important? Because when you recognize to everything there's a beginning and an end, when things end, when things fall apart, you're not in a hurry to hold on longer than designed, because you recognize that I can't treat seasons like chronos. To everything, there is a season. To everything. To absolutely everything, there is a beginning and an end. I told y'all, this is going to be next level tonight. I'm giving y'all subscriber level stuff. Okay? Now, why is this important? Good, bad, indifferent, it doesn't matter. Every good thing, every bad thing comes to an end. So then, if we recognize this, and we recognize that time impacts seasons and seasons don't impact time, then there are a lot of different things that impact seasons. I'll give you some things that impact seasons. And there's a lot, but I'm going to give you 3. Thank you so much, IT, for your support. There are many things I can give you that can explain what impacts seasons, but let me give you 3. And I'm going to come to that question because I see a really good question. So then how do you know when your season is coming to an end? We're going to talk about it. In fact, let me just go ahead and tell you what the last thing is that I'm going to talk about. The last thing I'm going to talk about is I'm going to give you 5 ways to know if an environment or a situation is still useful or coming to an end. Okay? Now look at this. Let me give you 3 big things that impact seasons. Because while everything has a beginning and an end and is wrapped up into time or chronos, there are some things that can impact or shorten these brackets. Can shorten these brackets, can elongate these brackets. Okay? Let me give you 3 of the biggest things that I've seen. Number 1, write this in your journal. You're going to be the smartest person at the water cooler. Number 1, the divine. For me, it's God. For some of y'all, it's other stuff. The divine absolutely can impact when something begins, when something ends. Why is this important? Because the beginning or the ending of something can oftentimes be greater than what you understand. Which is why when you're in a really bad situation and it feels like it's not coming to an end, but you do things to try to force it to come to an end, there are some things you can't stop because there is a divine power in order that is controlling when it stops. Ever tried to leave somebody that you couldn't leave? Oh my God. Ever tried to quit a job that wouldn't let you go? Oh my God. Ever tried to walk away from a situation that had a grip on you that you could not shake? Oh my God. Let me tell you something. There are some things you try to shake that you can't because there is a divine power that is in control of when it starts and when it stops. And it's greater than what you understand. It's greater than what you can comprehend. It's greater than what you can control. And here's the thing. When you keep trying to expand these things right here, you interfere sometimes with a power that's greater than you, that's really trying to control the beginning and the end. I told y'all, mental, emotional, spiritual. A lot of this tonight. Go ahead and put it in the chat, all capital letters, levels. There's levels to this. Levels, and then share the video. We're up to We're up to 400 viewers now. Let's get this up to 800-900. That's normally where we are. I'm just getting warmed up. I ain't even got to the third one yet. Wait till I get on that third one. So there's some things that impact seasons. Number one, the divine. Now, let me say this, and I want to be very clear here. While the divine can impact seasons, I want to say this really clearly. Your belief in God, I'm especially talking to us believers, your belief in God will never be greater than your effort. I'm going to say this in English. You can believe God to shorten, to expand seasons in your life, but your faith in a higher power will never be greater than your action. Faith with laziness is not faith. You can't have faith and be lazy at the same time. Can I just give you a layman's example? Here you are, started your business, and your business is going great. And you like, oh my God, I want God to just continue to bless my business. And so you pray every day, and you in your prayer closet, and you got your wig on, and you done pulled your wig off in your prayer closet. Oh my God. And you spend 10 hours a day in your prayer closet. And then when you come out, you eat, take a shower, and go to bed. You don't ever research business plans. You don't ever research things like commercial lending. And you don't ever research things like how to scale. You don't spend any time investing in knowledge. You just praying. You're praying for God to expand the beginning and the ending of a thing, where oftentimes the expansion of the beginning of the ending of a thing is allowed within the context of your faith. And faith without works, dead. Which means while God controls the beginning or the ending of a thing, your faith plays a role too. Let me just say this another way. You have the power within you to be able to extend seasons in your life by how you show up every day. Which means those of you that's been praying over your marriage to get better, so you come find me or another coach or counselor or therapist, say, help me work through this, and you've been praying for your marriage to get better, but there has been no faith or no action towards making it get better, you can pray all day. That marriage might last a while, because ultimately God gonna have to say on when it starts and when it ends. However, if and but, you play a role in it by how you show up. In other words, you can impact the season that you live in by how you show up. I want you to record that now. You can impact the season you're living in by how you show up. Some of us are living in long periods of success. You know why? Because every single day we show up working hard. Can't be no entrepreneur. You can't be successful and be lazy. So how you show up has the ability to impact the season that you live in. You don't have full control, but you got some. That leads me to number 2. You want to know a second thing that impacts seasons? Y'all ready? Choices. Y'all putting this in your journal? Choices impact seasons. Some of you are in bad seasons and stuck in them because of the choices you made. Oh my God. Choices. You have the ability to make choices that impact when things begin and when things end. Doc, I hate my relationship. I hate my marriage, Doc. It's really wearing me down. It's really breaking me apart. It's really tearing me up mentally and emotionally. Okay, great. What kind of choices are you making within that marriage? What kind of choices is your partner making within that marriage? We ain't changing nothing. We just doing like we always do. We got grown kids. We're not changing nothing. Well, then your choices are causing that period or that season of a bad marriage to what? To expand. It's that simple. Now, the divine can come and shut this down anytime he wants to. But you also have a choice in this matter. Let me tell you something. If you don't like a season you're in, relationship, job, career, health, whatever, if you don't like a season you're in, one of the first places you need to start is with the choices you're making. Because I hate to be the bearer of bad news tonight, but let me just tell you something. Some of y'all are in the seasons you're in, and it ain't got nothing to do with God, and it's got everything to do with the choices you made. Oh my God. It's got everything to do with the choices you make every single day. We make dumb choices, we get dumb prizes. We continue to make dumb choices, we continue to get dumb prizes. And I had to tell a client this week, and this really hit her hard. Sometimes we look crazy crying over stuff that we can change with a better choice. You know how crazy we look sometimes crying over stuff that could change with a better choice? What would you rather do? Would you rather cry or make a better choice? I'd rather make a better choice, Doc. Well, then why don't you start making them? Because if you start making better choices, it might minimize the crying you have to do. And it might help you be able to move on a little bit better because you'll start making better choices. Oh my God. So some people are stuck in seasons of bad relationship, seasons of bad financial situations, seasons of bad relationships and connections, seasons of bad career opportunities. Why? Love you, baby. Because of the choices that they're making. Your choices can impact the beginning and the ending of a season. That leads me to a third thing that impacts seasons. A third big thing that impacts seasons is this thing called free will. Free will. Come on, put it in the comments, put it in your journal. Are y'all supporting the show? Y'all not supporting the show. I don't like that. Support the show. Free will impacts choices. Doc, what do you mean by free will? You can want a season and you can want people in a season. But people have the ability to make a choice of if they want to be there. And let me tell you something. When you keep fighting against choices that people make, you do nothing but increase anxiety and create trauma. Some of y'all are experiencing anxiety and trauma because you're trying to make people do stuff that they don't want to do. And when you do that, you are stripping them of their free will. They have a free right to determine what decisions they want to make. And when you recognize this and this gets through your head, you stop dragging spouses to counseling that don't want to be there. Oh my God. You know how many times I have to sit in front of couples and it's obvious as day that one of them want to come and the other one don't? One of them is trying their best. I'm here to rescue my marriage, Doc. I'm here to rescue my marriage. And they there, and the other one is just sitting there with their arms folded like they don't want to be there. You know what you're doing? You are absolutely trying to control a season by stripping somebody of their free will. And I'm here to tell you, if you have to strip somebody of their free will to have a season, that season ain't gonna last. Oh my God. Let me put it in English because I don't think y'all catching this. If you have to strip somebody of their free will to stay in the relationship, that relationship ain't gonna last. Oh my God. This my man. We gonna work this out. My man. I'm gonna fight for this. You the only one fighting, sis. My man. I'm gonna work for this. I prayed for this marriage. I prayed for this man. I prayed for it. And I'm gonna fight for this. You the only one fighting, sis. You know what that means? You're trying to influence a season by ripping someone of their free will. And I'm here to tell you, it might work for a little while, but that season coming to an end. Oh my God. Y'all better stop trying to rip people of their free will in order to influence a season. And God, this is so good. Here's the gag. You're trying to influence something that has a beginning or an ending anyway. Let me help you. So then, if somebody exercises their free will and decides they don't want to be in a season, instead of taking the approach that I'm going to fight you, thank you, Ms. Barber, for your support. Instead of taking the approach, I'm going to fight them because they want to leave this season that they're in and exercise their free will to leave. I'm going to fight them instead of taking, so this season can last longer. Instead of taking that approach, why don't you try this reframe? If they want to leave, maybe it's the divine's way of taking this end and making it shorter. Because the stuff most of y'all fighting against in your life has a beginning and an ending to it anyway. So when people exercise the free will to leave, they're just shortening up the ending. It's fine. It was going to end anyway. I feel like this is going over y'all's heads tonight. This is why I want to say this loud and clear. When a person wants to leave, the best thing you can do is let them. I don't care if it's your mama. I don't care if it's your daddy. I don't care who it is. If a person wants to leave, the best thing you can do is let them. Because in your willingness to let go and allow people to function in their free will, you might be in a position where you're allowing the divine to just shorten the end date. It was going to end anyway. If this is making sense, I want you to type in the comments levels, all caps. Let me see it. I want you to draw these little lines from the beginning line, the end line, and I want you to write the words expiration date, and I want you to circle it. Time, chronos, constant time forward, never broken. Season, kairos, a period of time within chronos that has a beginning and an end, like everything else in your life. And then expiration dates. Let me give you my definition of an expiration date. You ready? Here's my custom definition. My definition of an expiration date is this. It is a specific period of time assigned to a season that should never be repeated. Record this. Put this in your journal. You're going to be the smartest person at the water cooler for the rest of the year. An expiration date is a specific time assigned to a season that should never be repeated. An expiration date is a period, a specific time assigned to a season that should never be repeated. So it is a period of time within a season that should never be repeated. Now watch this. If you've ever purchased, yeah, you're in big trouble. Somebody on TikTok, the first and only, Shantae, I think gets where I'm going with this. If you've ever purchased a carton of milk, watch. If you've ever purchased a carton of milk, that milk was pasteurized, processed within a span of time. It's amazing what a few days of rest will do for me. And I still need more. I'm still dog-tired. That carton, that jug of milk was pasteurized, processed within a period or within the confines of time. There is a period where that milk is removed from the cow and placed into the process that it goes through with everything that's put in it to sustain it for a season. Why is that important? Because you just can't take the milk out the cow and just leave it in the air, or else it dies. The milk has to be pulled out of time into season. Oh my goodness. The milk has to be pulled out of time into a season. And when that milk is removed from the space where it resides, the cow, and it begins to go into a process, it automatically is placed in a season. Why? Because if you don't do something with it, it automatically has a beginning and an end. When it comes out the cow, the beginning starts. But there is a period of time assigned to that milk before it goes bad. That's the ending. Watch this. And once it goes through the process, before it goes to the store for you to buy, they put something on the side of the carton called an expiration date. Watch. And that expiration date is designed to let you know how long you can use what has been produced from that season. I don't really like white milk like that. If I do drink milk, which is very rare, it's typically like 2%. Okay? Typically like 2%. My dad, I recall my dad doing this. I was telling my kids this and they were just completely grossed out. My dad, them grew up in the country. My papa had farms and stuff in the country. My dad would do something that was so gross when we were kids. And I doubt he's watching. He'd probably sleep. And my mom might be up knowing her, but I don't want her to say nothing because I don't want y'all to bother her. I get real defensive about my mama. When we were kids growing up in school, we would get up in the morning and eat cereal. And so I laugh at my kids because my kids look at expiration dates on cartons and be like, especially my son, he good for this. My son, I told him he might as well be a food evaluator because he good for evaluating and ranking places and, oh, this ain't right. And the texture of this, he ain't but 11. Got a good palate. So he'll look at the carton of the milk and be like, Daddy, man, this milk say this carton say that the milk expired today. I said, what did it say on it? It said October the 2nd. I said, what's the day? He said October the 2nd. I said, well, you probably got another day on that milk. Y'all stay with me. Stay with me. I'll be like, son, you probably got another day on that milk. He's like, no, Daddy. The carton say October the 2nd. It's like, no. You got another day on that milk. By the way, we drink organic milk too, by the way. I don't know if that helps, because I hear what some of y'all are saying about the chemicals and this stuff, and I agree with you totally. Thank you so much for your support, Miss James. Seriously. My son be like, no, that milk, it ain't no good. So I'd be like, son, open up the carton. You open it, I take it, and I smell it. So now I ain't got no sour taste. I'll look inside to look at the contents. Why? Because when milk is approaching expiration, there is a natural separation. Oh my God. Y'all come closer. I don't think y'all get what I'm saying. When milk gets to a place of expiration, there is a natural separation. Watch. So I will open the top and I will look. First, I'll smell. Doesn't smell bad. I will look in there and say, son, look, ain't no separation. Everything is homogeneous, meaning together. There ain't no separation in the milk. I said, son, you got another day or two on this milk. Now, watch. My daddy would take it further, though. He would, if we did that to him, because it's deja vu when you got kids. You turn around, your kids do the same stuff that you used to do. We used to bring the carton to my dad. He'd look at the date. He'd pull off the top. He'd smell it. Couldn't really tell. He would look in there, couldn't really see. You know what he did? He'd turn the carton up and drink a little bit. The most gross thing in the world. And he'd drink a little bit of that milk. And then he'd hand it us and say, yeah, y'all got about 2 or 3 more days. You know why? Because when something is expiring, there ain't nothing you can do to rescue it. Oh my God. I need y'all to get close to the screen for what I'm about to say. When you try to rescue something, relationship, man, woman, kid, family member, job, your mama, whatever. When you try to rescue something that is separating, ain't but so many days you can shake it and keep it together. I don't even know if this is making sense. I feel like I'm talking to myself tonight. Well, girl, you know, and I'm going to get into this a little bit when I give you all the 5 things you need to be thinking about. Well, girl, you know, let me put it this way. Let me just use a real life example. When I was in Jamaica over the last couple of days, I can't tell you the number of couples that I saw that was walking around the resort not even talking. In fact, I was sharing this with the subscribers. I was on a cabana that was less than 2 feet. They were less than 2 feet apart. I could literally just lean over and touch the next cabana. That's how close I was to that side, right? And I'm in the middle. The cabanas were full where I was at the part of the beach, and I had towels all over mine and just laid back. I'd fallen asleep. That day, I didn't even get in the water. I think I stayed on the cabana for like 4 days. I mean, not 4 days, 4 hours. I didn't even get in the water. I just laid on the cabana, woke up. I was eating. I had jerk chicken, went back to sleep, wake up, watch YouTube. I was just, did a little bit of content, all of that stuff. And so one of the times I woke up, I happened to look to my left and there was a couple right there. And the man was on one side of the cabana and he was facing this way. Leaned over, it was on his phone like this. And the woman was on the complete opposite side of the cabana and she was facing this way. And she was on her iPad. And there was about 5 feet, because these were large cabanas. There was about 5 feet of space between them. I woke up and I saw that, and so they right there. So I wasn't trying to hide. I was looking. I was just looking like, what y'all doing over there? Finally, the woman gets up. You could tell she had enough. I don't know what had happened while I was asleep. She puts the iPad down. She takes her glasses. All older. This is an older couple too, by the way. An older couple. Thank you for your support. Y'all supporting the show. I appreciate that. This was an older couple. She finally got enough. She got up, put her glasses down, walked around the cabana. She didn't crawl across, and stood in front of him and said, "You're not going to talk to me?" And he looked at her and said, "You've been doing all of this nagging and all this whining and complaining about all kinds of stuff here. I wish I wouldn't have even spent no money on this trip. I don't even know why we came on this trip. We shouldn't even wasted our time to come over here and wasted our money." Yeah, he did. And me, I'm sitting there, my glasses down on my eyes like this, like an old man. Well, they was my shades. They weren't my regular. They were my shades. My shades down on my eyes like this, like I'm an old man. To see what she was gonna say. Because if sis understood time, seasons, and expiration dates, she would not have tried to shake a bottle that had a beginning and an end. You know what she did? Honey, why would you say that? That's just so rude. Why would you say that? Like, I can't believe you would say that. And we come over here and do. And I'm thinking to my mind, sis, he said it because you trying to shake something that's separating. And you cannot put together a marriage by yourself. Yes, he did. And I was just startled at the amount of people that went over to that nice island with them nice people, nice looking people, friendly people, nice beach stuff, just to go over there to try to force something beyond an expiration date. Because here's the gag. If you won't talking in Jamaica, you probably won't talking at home either. So you mean to tell me y'all had to spend thousands of dollars just to come to the conclusion that stuff was expiring? Doc, what you getting at? I'll tell you. When you learn how to let seasons expire, it's actually a cheaper life to live too. Oh my God. You can save a lot of money when you start letting seasons expire. Some of y'all have shook the milk so much that it ain't no more fat in the container. Oh my God. You still shaking. When it's actually cheaper, it's less stressful to recognize when seasons expire, especially when you're connected to people who ain't putting in no effort. I'm gonna talk about that in a minute. Because it's one thing if the milk is separating, but you got two people that's got their hands on the jug and they trying to rescue the milk. But let me tell y'all about most of y'all in y'all's relationships. Most of y'all relationships are so one-sided that when that milk starts separating, you the only one shaking, and they sitting there looking at you like you crazy. Man or woman, I'm equal opportunity. I don't like none of y'all. I mean, I like y'all. Y'all get what I'm getting at. I don't play favorites. Y'all know what I mean. That's for all the birds that jump in the comments that want to say stupid stuff. No, I ain't on nobody's side. I'm on the Lord's side. Oh my God. How about that? How about pick a side, Doc? I'm on the Lord's side. Why is this important, y'all? I'll tell you why. Because anything that has ever expired will never work when it's repeated and nothing has changed. Write this down. This is a PowerPoint note. This is worth a salad. I ain't seen a lot of salad icons tonight. Y'all been working. So maybe that's why y'all ain't been supporting tonight. I want to give this to you again. Anything that has ever expired will never work when it is repeated and nothing has changed. You have shaken that bottle. You have shaken that relationship. You go to Cancun. I've had clients go to Cancun, go to these places in hopes that these dream islands are going to fix your relationship. Let me tell you something. You can go over there and get bent over balconies and do all of that stuff and have a great grand old time. But if you don't change no behavior, when you stop shaking that container, guess what's going to happen? The milk, the fat, it's going to separate again. And you'd stop spinning the block if you recognize that most of the stuff you're trying to spin the block on is expired. The milk ain't no good. Hey, before you decide to spin the block, ask yourself, is the milk still good? Some of y'all need to put that in your notes. Before you spin the block, ask yourself, is the milk still good? And let me tell you what some of y'all do. Some of y'all, with the milk and the fat separating and it's clumpy in the bottom, you know how some of you look when you spin the block on relationships and connections that have expired? You look like the man or woman drinking from a milk carton with clumps in the bottom. I was telling somebody this. This is why it's hard for me to spin the block. It ain't that I don't believe in second chances. It's not that I don't believe that people can change. But if I can be honest with you, when there is an offense and there's not a lot of effort to correct that offense, I imagine me going back to a person being no different than me turning up a carton of milk that's got clumps in the bottom. My stomach can't take it. I bet if some of you looked at spinning the block like you did, I bet if some of you looked at spinning the block the same way you looked at clumps in the bottom of a milk carton, I bet that might change your mind. Doc, you telling me? Because I know that somebody in the comments said, Doc, you telling me that you don't believe in reconciliation? You don't believe in reconciliation? Yeah, I believe in reconciliation. Reconciliation is possible, but reconciliation don't happen without mutual effort. Reconciliation is not possible without reconciliation, without mutual effort. It ain't. And I'm telling you right now, if you don't have mutual effort, you inching towards that expiration date. You might not be fully there yet, but let me just let all of you in one-sided relationships know this right now. If you in a situation where you're in a bad relationship or connect, because it might not be a romantic thing, it could be a friendship, it could be a relationship with a family member. If you're in a situation or a connection with someone and there's not mutual effort, you on your way to the expiration date. Let's get into those 5 phases of grief. Stage number 1, denial. I want you to put it in the chat, put it in your notes. Oh, let's get to a diagram. Let's just put this on a diagram. Some of you should already be asking right now, do the stages have to happen in order? No, they do not have to happen in order. I know some people that teach people that they have to happen in order. I don't agree with that. I'm not going to get on here and tussle and go back and forth with other counselors, therapists, coaches that do their work. To each their own, do what you do. But if you ask me, the stages of grief do not have to go in order. And I'm going to make this real plain when I finish explaining all 5 of them. Okay. So let me just go ahead and throw that out there right now. Go ahead and create your T like this. Okay. Go ahead and create your T like this. On the left side, I want you to write the word stages. On the right side, I want you to write the word symptoms. 5 lines. Go ahead and put in that top left box. Stage number 1, denial. Okay? What does denial look like? It can look like a number of things. And I'm going to just put some words over to the right that might make it make sense. Denial can look like being numb. Okay? Denial can look like being numb. Denial can look like, this is a big one here, being busy. This whole idea, let me stay busy. So sometimes when people are grieving the loss of something, they think that staying busy is processing it. Staying busy is actually a form of trying to attempt to ignore it, which is also a form of attempting to deny it. Just because you're busy doesn't mean you're processing, right? Sometimes when you see people grieving the death of someone, if you've ever visited someone's home that's grieving the death, you'll see the person that might be like the direct connection to the person who died, or the spouse, or the direct caregiver or something. Instead of them sitting down on the couch and just entertaining guests, they'll be up, walking around, cleaning, trying to serve food. Oftentimes, those are nothing more but stages of denial. Real subtle, right? Because nobody would associate that with denial, serving people, but really it can become a mask, which is why I don't have a problem when you serve people. Serving your way through pain is a good way to process pain. Let me be very clear here. Sometimes the best way to feel better about your loss is to comfort somebody else through theirs. And that's a different word for a different day. If you want to feel better about your breakup, console a friend going through their breakup. If you want to feel better about your job loss, be there for somebody else in DC who's going through a layoff right now. Okay? So there's great value in working through pain, but there's such a thing as being busy when it comes to pain and processing losses, okay? All right? I want to give you something that I shared with a client that blew him away. I'm going to call this sitting, watch this, sitting it on the shelf. I know my handwriting is weird, y'all. Sitting it on the shelf. What does that mean, Doc? One way you can see that somebody's in the denial phase of grief is when they say, you know what, I'm going to just sit this down over here right now and I'll just deal with it later. Have it in sight so I know that I got to deal with whatever it is. But I don't want to deal with it right now, so I'm going to just sit it to the side and I'll come back to it. When you sit things on the shelf as a means of attempting to process loss, what ends up happening is you get into this space that leads you more towards like procrastination. Well, you'll say, I'll get to that. I see it. I know I need to deal with it, but I really don't want to deal with it right now. I got these other things going on my plate. And oftentimes, the things that we sit on the shelf are typically things that need to be in one of these categories. So they need to be priority, but because you don't want to face it, you set it on the shelf. Why is setting it on the shelf important? Because when you set it on the shelf, it ain't out of your view, it's out of your way. Did y'all hear what I said? That was salad worthy. When you sit something on the shelf, you're not taking it out of view, you're moving it out of the way. In other words, you're attempting to get it out of your purview in the hopes that you'll be able to focus and do other things. But you want it to be in eyesight, so that you know it's there and eventually you'll get to it. Y'all, that's a form of denial. It ain't gonna just magically disappear because it's on the shelf, and it ain't gonna magically take care of itself because it's on the shelf. Out of the way and out of sight does not mean you don't have obligation or responsibility for it. Okay? So oftentimes when people are grieving loss, they go through a phase of denial. And we know what the word denial means. I don't have any custom definitions for these words. We know what denial, well, actually, when I get into bargaining, I'm going to talk a little bit more about bargaining. We know what denial means, to act like something doesn't exist. So you might go through that stage when you experience a loss. And typically, that's the stage where you really can't accept that something is. Somebody dies. You don't really want to accept that they died. I've heard stories of people, really the death of a person not hitting them until after a funeral was over. So a person dies, there's 7 days before you have the funeral, then you have the funeral. And then when you're riding home, I've had clients tell me they were riding home in the family car and broke down for the first time because up to that time, they were in complete mental and emotional denial. Okay? Stage 2, anger. Second stage of grief is anger. You might go through a period where you are angry, not only at the person or people or things involved in the loss, you may even be angry with yourself, especially if you feel like you played a role in the loss, or angry with yourself if you've allowed a loss to take place that perhaps you feel as if could have been avoided. Anger, this is a huge one. What does anger look like in terms of symptoms? Well, this is easy to tell, right? We know things like rage. I'll put rage up there, RAGE. Let me put another one up there that is an underrated symptom of anger that I've helped clients work through. That is an underrated symptom of anger. Mood swings. Mood swings. Doc, how can mood swings be a symptom of anger? I'll tell you how. Because when a person goes back and forth from being happy 1 minute to being pissed the next, happy 1 minute, pissed the next, very much up and down like a roller coaster. You guys have heard me talk about emotions being like that. Very much up and down like a roller coaster. Happy 1 minute, pissed the next. Happy 1 minute, pissed the next. The reason why that is a symptom of anger is because there's a huge part of them that really wants to feel the intensity of the loss. And oftentimes when people swing back and forth from high moods to low moods and vice versa, there's really a preferred mood that they want to be in, but the loss is swinging them in the other direction. I don't know if I'm explaining this good. They actually want to be happy, but the loss is springing them in the direction of sadness. Mood swings. Very underrated symptom of anger when it comes to 5 stages of grief. But another symptom of anger, shutting down. Uh-oh. This is for all of you people that experience loss and then you cut the world off. This is for all of you that experience loss, and when you experience loss, you cut the world off. Don't talk to me. You cut your phone, put your phone on do not disturb. People can't call you. People can't find you. People can't communicate you. You turn your location off. Your family don't know where you're off. You ain't talking to nobody. All of that shutdown, all that shutdown really is bottled up anger you're trying to figure out how to process. Oh my God. That's all it is. I had a client have a great breakthrough with me this week because she didn't realize that because she was so quiet about the loss she had experienced, the breakup she had experienced, and she found herself every moment that she could shutting down and shutting people down and not allowing herself to talk to people, not allowing people to reach out to her. She had a breakthrough moment when I said to her, that mechanism of shutting down is really a way of you attempting to process your anger about the loss. And the best thing you can do is just admit you're mad. When I said to her, the best thing you can do is admit that you're mad, she bursted out crying. Y'all, she's going to let me share the story for those of you that are new here. Lord Jesus. When I said that to her, she bursted out crying. It was literally like somebody took the faucet and turned it and the water just went crazy. Because at that moment, she had the understanding, or she understood that she had the right to release what upset her about the loss she was processing versus just shutting down and holding it in. Stage 3. Wish I could spend more time here. I did a video on this stage today. It was a very solid story. If you haven't, go check it out on stage 3 of the 5 stages of grief, bargaining. This is a stage that many people don't even really realize or understand. Bargaining is huge. I talked about that on my video today. It was a really, really good video. A great client of mine, she's probably watching because I think she tunes in on some Thursdays. That bargaining stage is powerful because this is the stage that I call the what if. This is the what if stage, where you start making out in your mind different scenarios to try to figure out what you could have done to avoid the position that you're in. You know, if I had done this, then maybe the breakup wouldn't have happened. If I had done this, maybe they wouldn't have died. If I had done this, then maybe I wouldn't have lost a job. If I had done this, maybe this would have occurred. Well, I explained in the video today, and I had to really rush and do it to keep it at 12 minutes. So what makes this phase so dangerous is that this is the phase that keeps on giving. Listen, y'all. In this phase, for every what if you play in your head, there's an emotion that comes with it. So if you say, well, what if I would have just showed up as a better wife? Then maybe they wouldn't have left. When you say that, then there's an emotion that's of guilt and an emotion of shame that's gone as 2 examples. An emotion of guilt, an emotion of shame is 2 examples that's going to accompany that thought of, if I would have just been a better wife, maybe we wouldn't have had a divorce. If I would have been a better husband, maybe we wouldn't have had a divorce. So you end up bouncing back and forth from what if to negative emotion, what if to negative emotion, what if to negative emotion, what if to negative emotion. And you find yourself in what I call an emotional loop. This is powerful, y'all, right here. An emotional loop. And you will be stuck here for a long time, as long as you stuck on what ifs. Y'all, what did I tell y'all at the beginning of the broadcast? I told you at the beginning of the live. One of the easiest ways to process grief is to stay in the present. You can't stay in the present and live in what ifs at the same time. You can't stay in the present and live in what ifs at the same time. It's got to be one or the other. And if you live in what ifs, you're going to be on an emotional loop, because every scenario you create in your mind that is negative, because what if scenarios will be negative, will create a corresponding emotion that keeps you going back and forth in this phase. Many people spend time in this phase. And I've even had people today, I glanced at some of the comments earlier that said, Doc, I didn't know I was in this phase of grief until you explained it. I just knew that read the comments. I'm not making this up. Several people wrote this. I just knew I was in a phase of grief where I kept playing these scenarios in my mind, replaying things that happened and things I should have done. And every time I did that, I started feeling worse. It's called bargaining. It's called bargaining. Think, let's make a deal. And every time you attempt to make a deal with yourself, to imagine things you could have done differently to stop the thing that you're grieving, it's going to bring with it a corresponding negative emotion, which keeps you in an emotional loop. No different than is what ifs, doubt. It's not necessarily, that's a good question, Tanya. It's not necessarily doubt as much as it is wandering in the past and being worried about the future, or attempting to change the future. Because people that operate in what ifs are really subconsciously trying to change the past, and you can't. And as a result of that, their what ifs would make them feel better about the future. You can't dictate that either. The only thing you have control about, y'all, or control over, y'all, is the present. Okay? This makes sense? Before I give y'all stage 4, announcement number 1. Y'all want it now? I promise you guys an ebook with a whole bunch of questions that you can ask, that you can measure a healthy connection. So I'm pleased to announce that live right now is my second ebook called 50 times 5. It's called 50 times 5, 250 ways to measure healthy connections. For all 5 areas of healing, I give you 50 questions with descriptions that you can ask others, and most importantly, ask yourself to see where you are mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially. They make great dating questions. They make great questions for your spouse. They make great questions for people you're evaluating to determine if they're going to stay in your life. Oh my God. Call 50 times 5. Links in the bio. Check it out. That's announcement number 1. Let's get back to the content. Doc, how you do all of this and you sick? Because I'm a machine. I'm not bragging. I probably need to get some rest. I've worked out 1 time this week. I worked out Monday, and I could barely get up Tuesday. No, Tuesday I got up. I got up. It was rough. But Wednesday was the morning. Yesterday I could barely get up. But I still got work done. Doing the I sat right up there, held my head up and got it done. All right. Number 4, depression. Depression. Let's talk about depression. I need to give you the definition of this one. The last 2, I'm going to give you a definition. And I can't say that they're custom definitions. They're just simple definitions, if that makes sense. Okay? I can't say that they are custom definitions, but they are simple definitions. Depression does not mean the stuff that people talk about on the internet that y'all think y'all got. Oh my God. Depression in the context of the stages of grief doesn't mean the thing that is medically prescribed by a doctor that puts you on medication. Oh my God. Depression in the context of the stages of grief simply means 2 words: deep sadness. Thank you, Naomi the G. I try to give digestible definitions. We make this stuff too complicated in this space. It ain't that hard. Depression in the context of grief means deep sadness. That's it. So when you experience loss and you're processing grief, remember, anytime we have grief, we're indicating loss. That means we have to process it. When you are processing loss, you're going to go through a phase of depression. And it doesn't mean the stuff that you take Zoloft for. It simply means you are going through a period of deep sadness. Now, the stuff that y'all think about, that's the medicated depression that you get medication for, the prescription for, just to show you a contrast between the two, because I had to correct somebody on this about 3 weeks ago who thought they had medical depression because they were processing the loss of a breakup. And this is why y'all are making the pharmaceutical companies rich. I feel like cussing. Oh my God. This is why you're making the pharmaceutical companies rich, because you experience a loss, you watch a little bit of TikTok, and you think you have medical depression. Medical depression and grief depression are 2 totally different things. Grief depression is simply deep sadness. Medical depression is the easiest way to figure it out how you might have a problem. You ready? I can't believe I'm telling y'all this, but I'm going to tell y'all this. You better support the show. You want to know an easy way to know you might have a problem when it comes to real depression is when your sadness impacts your ability to function. Y'all see how easy that is? The easiest way to understand medically prescribed depression is if you feel like you're in a deep sadness to the point where it impacts your ability to function. You can't eat, you can't sleep, you can't go to work, you can't get out of bed, right? You can't take care of your kids, you can't take care of your responsibilities. You're not paying your bills, you're laying around, you're not cleaning your home. You become a hoarder. Believe it or not, hoarding and depression, medical depression, can almost work hand in hand. I got a video coming up soon on hoarding that's going to blow you. I had a session with a hoarder, and it was one of the most powerful moments. No. I had a session with a lady who was dealing with depression, and I connected her depression to hoarding, and she got a breakthrough on that call like I probably hadn't seen in a very long time. There's a great connection between hoarding and depression, because when you are medically depressed, it impacts your ability to function, to move, to operate, to do the things that you need to do, right? Notice people that hoard might even go as far, I see you, Nikki, might go as far as, like Nikki said, they might stop bathing. They might stop grooming themselves. They might stop changing clothes. That's when you get into real depression. Not this stuff y'all see on TikTok or because you had a bad day, okay? Is this making sense? I go live every Thursday. And then every Monday for subscribers, subscribe, Marcia. I'd love to have you. YouTube and it's not, I'm sorry, Instagram and Patreon. Y'all forget my brain tonight. I'm out of whack. Instagram and Patreon. I go live there. All right. So y'all see the difference here? There's a big difference. Stop letting, look, I got a workshop with some kids coming up in March. I can't wait. I'm doing it for free. I can't wait. And I'm not saying that just to brag because I'm doing it for free. I'm saying that because I have a real passion for teaching kids this. Y'all got kids walking around talking about they depressed because they deeply sad. No, baby, you deeply sad. And I can't wait and get in front of these kids because you got 5, 6, and 7-year-olds walking around talking about they depressed and they need medicine. But they still getting up every day, still brushing their teeth, washing their clothes, changing clothes, doing their chores, doing homeworks. Many of them still making A's and B's. No, baby, you going through a deep sad moment. What you grieving? What you lose? I ain't trying to hurt nobody's feelings. I'm trying to stop y'all from letting doctors give you medication when you don't need it. We are overly drugged out of pure ignorance. That's the only difference, y'all, between depression related to grief and medically prescribed depression. If it impacts your ability to function, we have a problem. If it doesn't, we can deal with it. And even if it impacts your ability to function, that can be reversed too. And I like that. Raven, I hope you don't mind me saying, I shouldn't have said your name. Somebody said on YouTube, I appreciate it. She said, makes me look at my postpartum differently. I've got a video on postpartum coming up soon. Oh, you women that have gone through postpartum, y'all gonna fight me and love me at the same time when you hear that explanation. You gonna fight me and love me at the same time when you hear me explain to a lady how this thing that she's calling postpartum was really just deep sadness that she could work through. Oh, it's going to challenge your frame with how you label things. Y'all, I don't have a problem with labels. If things don't have labels, we don't know what it is. Let me tell you what I got a problem with. We over-label. We over-label things, y'all. We over-label. I don't have a problem with labels. We just over-label. And this example of depression is a clear example. Right? So deep sadness. Let me give you 2 more characteristics that might go on that depression thing really quickly. This is a big one. Almost misspelled it. Ruminating thoughts. Oftentimes, one big symptom of depression is ruminating thoughts or recurring or repeating thoughts. Sometimes people don't even realize that if you're in a situation where your thoughts are just spiraling out of control, you're probably in deep sadness too. And if you're not there, you're very much on your way. Which means you're in this depression stage. Thank you, CC. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, we overcomplicate this stuff and we make this stuff too sexy. It's the same problem I have with narcissists, manipulated, gaslight. Y'all using these terms when a person can have narcissistic traits and not be diagnosed in PD. They are not the same. Depression can look like ruminating thoughts. It can look like deep sadness. It can look like unprovoked crying. Depression can look like unprovoked crying. Doc, isn't it natural if I just cry without any rhyme or reason or unprovoked? Depends on what it's about. But I'll tell you this from firsthand. When I was grieving one of the most challenging periods of my life about 4 or 5 years, about 5 years ago, I'll tell you, Even when I was coming out of that grief and going into the 5th stage, or even when I landed into the 5th stage of grief, which was acceptance, and I worked my way through the process. Occasionally, I would get to a place where I would just be watching TV or watching something, or just doing some work, and just all of a sudden, just tears just start coming down my face, just randomly, completely unprovoked. And I had to really pause and take a step back, and I realized that unprovoked crying is the remnants of the depression phase of grieving, or depression stage, rather, of grieving. Got to be careful with that. Wow. I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Latanya. I mean, I get it. I get it. It can be completely unprovoked. It can be completely random. You can see something on TV that has nothing to do with your situation, and it just touches your heart, and you just find yourself bursting out into tears. And people ask you, what's wrong? I don't know what's wrong with me. Depression. Depression looks like random bouts of crying that are oftentimes unprovoked. Now, listen, y'all, I'm not beating you up. That ain't a bad thing. It's a part of the phase. You have to go through it. We're talking about grieving, right? So I'm not giving you these phases to hurt you or harm you, but more so to let you know where you are on the spectrum. Not the spectrum, Lord, I can't say that. Not on the spectrum, but through the stages. How do you get out of it? Go back to what we talked about in the beginning. We got to learn how to focus in the present. It's that simple. Focus in the present. Make your diagram of priorities. Stay in the lines. Don't color outside the lines or eat outside the lines. Focus on the top 5 things that you have going on and stay in the present. Okay? And that goes a long way in eventually slowing the tears. Are you going to build Rome back in one day? No. It's going to take some time. But eventually, over time, you'll be able to control that better. Okay? Stage 5. And then one more point, and then I'm done. Stage 5, acceptance. Stage 5, acceptance. Yes, I'm going to leave this up. If y'all support the show, support the show. The ways to support are there. Doc, why are you pressing us so hard on supporting? So that y'all can invest in your own rescue. Acceptance. What does acceptance look like? Acceptance looks like contentment. I should have wrote these definitions or symptoms in red. Duh. What was I thinking? Acceptance looks like contentment. Y'all, what does it mean to be content? To be content does not mean to be satisfied. To be content does not mean you like the position you're in. To be content does not mean you want to stay in the position that you're in. When a person says, I am being content, when a person says, I am being content, what that person is really saying is that I am okay. To be content means to be okay. That's all it means. It doesn't mean you like where you are. It means you are okay where you are. So when you're going through these phases of grief or stages of grief and you get to acceptance, you get to a place where you say, you know what? I'm content right here. Doesn't mean I like my situation, but it means I'm okay with where I am in this situation. Okay? To be content means to be okay. Atlanta, those of you that are in Atlanta that are coming to my tour on Saturday, I promise you, I'm not going to get you sick. I'm going to medicate up somehow tomorrow while I'm traveling. I got some business to take care of when I get in town. I'm going to find me a sauna somewhere. I'm going to get some rest, and I'm going to be medicated. I'm going to be ready to go Saturday. I promise you. I'm going to find me a lamb chop somewhere too, by the way, because I like to eat. I'm sick, but I want some food. Lamb chops. You got any recommendations? DM me. A good lamb chop in Atlanta. But I promise you, I'm going to be prepared for Saturday. And if you're in the Georgia area, I hope you'll come out. Y'all, to accept something and to be content means to be okay. It doesn't mean you're satisfied. Let me give you another thing that goes with acceptance. It's the big P word. You ready? That word, you're at peace. When you're content, you're also at peace. which means you may not even like a situation. You might not even like the thing that you're having to grieve, that you've lost the thing that you are losing. No, that you've lost the thing that you are grieving. Yeah. That you've lost the thing that you're grieving. You may not like it, but you've got peace with it. Acceptance absolutely looks like peace. I knew I had properly grieved certain situations in my life when I found peace about it. It didn't mean that I liked it. It just simply mean I finally reached a place where I accepted it. And with that acceptance came resolve. And I like to put that in parentheses because that's an easy way to understand what peace looks like. The word resolve. You just have a resolve about the situation. Okay? Give you a third trait. And then I want to explain something to you about these stages. Another final symptom of acceptance. You ready? It's one of my favorite words, y'all. Stability. You're going to know you properly grieved anything when mentally you're stable. Emotionally, you're stable. Spiritually, because sometimes when you lose stuff, you lose yourself spiritually too. But spiritually, you're stable. Physically, you're stable. You've gotten out the bed, you've changed clothes, you're showering, you're taking care of yourself, you're working out. Back again, you're putting focus and emphasis back on your health and wellness. When financially, you're stable. That word stability, I want you to put in parentheses next to that word, the word center. You're going to know you've accepted something when you get recentered. When you can think about the thing that you lost, but stay centered. When you can think about the thing that you lost, but stay at peace. When you can think about the thing that you lost and remain okay. That's when you're going to know you've accepted it. Now, let me talk to you about these phases. With these phases, I want y'all to draw arrows like I'm drawing them here. Let me show you. I started at the top and just drew an arrow down to this one and into this one and into this one, back up, back up, back up. I want you to draw some arrows here, down the middle, back up, like that. Y'all see that? See, I have those arrows going everywhere here. Some counselors, therapists, coaches will tell you, hey, when you go through grief, you got to go through in this order. I don't agree with that. When you experience a loss, you don't have to start at denial. You can start at depression. When you experience a loss, you don't have to start at denial. You can start at bargaining what ifs. You've been cheated on before, or somebody left you or walked away or walked out on you. You may not start at denial. It's obvious that it's going on. You might jump right into anger. I can't believe they did that to me. When it comes to denial or anger, when it comes to grief, you can start at either one of those first 4 phases. I've had clients that have lost children unexpectedly that started denial. They just can't believe that. It's almost like, I've had clients say to me, it took me months to just really come to grips with the fact, like getting insurance policies in and having to pick out tombstones. And that's when it started to hit, literally weeks and months after the fact. Up to that point, they were just completely in denial. There are certain things that you grieve that the initial reaction is just going to be shock. Ain't no way this is true. There's certain things that are going to happen that they're true, and you're going to skip the denial and anger, and you're going to go right to depression. It's an immediate, deep sadness. Okay? So when it comes to processing grief, you can start at any one of these levels. But this is where also me and a lot of other counselors, therapists, coaches disagree. I am of the opinion that when you get to acceptance, you don't go back to the other phases. And this is where probably me and some of your counselors, therapists, coaches are going to disagree. And that's fine. Let me tell you why I believe that. Because if you get to acceptance and you say, Doc, I'm okay that it happened. I have peace that it happened. And my emotions are stable concerning the thing that occurred. How you going to go from peace to anger? You can't go from peace to anger in the context of grieving a loss. Well, Doc, yes, you can, because some days you have a good day and some days you have a bad day. Perfect. So if some days you have a good day and some days you have a bad day, didn't we describe that when we called those mood swings? Ain't that interesting? So the counselors, therapists, coaches that try to make that argument, yeah, well, you can, because some days you can have mood swings. No. Because if you go from being happy one day to then pissed the next day over the thing that you're grieving, you're just having a mood swing. That ain't nothing but a symptom of anger. You just have not figured out how to release and let go and just be one mood. No, you're not going to acceptance and then going to pop back up here and bargaining. Why would you go into a bunch of what ifs if you got peace about what occurred? Now, I'm going to tell y'all I'm going to tell you the type of people who like to believe you can go to acceptance. I've had clients tell me this. I've had clients tell me that counselors, coaches, therapists have told them, yeah, you can bounce from all 5 phases. I'm going to tell you people that really resonate with that the most, people who don't want to process all of these phases, or people who want this unlimited amount of time to just bounce back and forth. Go back to my introduction. If it's been 18 years and you processing the loss of a boyfriend, and your best response to me is you just got varying emotions that have you between all 5 phases, you're not doing no work. Oh my God. I'm telling you to your face, you're not doing the work. And if you've been following me for long enough, you know that not all work is created equal. Talking to a therapist ain't doing the work. Talking to a counselor ain't doing the work. Doing the work is a whole lot more than that. And I know you folks that want to be coddled and going back and forth through these phases, you hate that. And that's fine. That's not doing the work. Because you're not going to tell me you have found peace and contentment and stability. You are centered concerning the thing that you've lost, but then you go right back up here and you're mad. No. You're having a mood swing. You're still in anger, and that's okay. Process that stage fully so you can go on to the next stage. Y'all, this makes sense at all? Some of you are saying, well, then, Doc, how do we check in with the spirit? I'm glad you asked. You know why I hate the phrase trust your gut? Let me explain. When people say trusting your gut, saying trusting your intuition is only as healed as your thoughts and your emotions are on the same page. When your thoughts and emotions are on the same page, your intuition can be trusted. Let me school y'all real quick. Most of you make decisions with your heart first and your thoughts second, especially when it comes to love. Y'all be choosing people because they feel good here first, instead of making sure they feel good here first. If they feel good here first, your heart is deceptive. Your heart has a really good canny way of trying to convince your brain of anything it wants to. So when you trust your gut, listen to me. When you trust your gut, but there is no mental and emotional agreement, you are instantly out of order. So where's the spirit come into play? I'm glad you asked. There's this word I want y'all to remember that I'm going to make this simple, that is universal, regardless of your religion, your faith, your race, your creed. It don't matter. I want you to put this word in the comment box, comment section, and put it in your journal. Are y'all supporting this show? Yeah. Subscribers, y'all gonna get a good one tonight. I can see it coming because there's no support coming in here tonight. This is crazy. I want you to type a word in the chat that's gonna help you. And this word is universal, regardless of your race, your religion, whatever. And that word is called discernment. Let me give you a layman's example of what discernment is and how to use it. And this connects to those of you that are saying, well, then how do I use my spirit? How do I tap into that? Watch this. Because the spiritual part of you, because you got one, whether you acknowledge it or not, the spiritual part of you gets activated in a very simple way. Watch. Ready? This is just crazy. This is just really crazy good. You want to know when discernment shows up? Discernment activates when your thoughts and emotions agree, but your anxiety don't disappear. Let me school you. Let me show you how your spirit gets activated and how we use it. Let's just say your discernment, let me tell you again, and let me give you an example. Your discernment activates when your thoughts and emotions agree, but your anxiety doesn't disappear. When your thoughts and emotions agree, but your anxiety, what did we say anxiety was? The mental, emotional, physical manifestation of stress. Your anxiety doesn't disappear. Let me give you an easy example. And some of y'all are going to start tapping into something you didn't even know you had. Let's just say you have to make a decision on whether or not to date someone. Let's use something that y'all are always in. Should I love this person? Should I date this person? Should I marry this person? Let's up the ante. Let's say marriage. You've been dating somebody, and y'all have been talking, and there's been conversation about whether or not to get married. And you've been thinking about it, and you've been maybe praying if you pray. Maybe you don't pray. Maybe you're one of the people that's tuning in and say, Doc, I don't even know if I got a spiritual thing. Perfect. So let's just say you ain't praying or you are praying. Don't matter. You've been giving it some thought. And so you've been thinking about this person. You think you like them. So in your mind, it makes sense. Yeah, we got a history. It makes sense for us to get married. I could see me being with this person. We've been with one another, etc. So mentally, it makes sense. Watch this. Because you're comfortable with them, your heart, your emotions might say, well, yeah, this makes sense. We've been together for 3 years. I know him. He knows me. I know her. She knows me. We know each other's family. We're comfortable. We spend this time on them. We travel. We make these plans. Da, 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 da. So my heart feels very comfortable. My thoughts feel very comfortable. But watch this. Your thoughts and your heart feel on the same page, but something's still not selling. Here we go. And you don't know what it is. Have you ever made a decision where your heart and your mind were on the same page, but you still didn't feel at ease? If you can answer yes to that question, I want you to put a 3 in the chat. If you've ever had to solve a problem and your heart and your thoughts were on the same page, but you still didn't feel at ease, put a 3 in the chat. You know what that means? That means you need something called discernment to determine what the proper decision is. And I'm going to give you another clue to this. That if, for some reason, you are making a decision and your thoughts and your emotions are on the same page, but you do not feel at ease with it, the best thing that I can advise you to do is to be very careful with that decision. Because you don't even have to know what the problem is when you tap into discernment. All you got to know is that there is a problem. I want to say this again slow. When you tap into this for real, you don't have to know what the problem is when you have discernment. Discernment and tapping into a spiritual you ain't about knowing what it is. It's about just knowing something ain't right. And how many dumb decisions would you have avoided if you, instead of not knowing what was wrong, and you did it anyway, when you didn't know what was wrong, but your heart and your mind agreed, but you still didn't feel at ease, and instead of just going forward anyway, you just said, let me just pause. You know how much problems you would have avoided. So there's your 4-minute lesson. I ain't gonna make this all spiritual tonight, but there's your 4-minute. That's discernment in a nutshell. Discernment activates when your thoughts and emotions agree, but something still ain't sitting right. Oh, that was salad worthy. Y'all not supporting this show. Subscribers, y'all gonna eat. I will have this up before midnight tonight, subscribers, because they not supporting. I'm telling you, you're going to want this one again because you got to hear this again over and over and over. Yeah, put in the chat levels in all caps. There's levels to this work. That's why I include a spiritual foundation in your healing journey. A lot of counselors, therapists, coaches don't think nothing about none of that. I do. Because sometimes the science will have your thoughts agreeing, the science will have your emotions feeling good, but the science will still have you uneasy. So what you gonna do then? You're gonna need some discernment. And discernment will activate. Your stomach will still be turning, even though it makes sense in your head to marry him. It makes sense in your heart to marry him, but your stomach is still turning. You know what that is? That's discernment kicking in. That's saying, hey, something's wrong. I don't know if you can handle it. Maybe I'm not gonna tell you, maybe I will, but just hold on. the best thing you can do, my friends, is to not do nothing at all. Thank you, Miss Tammany, for your support. I appreciate you, dear. So it's simple. The decisions you make in your life that are going to help to regulate your nervous system need to be decisions where your thoughts, your emotions, and your spirit all agree. If your thoughts, if your emotions, if your spirit all agree, your nervous system is going to be regulated. I like that, Ms. Robinson. Another client. Appreciate you and your support. Discernment never lies, even if it don't give you the details. That's a bar. Discernment never lies, even if you don't get the details. Discernment never lies, even without the details. You don't need the details. All you just need to know is something ain't right. Discernment never lies, even without the details. You don't need details. I don't care what your pastor, I don't care what your grandma told you. I'm telling you, you don't need details for discernment. And in fact, I can speak on this. I could do a whole session on this because a lot of the older adults, they ain't got as many degrees as you. They might not be as book smart as you. They might not be as polished as you. But let me tell you something about this older generation that we sometimes try to write off. These older boomers, this lost generation. Upper 60s, 70s, and 80 plus. We try to write them off. They ain't have no whole bunch of degrees. But let me tell you what they could do. They could meet you in, they be in their 70s, you in your 20s. They meet you and meet your little friend. You bring your friend over to the cookout. Bring her, bring him over. They ain't got no psychology degree. Some of them didn't even finish my grandparents didn't even finish high school. Finish school. They didn't make it to high school. They didn't finish high school, no degrees, no nothing. And you bring her to the cookout, you bring him to the cookout, and you introduce them to grandma and grandpa. They shake their hands and be smart and smile and cordial. And then when you ask them, like, grandma, papa, what you think about them? That's not it, baby. That ain't it. Huh? Really? No, that ain't it. Your friend got a great job. Your friend looks nice. Your friend was mannerable. Your friend was respectful. Your friend was nice and kind and was helping out at the cookout. They was doing all of this stuff, and none of that counted. In their mind, it should have made sense. Or in their mind, it probably did make sense. That person did make sense. In their heart, it probably did make sense. But something wasn't settling. And a lot of times when you ask them, what was it, grandma? What was it, papa? Why didn't you like them? A lot of times they didn't have a specific reason. Some of them did. A lot of them just like, I don't know. Something just ain't right. That's called discernment. And that's why I respect the older generation. That's why I miss my grandmother. Because she look at you and maybe like, that's not it, baby. Well, grandma, what's wrong? I don't know, but that ain't it. Y'all call it energy off. Energy, spirit. Let's just say I took all the data. If I took all the data from all of the clients that I have right now, I'm up to 1,171 clients in 48 countries. We will hit 1,200. We will hit 1,200 clients by the end of 2025. That's remarkable. Y'all, you got to remember, I had 21 clients just 4 years ago. 21 clients doing this work part-time and completely stepped out on faith. Right? And so if I had to rank all of the issues that I deal with people on as it relates to this work, top 5 easily is people pleasing. Easily. If I had this to rank this, say, out of 10 clients, like the top 10 issues, at least 4 to 5 of those clients have problems with people pleasing. That's roughly 1 out of 2, which means if we just do the math with everybody on this live, I'm going to go as far as to say at least 1 out of 2 of you have challenges with people pleasing. And let's see how many of you are going to operate in self-awareness or honesty. What's honest or self-awareness, Doc? Honesty about who you are, where you are, and what you're doing. If you have challenges with people pleasing, and I can look at the math right now, we are just around 350 viewers. That's real low. We're normally in the 800-900 range. Let's get this number up. If you have challenges with people pleasing, I want you to type a 1 in the comment area quickly. Thank you. Thank you, AC. If you've ever had challenges with people pleasing, or you got challenges right now, put a 1 in the comments. 1 should be flying. Some of y'all lying. And see, you ain't gonna heal if you ain't self-aware. That ain't real. At least 1 out of, I would say 3 just to be generous. 1 out of 3 people, if I were to look at my data, in my database with my clients, struggle with people pleasing. So we're going to deal with this, but we're going to deal with it in a different way. Now, let me give you this. Definitions. You guys know I do custom definitions here. Let me give you a custom definition, and I want to give you a custom definition of a people pleaser. This is how Doc defines people pleasing. I don't look on the dictionary. I don't look in journals with professional, I've got books, obviously, with professional definitions of all of these psychological terms. I give definitions in a way that you can understand it. It's why I teach in analogies. Let me give you my definition of people pleasing. You ready? Here's my definition of people pleasing. Number 1, or the definition: a person who prioritizes the needs, interests, and well-being of others above the safety, well-being, and needs of their own. I'll say it again. A people pleaser, my definition, is a person who prioritizes the needs, interests, and well-being of others above the safety, well-being, and needs of their own. I'm going to give it to you again. It's a long definition. You're writing this stuff in your journal. If my body language and voice gives you anxiety, log off. It's going to get bad. And let me just go a little bit further and say this. The stuff that I say online don't compare to the stuff that I think. Most of y'all can't even handle a polished version of me. You could not handle me as your coach. I would destroy you. Because most of you have never been challenged beyond the little bubble that you're in. And that's why you've been in therapy for 12 years and you've solved no problems. Oh my God. So take it how you want it. There is a reason why my work is successful. That definition of people pleasing again: a person who prioritizes the needs, interests, and well-being of others above the safety, well-being, and needs of their own. That's a people pleaser. And I'm not giving any exceptions to this. I'm talking about your wife, your husband, and kids. Oh my God, Doc's losing his mind. He's telling me that I can't prioritize the needs of my wife, my husband, my kids, my pastor, all these people. Yeah, I'm telling you that. I'm absolutely telling you that. You know why? Because most of you have a very unhealthy relationship with the word sacrifice. And after tonight, I am going to heal your relationship with sacrifice. You got your ticket, Miss Alomo? Thank you. I can't wait to see you. Can't wait to see you. Can't wait to hug your neck. I mean it. Many of you have an unhealthy relationship with sacrifice. Because what you've been taught sacrifice is not what sacrifice is. Let me just go ahead and cut to that real quick right now. Let me help y'all explain the sacrifice so that you can get a healthy version of what the word sacrifice is, so that you can understand that when it comes to people pleasing, there are no exceptions to the rule. Listen to me. Boundaries, y'all, belong to everybody. Boundaries belong to your mama. Boundaries belong to your daddy. Boundaries belong to your pastor. Boundaries belong to your rabbi. Here I am. I don't know. For some reason, I'm getting visibility restriction on TikTok already. I don't know what these people are talking about. These people are just nuts on TikTok, for real, literally, bona fide. But that's where the whiners be. I don't care if it's your rabbi. I don't care if it's your mama. I don't care if it's your kids. I don't care who it is. Everybody needs boundaries. And when you live a boundary-less life, you are bound to not understand what it means to sacrifice. Now watch this. Let me go ahead and mess some of you believers up. You guys know I'm a believer. You know that. But you also know I have clients that are atheist, Muslim, agnostic, from all across the board in 48 countries now, almost 1,200. You know why all of these people from all of these faiths come to me? Because I take very complex topics and make them very easy to understand. And here's one of them: sacrifice. Watch this. How many of you have ever heard the phrase, it's better to give than to receive? Anybody? Has anybody else besides me heard the phrase, it's better to give than to receive? Y'all heard that, right? Yes, 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 yes. I've heard it. And then what people say is this. People say, especially believers, well, you should think that way because that's what the Bible says. The Bible doesn't say it's better to give than to receive. Doesn't say that. And I'm not going to give you guys a Bible study tonight, as much as many of you want me to. I'm not going to do it. I have clients from all across the walks of the board, and it's not in there. It doesn't say it's better to give than to receive. What it says is that it's more joyful to give than to receive. Why is that important? Because it is easy to be excited about giving when you got something to give. So many of you have a scarred perspective of sacrifice because you've been telling people that it's better to give than to receive, and it ain't better when you ain't got nothing to give. It ain't. When you broke and trying to give, ain't nothing better about that. When you can't pay your own bills because you're paying everybody else's bills, ain't nothing joyful about that. So it's not better to give than it is to receive. It is more blessed to give than to receive, which means if you can give more than you receive, that means you are blessed. Is this thing going? Because you have something to give. Which means the only way you can truly sacrifice is if you got something. So let me ask you something. If you always giving and 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 sacrificing and sacrificing and sacrificing, but you never have nothing yourself, how are you blessed? You ain't. You're not. You're not. That ain't even what the Bible says. It says it's more blessed to give than to receive, not better to give. And y'all, it's better to give than to receive. And so what does this have to do with people pleasing? It's got a lot. Because when you have that kind of mentality and it's false, then you will absolutely then turn around and think that sacrifice means just giving and giving and giving and never receiving. It doesn't mean that. It does not mean that. And your Bible does not say it. So tonight, I got to fix your relationship with sacrifice. Some of you are exhausted, not because you're bad people. You're exhausted because you don't have a healthy relationship with sacrifice. Oh, you need to put that in your notes. That was salad worthy. Some of y'all are tired, not because you're bad people. You're tired because you don't have a healthy relationship with sacrifice and you're not great with boundaries. And when you're not great with boundaries and you don't have a healthy relationship with sacrifice, you're going to be worn out. You know why? Because all you're going to be doing is giving and giving and giving and giving without any seed being received. He gives seed to the sower. Another verse y'all screw up. Well, interesting. If he gives seed to the sower, then that makes the sower blessed. So then the sower can bless and give to others because he or she has seed. So the only way a sower can sacrifice is with seed. And if you have an unhealthy view of sacrifice because all you do is give, but you don't set up boundaries so that you can have, you're not going to be a blessed sower. I can do this in my sleep. So you've got to fix your relationship with sacrifice. And I'm going to fix it tonight. Because 1 out of 3 of you on this call are people pleasers. And that's why you're tired. That's why you have a hard time sleeping at night. That's why you're so anxious during the day. We're going to talk about anxiousness too. Because approximately 65% of the world's population is anxious. That's 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 of you on this call have an anxious attachment style. That's what the data says. You know where that's coming from too? People pleasing, poor relationship with sacrifice. It's going to all make sense in a second. And meanwhile, you walk around talking about something. It's better to give than to receive. Ridiculously false. Y'all, people just don't read. They don't read. It's a blessing to give, more of a blessing to give than it is to receive. Why? Because you have to be blessed to give. And the only way you're going to be blessed is if you have a healthy relationship with sacrifice. If you have a healthy relationship with boundaries, expectations. So a people pleaser is a person who prioritizes the needs, interests, and well-beings of others above the safety, well-being, and needs of their own. Y'all got that definition? Now, let's talk about glaciers, icebergs, and this word called calving. This is going to get fun. I had an incredible revelation with the client about 2 weeks ago, and I said, you know what? I'm going to teach this. Had an incredible relationship with a client, or incredible revelation with the client, and I want to teach this. Get a blank sheet of paper. I ain't even think I was going to draw anything, but I think I'm going to try to draw this out. Not much of an artist, but it's going to make sense. Get a blank sheet of paper. Grab your Sharpie or something, or just a blank sheet of paper in your journal. It's fine. I had a revelation when I was talking to a client about people pleasing a couple of weeks ago. And I explained this to her in the context of an iceberg. Y'all got a Sharpie? Get one. I need blue because I need to draw some water. And I need light blue because I need to draw some ice. And I'm not the artist. My daughter is a better artist and my son. They draw pretty good. Get your piece of paper, hold it landscape. Let's do this. First of all, at the bottom of that page, Lord, I got stuff everywhere. Lord, my desk is just a mess. About a fourth of the way of the page, go ahead and make you some water. Like so. Okay? Just follow me. This is going to make sense in a second. Y'all supporting the show? Make you some water like so. Okay? Then get you a different color marker. I'm going to use a light blue. I hope it's a decent color blue. No, that's too close. I'm going to use green. We're going to play like water is green. How about that? Well, it is in Turks and Caicos. Where I wish I was right now. We're going to make the water green like we're in Turks and Caicos. And I want you, with this green marker, to draw a shape that looks like a flask. Y'all stay with me. Blue water, draw a green shape that looks like a flask. Okay? And through that flask, I want you to just draw some lines like this. Those lines are going to represent the veins that run through ice. So it looks like so. Okay? And if you want to be extra artistic, if you're in the artistic mood, hey, why not just put a little bit of sunshine up here in the corner? I feel like I'm in 3rd grade with this diagram. Put a little bit of sunshine up there in the corner. Okay? So you got a little bit of sunshine, and you got some blue water. You got this green thing right here. Okay? If you don't have green, get a different color. Your water can be red. Okay? Just make it work. All right? Then I'm drawing this off the dome. Okay? Now, this mechanism at the bottom is called a glacier. Stay with me. Analogy prints at work. This little green mechanism here is called a glacier. A glacier is nothing more than ice that is formed that is connected to the ground of the ocean floor. Right? This can be 50 feet here, right? We don't know what this is. Depends on where you are, depends on where the glacier is, right? But this is ice that connects to the ground up bottom, the ground of the ocean floor. And it sprouts up so high that it sprouts above the ocean water. Y'all stay with me. Okay? Are y'all with me? Everybody there? Okay? Now, that's called a glacier. I want you on top of the blue water. I want you to just draw two squares. And I want you to put lines in them. Make them kind of like they're ice cubes. Like so. Okay? So this is, let me draw my blue water a little bit thicker here. I don't see a lot of comments, so I hope y'all are drawing, right? You know, we make it real simple here. Doc teaches in analogies, so you are without excuse. I teach on a 3rd grade level, so everybody get it. So here's your water. Here's your glacier. Okay? Here's your glacier. And here are what I've drawn almost as ice cubes, but these ice cubes are really what we call icebergs. Y'all drawing this? Y'all should be supporting the show. Some of you may even know where I'm going. Some of you don't know where I'm going. But when you find this out, this is going to blow your mind of how this got to do with people pleasing. Just hold on. So, again, because I'm a teacher at heart, water in the blue, a glacier is a mountain of ice that forms from the ocean, the floor of the ocean, that sprouts above sea level or where the water flows. That's the glacier. These are icebergs. The icebergs come when, get a different color mark if you got it. I got a whole thing of Sharpies. Absolutely not. Well, you guys been doing the books? Okay, that's fine, but set your alarms, 6 o'clock. Sorry, y'all. Get you a different color Sharpie. And I want you above the glacier. I want you to write this word. I'd never heard this word before, called calving. I was explaining this to a client, and I didn't know the technical term. I just knew enough about icebergs to know how they work. That icebergs are formed from glaciers. Glaciers are connected to icebergs. Let me put my diagram back up. Icebergs are formed from glaciers. Glaciers are connected to the ground floor of the ocean. It is a sheet of ice, a big mountain of ice that comes up, that goes through the water. And these icebergs are formed from that. But I didn't know how they were formed. I just assumed that when the sun shines, the ice melts. Common sense. When the ice melts, the ice that is above the water falls into the ocean that forms the icebergs. That process is called calving. Yes, calving, not Calvin, like McDonald's guy. Y'all remember the McDonald's commercials with Calvin? I just showed my age. So the ice does a mechanism called calving. And that in essence means that the ice above the water starts to melt. And when it does, it drops into the ocean and forms icebergs. Are y'all with me? So again, this is the water. A glacier is an ice structure that forms from the ground of the ocean up through where the water breaks. As it emerges above the water, it goes through a calving process where the ice that is above the water, perhaps through the sun shining and melting it, causes the glacier to split apart. And when the ice breaks, it forms icebergs. The sun has nothing to do with none of this. I need you to stay with me. And if you catch this revelation, you will never be a people pleaser again. The sun has nothing to do with the ice formation process. Nothing. But when the ice rears its head from its foundation, it becomes subject to an external force called the sun. When the ice rears its head from the foundation, it becomes subject to external factors called the sun. And the sun exposes the glacier and breaks it apart. I'm going to do the crickets because I don't think y'all even caught this yet. Watch this. The icebergs, that's your people pleasing. Listen to me. The icebergs, that's your people pleasing. Why? Because people pleasing is the manifestation of something that's happening at your core. Y'all don't support this show, my subscribers are going to eat this alive. And y'all won't see this again. The icebergs is your people pleasing. But the icebergs are the manifestation of things that happen outside of you. The sun, people getting on your nerves, people asking things, relationships you're in, situations you're connected to, etc., etc., etc. That then break you at your core and create the manifestation of behavior like people pleasing, that really resonates at the foundation of who you are. Because if there is no glacier, there are no icebergs. I want you to put that in the chat in all capital letters. If there is no glacier, there are no icebergs. Can I help you? You don't stop people pleasing by working on stop people pleasing. You don't fix your attitude by working on your attitude. You don't fix your anxiousness by trying to calm down. That's the model of therapy that keeps you in therapy for 20 years. Ain't enough deep breathing in the world that's going to stop your anxiety if you don't get to the glacier that caused it. I don't know if this is making sense to anybody but me. If there is no glacier, there is no iceberg. The iceberg is a reflection of your people pleasing. But people pleasing is not the core problem. It is the manifestation of a deeper problem. Icebergs are the manifestation of a deeper issue. So if you're going to fix people pleasing, you got to fix it by fixing the glacier. Tiff's right. One of my awesome moderators, she's right. Charlotte site coordinator, one of the best. It does that. People try to change the fruit instead of going to the root. And this is the easiest way I can explain this. Because a lot of you, 1 out of 3 of you are people pleasers. No, 1 out of 2 of you are people pleasers. And you're trying to fix the people pleasing by making yourself stop people pleasing. You're just trying to melt the iceberg. But when you got a whole sheet of ice that's connected to the floor of the ocean, you ain't gonna solve it that way. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Tammany. I appreciate you. Does this make sense? So we gonna deal with this. How are we gonna deal with this, Doc? And how are you gonna use this diagram to solve my people pleasing? Well, let's go ahead and knock out one thing real quick. This little thing over here in the corner called the sun is critical. That little thing in the corner called the sun is critical. You know why? Because some of you wouldn't even realize you were people pleasers until external things came into your environment that exposed your challenges. Some of you would die people pleasers and not even know it. If not for the sun or other external factors, relationships, family members, people on your job, your children, etc., etc., etc. Unless those things came up to expose your challenges. So we got to be thankful for the sun, because the sun does break off the glacier. It ain't enough to kill the glacier, but it does break it off, which means it reveals we got a deeper problem. This is why some of you should stop being mad at your exes and be thankful. Because some of you would have never found therapy unless they hurt your feelings. Some of you wouldn't be working on your anxiety right now if they would have never made you anxious. Some of you wouldn't be working to become the best version of yourself if they wouldn't have cheated on you. Be thankful for the sun that they shined on your life, because it broke up the glacier, and the manifestation of it created some icebergs that let you know you had a problem. Some of you don't even realize that your people pleasing is part of a larger problem. And many of you want me to go to the larger problem. I ain't going to that yet. I'm going to get there. I'll get to the larger problem in a second. But the reason why I'm not jumping right to the root is because sometimes the icebergs are hard to recognize. If you ever been out on a ship and you see a glacier at night, you don't know if it's a glacier or an iceberg. You don't know. Or you've been trying to pay more attention to the foundation or getting to the core of anything instead of really unwrapping this thing like an onion. Easy and unconventional ways to spot a people pleaser. Y'all ready? Number one, let me just give you some things that I've heard clients say. I'm just a nice person with a big heart. Oh my God. If you've ever uttered the words, I'm just a nice person with a big heart, in response to people asking you why you are handling a certain situation that seems to be dysfunctional the way you are, it is a good chance you're a people pleaser. You know why? Because you can be a nice person and have a big heart and still have a boundary. I don't know who taught you that because you're nice and got a big heart that you can't have boundaries too. I'm telling you, if you made the phrase, when somebody's asked you why you are dealing with a toxic situation the way you are, and you say, I'm just a nice person, I got a big heart. Let me put my list phone. I'm just a nice person and I got a big heart. People pleaser. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. Here's another one. I'm giving you 8. I got to hurry. It's 10, 15. Here's another phrase that I've heard a lot. Write this one down. I just don't want blank to be mad at me. So Doc is like, why are you not addressing this situation with such and such? And then I hear my client say, well, I just don't want blank to be mad at me. I don't want my mama to be mad at me. I don't want my daddy to be mad at me. I don't want my friends to be mad at me. I don't want my kids to be mad at me. You're a people pleaser. As if the anger of a dysfunctional person is your concern. Oh my God. Hey, put this in all caps. The anger or frustration of a dysfunctional person is not my concern. The anger or frustration of a dysfunctional person is not my concern. Y'all having a hard time typing it, ain't you? Because you're probably one of those people that say, I just don't do blank because I don't want blank to be mad at me. And blank being mad at you because you have boundaries is not your problem, it's blank's problem. Man, let me tell you something. This Saratoga is good. Y'all reach out to Saratoga. I need to sponsor them. Get the info, send it to me. I need to I need to be a spokesman for Saratoga. They done ripped my heart. Let me tell you. Woo. Let me give you a third phrase. Let me give you a third thing you can hear a people pleaser say. This is a big one right here. I already kind of explained this. I started off the talk with this. Some of you might have to rewind back to the beginning. If you've ever said the phrase to explain your dysfunction, and these are things you need to pay attention to when people are explaining this. When you're explaining these icebergs, these cubes on the water, which is dysfunction from the glacier, when you're explaining dysfunction and you say stuff like, I'm just a giver, that's number 3. I look at, why did you do that? I'm just a giver, Doc. I mean, that's just, I've always been a giver. No, you're a people pleaser. Oh my God. You're a people pleaser. And for a lot of you believers, you have taken they've taken the text out of context. I already explained that. I talked about being more blessed than to give and receive. I broke that down already. So if you're ever one of those people that say to explain your dysfunction, blame Doc, just blame it on me being a giver, Doc. I just have to blame it, chalk it up on me being a giver, because I'm just the giver, Doc. I'm just the giver. One way to know whether or not it's love or trauma is to think about who you're really in love with. Who do I think I'm in love with when it comes to this connection? That's going to help you determine whether or not this is love or trauma. What do I mean by that? I'll explain. Thank you so much, Cam, for your support. Appreciate that. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. Danielle, thank you for your support as well. Thank y'all. Y'all really means a lot to me. I appreciate you. Of course, Naomi, I appreciate you as well, dear. So proud of you. Who do you think you're in love with when it comes to the person that you're connected to? In other words, are you being honest about who they really are? And I'll give you a couple questions, sub questions you can ask. Are they even healed? Are they healed? That's one. Come on, y'all should be writing fast. Are they healed? Do they have self-awareness? Let me tell you something. It ain't love if you connected to a person who can't own their flaws. I'm telling you right now, I don't care if it's your mama. If you are in a relationship with somebody who cannot admit their flaws, you are not in love. That is trauma bonding 101. How in the ham sandwich can you be in love with somebody who can't even be honest about their problems? How? You're not. It's trauma. It's foolishness like history. Oh my God, I've been with them since high school. I've been with her since I grew up with her. Foolishness. You ain't in love with nobody who can't take accountability and responsibility. I said ham sandwich. I wanted to say something else, but y'all gonna judge me if I do. How in the ham sandwich can you be with somebody that ain't being honest with themselves? You can't. Or love somebody that ain't honest with themselves. You can't. You don't love them. It's trauma. Well, Doc, they're really a giving person. I mean, they do support me. I hear this because tend to hear this more from women, if I'm being honest. I'm just gonna be sexist for a minute. It's typically you women that be in this space. Now, some of you men get blindsided too. Thank you, Miss Barber, for your support, as always. Some of you men get blindsided too, and you get delusional. This is why I love working with men. I have a client right now that's a young man. He's gonna let me share some of his stories. He's doing really good, but he came to me a mess. And I had to remind him, bro, you need to heal so you can stop selling for manwiches in your life. Y'all know what a manwich is? Does anybody know what a manwich is? What's a manwich? Y'all ever heard of the sandwiches called manwiches? Well, they call them manwiches, but manwiches really are copying sloppy joes. I'm just giving y'all a revelation right now. And when I grew up, my dad used to make sloppy joes, but they made them out of real hamburger. Manwiches is the stuff that come in the powder, the kind of processed stuff. And some of y'all selling for manwiches and walking around thinking you got a sloppy joe. That's a manwich. A manwich ain't a sloppy joe. And anybody that tells you that a manwich and a sloppy joe is the same, it's probably the same person who settles for trauma and thinks it's love. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Wow. 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 Anybody that thinks a sandwich is a sloppy Joe is the same person that's probably selling for trauma and calling it love. Yeah, and I don't eat neither one today. Thank you for your support, Balama. I can't eat neither one of them today. Does this make sense? So there's no confusion. I don't have to worry about confusing you for no sloppy Joe. I don't like neither one of you. And there's a revelation in that too. And this is going to offend some of you. But when you heal, your appetite changes. I want you to put that in all caps. That ain't even in my notes. But this is a bonus. Y'all better be supporting this show. When you heal, your appetite changes. You know what that means? Somebody can show up in your life as a manwich, and there may have been a season of your life where you entertain manwiches because that's where you were. And then you grew up out of that season and graduated to sloppy joes. So you had enough awareness to realize that the manwich was really a fake. The sloppy joe was a little bit better, but then you healed a little bit more and realized that neither one of them were the best for you. So now you eat filet and salmon. Now you eat filet and salmon. Healing will change your appetite. And I'm telling you, you're not healed if you have the same appetites today that you had yesterday. Doc, I'm healed. Well, look at the people you choose today. You sure about that? Because if healing changes your appetite, it should also change what you select. So how can you be healed today and you still choose losers? Uh-oh. Doc, I just have a type. Not that I just have a type, Doc. You know, I it's a certain way that I like them. They just have to be a certain way. I like they have to be a thug, Doc. They just don't pick on me, Doc. There's just a certain way that I like them, that they just have to be. Not if you heal. If you healed, your appetite all change, which means your selection choices all change. I'm not eating no sandwiches and sloppy joes. I'm not eating no sandwiches and sloppy joes. And this is how I know some of you are not healed. Not because you claim to be, because people can get on social media and post pictures and videos and, oh my God, and working out. Oh, I'm so healed. I'm reading my journal. But look at your selections. You still eating sandwiches? Put in the chat this question. Are you still eating sandwiches? Do it. I'm trying to help y'all. Oh my God. You want to know if you healed? Question. Are you still eating sandwiches? I'm going to hey, Arkita, Brittany, I need you to go ahead and get the t-shirt ready. Are you still eating sandwiches? Because if you are, you ain't healed. Your choices ain't got better. Well, Doc, you know, Doc, just because I still choose sandwiches don't mean that I'm not doing better. Are you still choosing sandwiches? Sometimes. Then you're not healed. Oh my God! I had to entertain myself. Who are these two puppets? Tyrone and Keisha. Go get Rachel for me. Give me a Rachel. Go get Rachel for me. Because somebody gonna complain about that. Yeah, I'm gonna know you're healed if you're making better decisions. And if you're not making better decisions, you ain't as healed as you think you are. Perfect. Well, Doc, that's not fair. How dare you, Doc? Only Tyrone and Keisha us. Meet Rachel. Rachel, do you still eat sandwiches? Sometimes. What about sloppy joes? I like sloppy joes. Sloppy joes tastes good with mustard. Are you healed, Rachel? I think I am. Not if you eat sloppy joes and sandwiches. Don't get the stroke face. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to know you're healed by the choices you make. And if you're making dumb choices still, if you're making sandwich and sloppy Joe choices, you are not as healed as you think you are. I'm telling you right now. Is it making sense? No, baby. I'm not gonna pull anybody else out tonight. Thank you, honey bun. I appreciate you. It's crazy to me out here. So we have to pay attention to our condition. Record this. You have to pay attention to your condition when you meet people. I'm still giving you a couple of ways to know whether or not it's love or trauma. I'm just on number one. Who do you think you're in love with? Who do you think you're really connected with? Are they even healed? You got to pay attention to the condition of people when you meet them. You got to pay attention to your own condition. You have to be honest with yourself and ask yourself, before I call this 10-year relationship that I'm in, that I'm struggling to break free of, or this divorce that I'm going through that's playing over in my mind again because I was convinced I'm in love, before I go through all of that drama, ask yourself, when you got with them, when y'all got together, when were the earliest signs of sandwiches? Who were you when you connected with them, and who were they when they connected with you? And you got to be honest about that. Because that's going to be a perfect place to start. Because if most of us were honest, most of these things that you're calling love started off as trauma too. The signs were there. You just like sandwiches. Oh my God. All the signs were there. You just like sandwiches. All the signs were there. You just like sandwiches. Yeah, I'm thinking about bringing these on tour, but I'm gonna turn into a stand-up comedian, and I'm trying. My dream job, my dream situation is to have Dave Chappelle open up for one of my tour talks. I'm gonna just tell you, and I'm gonna just need him to give me a couple pointers on some jokes because I like the way he tells stories with it, and I'm a storyteller, right? That's what I do, right? Take situations and create a story, or use a story and analogy to create me. But I'm telling you, if I start bringing these Muppets on tour, it's gonna be comedy. So y'all, I'm gonna have y'all in there crying because I'm gonna perfect it. I'm just telling you, I'm gonna perfect it. Some of y'all talking about some let the Muppets be VIP. Y'all are crazy. I'm serious. Why you like Dave Chappelle, Doc? Because he's honest. He says stuff that other folk won't. That's why. Watch this. I want y'all to record this, and this is going to free some of you. You ready? We're still deciphering whether or not we knew it was love or trauma. Number one, who do you think you were in love with? In other words, were you honest about where you were and where they were? 2, were you truly ready to be in a relationship or married? Were you truly ready to be in a relationship or married? Doc, what does ready mean? I'll give you a couple things you want to think about. How healed were you? Record this. What was your attachment style? Now that you're doing this work and you looking back on it, were you secure when you got married? Most of y'all weren't. I don't care what you say. And you can say what you want to say. The data don't lie. The data says that approximately 65 to 68% of the world's population is anxious. How the heck most of you gonna say you were secure? You weren't. Were you secure when you got married? When you got in a relationship? You probably weren't. So the $1 million question was, were you really truly ready to be in a relationship or married? And you gotta be, listen, y'all, these questions all require what, y'all? These questions that I'm giving you to think about to help you determine whether or not it's love or trauma. I could have made a chart out of this, but I honestly just didn't even really feel like writing tonight. I could have made a chart out of this, but the answers to these questions require self-awareness. Were you even really ready to be in a relationship for real? In hindsight, now that you're in this mess that you're in, that you're calling love, but it's probably trauma, be honest. Were you really ready for what you're in? Fixing it is easy, y'all. Some of you are saying, no, doc, then how do I fix it? It's easy. If self-awareness, if lack of self-awareness got you in it, self-awareness can get you out of it. Now that you know that what you're in does not align with your values, what you gonna do about it? Oh my God. Doc, how do I solve it? What do I, there's got to be a magic riddle. No, it's not. What you gonna do about it? Now that you are aware that you weren't ready for the relationship, you weren't in love with who you thought you were, you weren't even the version of you that you thought you were. Now that this awareness is to your mind and it has validated the fact that they don't align with your values, now that this awareness is in front of your face, what are you going to do about it? I'll tell you what some of you are going to do. Some of you are going to take this situation, you're going to take this information, and you're going to stay right where you are. Because you don't mind living the rest of your life fake. Doc, don't you think that's mean? Don't you think it's mean to call us fake? No, I think it's honest. I think it's honest to call you fake, knowing that you're in a situation that you have used the tool of self-awareness, the lack of alignment with your values to determine that you're in a horrible space, but you choose to stay for what? Well, all of those choices earlier, we talked about that. People, all those reasons earlier that we talked about why people choose to be bound, like your kids, money, fear, family, God, universe, Mother Earth. Y'all put all kinds of stuff in it. And many of you have this information and you still choose to stay where you are. And that makes you fake. You know why? Because you're saying one thing, you believe one thing, but you're doing something else. And the epitome of authenticity is when what you say, what you do, and what you believe are on the same page. You can't say you want a relationship of peace. You can't believe you deserve a relationship filled with peace, but you choose one that ain't giving you no peace. Oh my God. And if you choose it, that makes you fake. And some of you have lived your life fake. Some of you have lived your life so fake for so long that this message right here is so hard to process. You will get in the comments or get in your journal, or you would even think in your mind, this guy's triggering me. No, I'm not. It ain't a trigger, it's the truth. It's not a trigger, it's the truth. If you knew you weren't ready for a relationship, then how can you be in love? If you knew you weren't ready for a relationship, then how can what you are in be in love? How can that be love? You knew you weren't ready from the start, so how can you claim to be in love? It's impossible. And that just fixed 50% of y'all's problems. You know, some of y'all say stuff like, well, well, Doc, I knew it was legit love, Doc, because they changed me. Well, I'm glad you said that. That leads me to a third way you can evaluate this. This could almost be a 2-part series, but I'm going to end it tonight because I'm not going to be here next week. Not going to be live next week. Well, they changed me, Doc. That's how I know. That leads me to a third question you can ask. If you want to evaluate whether or not this is love or trauma, how did the relationship start? How did it start? Were you connected to somebody and you felt like from the start they changed you? You feel like from the beginning they changed you? I got with them and I just changed. Some of y'all say that, and we glorify this. I got with such and such, and they just changed me, and they just made me the best version of myself. I'm here to tell you right now that is probably not love. If you being with a person changed you, and this is not going to be popular, I need you all to type in the chat in all capital letters, levels. Because y'all gonna have to use your brain to process what I'm about to say to you. This is not going to be popular. Levels. For all of you that see all of this social media content that says, my world turned upside down and my partner changed me and changed me for the better and made me the best version of myself. Let me tell you something. That situation can last for some time, but let me tell you something. That situation is a candidate for dysfunction because people should never be responsible for changing you into the best version of you. And if they are responsible for changing you to the best version of you, they can equally be responsible for making you the worst version of you. I don't want to be with nobody who is single-handedly responsible for making me the best version of me. I'll tell you what I will be. I will be with a woman who plays a role in making me a better person than I already am. Oh yeah, Doc Secure. I would love for one. You can make me a better version of what I already am. But let me tell you something. I don't want to be with nobody who makes me a better person, a better version than what I am. I wasn't good until I was with them. And now all of a sudden I'm because if they can be that, they can be responsible for that, they can be responsible for your destruction. You're not going to see that on social media. You just see a bunch of love story. Oh my God, I met my I was nothing until I met my person. I don't need you to be nothing when you meet me. I need you to be something. You don't have to be what I am, but you need to be something. I could pull out my list of 5 or 6 stuff. My list is really down to 5 or 6 things. And one of those things is I need a person who is independently something themselves. You should not want to be known as just Zeb's girl, Zeb's wife. You should have an identity of your own that is strong, that you are firm in. It doesn't have to be to the level. When we talk about success, and it doesn't have to be to the level of what I'm doing. If it is, great, but it doesn't have to be. But you should have something already that you are independently comfortable and strong in. And then being connected to me just enhances what you got. But if your identity is only locked in mine, that's dysfunction. And we preach that on social media. Oh my God. I didn't know who I was until I met my husband. I didn't know who I was until I met my wife. And you still don't. Oh my God. You still don't know who you are. You still don't know who you are. Ain't nothing changed. So when people say stuff like, oh, they changed me, they made me the best version of who I am. Yeah. 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 Doesn't work. Not in healthy situations. No. Here's a fourth and final thing you can consider. I got 11 o'clock. Y'all supporting the show? Y'all better be supporting the show, or else the subscribers are going to have a time. Y'all supporting the show? Nope, y'all not supporting. Oh, God, I hate to not have to post this. For the handful of people that did support, Lord, I might have to figure out how to get them the link. I'm serious, because this is a good live. Y'all support the show, because Lord knows I hate to not have to leave this up. Listen to me. Here's a fourth question you can consider that'll help you figure out what you got going on. A fourth question you can consider that will help you figure out what you got going on is this. What is your nervous system saying? Thank you, Mia, for your support. Appreciate you. What is your nervous system saying? Uh-oh. What is your nervous system saying about this connection you're in? Are you the calmest version of yourself around your person? Doesn't mean y'all don't have problems or challenges. I'm not suggesting that. Are you the calmest version or the most anxious version? Do they bring out the relaxed you or the worried you? And listen, I'm talking to men and women. This ain't just a woman thing. I know that's what social media says. You want a man that just keeps you great. Some of us men want women that keep us at peace and calm too. My job is stressful enough. I don't need your drama and your stress. Does being around you support my desire for peace as a man? Your nervous system will tell you, is this the calmest version of you, or is this the most anxious version of you? Is this the relaxed you, or is this the worried you? What is it saying? And let me say, to that end on anxiousness, let me say this, and I'll wrap up. To that end on anxiousness, let me say this. This is what I believe. I don't believe anxious people really desire or have the intention of being in a trauma bond. I think you can be an anxious person, and part of your anxious attachment style is really this depth. And this only anxious people, people that are anxiously attached, will acknowledge this and admit this out loud. You could have at your core this deep desire. Most anxious people have at their core this deep desire for longing and connection. Thus, they grasp on, right? They clasp on. Anxious people can be incredible people to be in a relationship with, because the very core of their anxiousness is a need for belonging. Listen to me. The very core of their anxiousness is a need for belonging. And this can make, thank you, Cleotara, I appreciate you. The very core of their anxiousness is this need for belonging. Well, that's powerful, because that need for belonging puts them in a place where they can absolutely be incredible mates, incredible partners. So anxious people don't go into these situations with the desire to be anxious. But what ends up happening is this: when an anxious person who has no intention of being bound by trauma ends up connecting to someone who has trauma, being attached to that trauma becomes even easier. Because then they go from I can love you to I can rescue you. Some of you are anxious not just because you're good people. Some of you are anxious because the depth of your need for belonging shifted from wanting to be connected to someone to, once you got with them and you saw all of this trauma, that need for connectedness and belonging shifted to rescue mission. You became a lifeguard. yeah, just that just went over half of y'all's head. It's just under 600 people on all 4 of these networks, and that just went over half of y'all's head. That your anxiousness and this deep sense of desire for connectedness that sometimes shows up as codependency shifted to you becoming a rescue mission, a rescue missionary, because you were connected to somebody who had just as much trauma as you. And this is why anxious people, the flip side of anxiousness, this is why I've been on the fence, y'all. Book 6, do I do it on relationships or do I do it on healing your attachment style? And everything is telling me to go the attachment style route, because I can explain how to heal anxious and avoidant attachment style in very clear ways. And let me tell you something. That's a side of the anxiousness that people don't really teach. That in your anxiousness, you become a rescue missionary. Oh my God, I can save you. You've never been in a great relationship. You've had 5 partners in the last 2 weeks. Oh my gosh, I understand your trauma. I can help you. No, Susan, no, you can't. Or Rachel, no, you can't. No, no, you can't, Rachel. No, you can't, Tyrone. Keisha. You can't do it. And that is a common trap of the anxious. That we go from this desire to want to be attached to ending up becoming people that we think can rescue and save everything, and we cannot. And when you get in that rescue mission work, let me tell you something. I'm gonna leave it with this. When you shift to become a rescue missionary, it's the last note I'm going to give you. You ultimately end up losing yourself. Because I'm going to tell you, of all the attachment styles, just the basic fundamental three, I know there are derivations of each. Secure, no derivation. Anxious, avoidant, derivations. When I look at secure and anxious and avoidant, of all the insecure, of all three of those attachment styles, the anxious attachment style is the one that tends to lose themselves the most. Why? Because when you get into this mission work where I'm going to rescue you, you end up compromising things like your boundaries, your expectations, your needs. You end up compromising all of those things in the name of trying to save somebody else, and you end up drowning yourself. The lifeguard becomes the drownee. And nobody becomes more lost in themselves like an anxious person. Nobody. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate your support. Does this make sense? Y'all, start with them questions. You can use those questions as journal prompts. Let me give you those questions again, because I don't know if this live is going to go up. Y'all did not support this show well, and I hate it for the handful of people that did. Let me give you 4 questions to know whether or not this is love or trauma. 1, who do you think you're in love with? 2, were you truly ready to be in a relationship or married or whatever the connection is? Were you truly ready to be in a relationship? 3, how did it start? And I failed to mention this because I didn't say it earlier. My grandmama used to say, every way you start something is how you're going to finish it. And if your relationship started in dysfunction, it's going to end in dysfunction. If both of y'all was cheating to get together, good luck with that lasting. Oh my God. The way that works, you're going to have a clean break and heal and then come back and try it again. How you start is how you finish. That's anything. And then question 3, what is your nervous system saying? What is your nervous system saying about the connection you have? And is your nervous system saying that this is your nervous system saying this is a great situation? Is this making sense? Was this helpful tonight? To be nice. A state of kindness. We know what kindness is. Consideration. I think consideration is one of the most undervalued elements of my definition of niceness. You know why? Because when you don't operate in consideration, most people think of consideration as only external. None of this is in my notes, y'all, but it's going to lead perfectly into what we're going to talk about tonight. Most people think of consideration as only being external. When you are told to be considerate, when you were taught in kindergarten to be considerate, you were taught to be considerate in the context of what? How you treated other people. Hey, Johnny. Hey, Susie. You need to be considerate. You need to be considerate of your little friends, talking about your classmates. You need to be considerate of your friends around you. And when you were told that, you need to be considerate, so you should share. Why do I need to share, Miss Davis? Because sharing means you're considerate. That implied that consideration was only external. Here's the problem. That part of consideration is a small fraction of what consideration needs to be when it comes to living in an authentically nice space. Consideration should first be internal. Consideration should first be internal and then external. Let a man, let's go spiritual real quick, or woman first examine who? Not everybody else, but themselves. Watch this. Do unto others as you would have done to yourself. We use that golden rule phrase as a moniker to display consideration, but it's taught backwards. Watch. Do unto others as you would have others to do unto you. Well, we've been taught, hey, if you want people to be nice to you, then you need to be nice to them first. Well, here's the problem. I can be nice to people all day, but if I'm never nice to me, my niceness to other people is in vain. Y'all are missing this. The concept of doing unto others as you would have them do unto you only works, listen to me, if you are clear on what works for you. The concept of doing unto others as you would have them do unto you is a concept that only works if you are first clear on what works for you. If you're not clear on what works for you, it's impossible for you to do unto someone something you have not first identified for yourself. I just, good God. Is this making sense at all? If it is, type levels in the chat in all capital. Let's have a first class conversation. I need y'all to stop telling people do unto others as you have them do unto you, and you ain't even figured out how to be nice to yourself first. You ain't figured out how to talk nice to yourself, but you out here trying to talk nice to everybody else. You ain't figured out how to be kind to yourself, but you out here trying to be kind to everybody else. You ain't figured out how to be gentle with yourself, but you breaking your neck to be gentle with everybody else. And we've taught this backwards. You've never been taught the golden rule that way. You've always been taught the golden rule from the concept of it being external first. And the truth is, many of you can't be nice to other people because you ain't even nice to you. The truth is, many of you can't even love people. I like that because you don't even love you. So how the heck are you going to live by a rule that's golden to others when it ain't became golden to you first? What makes the rule golden? God, you talk about revelation. I can't cut it off. I'm tired, but I just can't cut it off. You know what makes the rule golden? Is that if my being nice is the gold that I'm giving to you, then my ability to give you gold suggests that I possess enough gold to be able to give. I feel like this is going over many of y'all's heads. I want to say this again slow. Have you ever thought about maybe the golden rule means that in my niceness towards you, I'm giving you gold, but I don't know nobody giving away gold who ain't got it to give, which means you can't give away niceness. You can't give away a niceness that you don't even fully possess yourself. So for all of you that are being nice in the name of being a people pleaser, of being nice in the name of validation, and you don't even treat yourself well, I'm here to tell you to your face, you are fake. Your kindness is not sincere. Your niceness is not genuine because you will never treat anybody better than your ability to treat yourself. This is why I love this definition I just made up on the spot. This is wild, like nasty work. But this is why I'm just be honest with you. If anybody says to me, they love me, they like me, whatever, they think so great of me, I say thank you because it's rude not to say thank you. But the extent to which I believe it has to first be observed by how they carry themselves towards themselves. Because, baby, if you don't like you, ain't no way you can love me.
If you don't even treat you right, how in the heck? How in the heck you gonna be able to treat me right? I can treat you nice, Doc, because it's the golden rule. The golden rule say that I'm supposed to be doing to others as I would have them do unto me. So if I do nice unto you, then I'm gonna get that niceness back to me. No, you're not. Not if you ain't got it to give to your. Not if you don't have it to give in the first place. And some of y'all out here being nice to people in the name of a golden rule that you ain't got no gold in your own possession. You can't give away gold you don't have. Some of you will never see the golden rule again. Talking about something, I'm doing it, operating the golden rule. No, let me tell you what the golden rule is. Doing unto others as you would have them do unto you means I can't give you a gold that I have not first possessed myself. That gold might be kindness. That gold might be gentleness. That gold might be respect. That goal might be being nice. Doesn't matter, whatever you're giving to a person, you cannot give anybody anything you don't first possess. And that includes gold. So when we think about a golden rule, what makes it golden is when I'm being nice to you, it is because I am first nice to me. And this is why you got a lot of broken people in mosques, synagogues, temples, churches, schools, homes. It don't matter because all they've been taught is just be nice to people and you're going to get it back. Meanwhile, you 2 steps away from not even wanting to live. And yet you breaking your neck trying to be nice and give to people an energy you ain't quite figured out how to give yourself. And I'm telling you, until you figure out how to give to you what you're trying to give to everybody else, there will be nothing golden about your behavior. I would even submit to you, this is why some of you are drained. I talked about this last week. Some of you are drained right now. You know why? Because you're breaking your neck trying to be nice to people and give people a niceness you ain't quite figured out how to give to yourself. You ain't nothing like a people pleaser who gives grace to everybody else, but they don't even give it to themselves. And then wonder why they stressed out. Why you always got headaches. Because you were taught, give by people who probably have bank accounts that stay in the red. I don't know how much sense this is making. Is this making sense to anybody at all? Y'all support the show like it is. Is this making sense? Let's talk quickly about capacity. I want you to record this. Record this now. You'll be the smartest person at the water cooler tomorrow. Record this. Put this definition in the chat. This is my definition of capacity. Capacity is the measurement of what a person is holding and can handle. When we talk about capacity, we are talking about a measurement of what a person is holding or can handle. That's capacity. Capacity is the measurement of what a person is holding and can handle. This is the easy way to understand this. We can't even get into resentment until we start talking about capacity. Why does this matter? Because capacity, when we examine and we are honest about our capacity and the capacity of people that have offended us, we learn how to treat people on the level that they are. And some of you got resentment against people who don't know any better. And when you have resentment against people who don't know any better, at a certain point, it ceases from being a them problem and it becomes a you problem. Now, for all of you people that need to be heard, that want to be seen, that feel like you're not being seen, that feel like you're not being heard, this is going to be hard in the beginning. I'm going to hear you later. But let's grow up a little bit. Some of the people that you're holding on to this resentment against don't even have the capacity to realize that they've offended you. And I know many of you don't believe that, but some of you have been offended by people that are so self-clueless that they don't even realize they've offended you. And here you are, 3 years later, holding on to anger, holding on to unprocessed, unreleased anger against people who don't even realize, who don't even have the capacity nor the self-awareness to realize how bad of a shape their own life really is.
So that's for the first layer of resentment. You're going to have to, first of all, when it comes to beating resentment, you've got to first measure and evaluate the person who has offended you and measure their capacity. Before you go further, we can't go no further until we do that. What is the capacity of the person who has offended me? How do we measure capacity? Glad you asked. We measure capacity with self-awareness. You all should know this definition. Put it in your journal. Doc, we write it down every week. Good. Keep writing it. Self-awareness is honesty about who you are, where you are, and what you're doing. We measure what a person is holding or can handle by evaluating how honest they are about who they are, where they are, and what they're doing. So if a person can't be honest with themselves about who they are, where they are, and what they are doing, how crazy do you look to be holding resentment against them? Oh my God. And I hate to put this as blunt as I do, but it's called the self-awareness tour for a reason. I'm a truth teller. When you hold resentment against a person who's not even honest about who they are, where they are, and what they're doing, they're no longer the crazy one. Guess who the crazy one is? They're no longer dysfunctional. Guess who the dysfunctional person is? That's for all of you that's holding resentment against your daddy who wasn't in your life, but he didn't even have the capacity and self-awareness to realize what he should have been doing as a father. Doc, are you making excuses for him? Absolutely not. I just gave you a whole introduction on the fact that I don't play favorites, and I don't. But I'm also aware of the fact that people will get on a whole elevator and it'd be packed full of people and stand there and talk loud on their cell phone without the awareness that maybe, just maybe, it's rude to be loud on a packed elevator. So here you are, still resentful over a man, a woman, a cousin, an ex, a brother, a sister, a coworker who don't even have the honesty or the self-awareness to realize they're in the wrong. And I tried to use the baby example in that story with that couple to make this make sense. Or with that lady, rather, to make this make sense. That if you, as a grown adult, would not chastise and scold a 1-year-old for throwing a cup in the floor and spilling the milk and laughing when they do it because they don't know any better, then why would you walk around with resentment against people who have no self-awareness and clue as to what it is that they're doing? I even read comments, which is why one of the things that I made a commitment to do in 2025. Let me just say this real loud. I want to say this quickly. Thank y'all for all of your comments on my videos. Okay. Let me get this out of the way. Thank y'all for all of your comments on my videos. I read them as much as I get a chance. This week was one of those weeks where it's just been a blur. I didn't get a chance to read much. Every now and then when I'm posting a video and I'm waiting for it to go up, I'll just go to an old video and just scroll through. Okay. Every now and then I might pin a positive comment. I do see your comments to my videos and I appreciate them and they mean a lot to me. Okay. So let me just say that and preface what I'm getting ready to say with that. Okay. So I appreciate your support and thank you for sharing the videos and liking them. And many of you share them and when you share them to your stories, tag me. If I see it, I'll repost it. I'll tag you. That means a lot to me. Okay. And I try to manage that as much as I can with having nearly 600,000 followers on 4 platforms. It's a lot. But let me tell y'all something. I made a commitment in 2025 not to go back and forth with people who don't have no self-awareness. And this becomes a matter of my favorite word. Put it in the comments in all capital letters. Levels. Law. Y'all listen to me. If you're not going to go back and forth with a 1-year-old who doesn't have the capacity to realize or the self-awareness to realize that he or she, when they drop a bottle on the floor and milk goes everywhere and they start laughing, you ain't gonna scream at a 1-year-old because they don't know any better. In fact, you're not gonna even engage into that. You may tell the 1-year-old, no, don't do that. Stop. Try to explain it. But what you're not gonna do is have a whole attitude, not talk to your 1-year-old for 5 hours. Why? Because they don't have the capacity. And I take the same approach even in social media. And some of y'all should too. You ready? This is going to offend some of you entitled, I need to be seen and heard people. You ready? In 2025, one of the best ways to respond to people with low capacity, you ready? Ignore them. Put that in the chat. All capital letters. Ignore them. They have the capacity of a 1-year-old. And here you are going back and forth with people who not on your level. And when you do that, it's like you arguing with a 1-year-old that can't even speak a language. And at a certain point, you're the crazy one arguing with a 1-year-old. Are y'all catching this? I had to get together in my comments. Not my comments, in my DMs. I think it was on Facebook. Send me this long paragraph. Hey Doc, I enjoy your content. What was the word she used? She said, I enjoy your comment. I enjoy your content, but I feel really disrespected because you never respond to any of my comments to your videos. I really enjoy your content, but I really feel disrespected. She used the word disrespected. Listen to me. A grown woman used the word disrespected to describe how I didn't have time to respond to one out of probably 6,000 to 7,000 comments I get a week. I'm not making this up. The unhealed me would have responded, went crazy, went off, put her in her place, blah, 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 blah. The healed me realizes I'm not about to stand in the middle of the floor with a 1-year-old and go back and forth over the milk that they just spilled. Sweetheart, I looked at the message and hearted it and kept on going. Oh my God. Y'all stop responding to people that ain't on your level. I know y'all don't like this. All of these equal opportunity people about to jump in here and say, we're all the same. Lies. We're not. We're not the same. We don't do the same work. We don't get the same reward. I had 3 new clients tell me this week, their first session with me. Doc, I learned more in 60 minutes than I've learned in years in therapy. You really do the work. I know. So when y'all hear me popping it on this live and running my mouth, I ain't just running my mouth. Some of us really about this life. There's levels to this work. And because there is, and I know as well as many of you do, that you're not doing the amount of work, same amount of work as the people you criticize, hey, those of you that you're criticizing, they need to stop responding to you. I just don't respond to everybody. And I'm not being stuck up funny. I just don't cast my pearls among swine. I'm going to talk about that in a little while. Meaning, I'm not going to waste my wisdom and give a deep revelation to a 1-year-old who only understands goo goo gaga. And sometimes people will reveal their low capacity so bad that instead of speaking a native language or tongue to them, you just need to start doing that. Here, sweetie, sweetie. Because that's what they understand. So a lot of this resentment, I'm lifting to you, a lot of this resentment is self-induced. That when you don't understand capacity, ready? Here's another thing y'all don't understand. I've taught on this already. When you don't understand capacity and you don't understand boundaries, you're going to be all over the place. Why? Not because you got to be, but because you have not mastered the art of handling people where they are and drawing a fine line between you and them. We not all the same. I want you to put that in, especially if you are honestly in 2025 doing the work. I want you to put in the chat in all capital letters. I don't care if the English is off. I got a real PhD. Put it in the chat. We not the same. That's going to solve 60% of your problems because it's going to stop you from responding to people who don't even have the capacity to understand you. And I took this a step further. I've got a story that I'm going to be sharing about a young man that last week was a great conversation. He gave me permission. But this story is powerful because I even had to connect this to his healing journey. He came to me. He said, Doc, I want to go on the dating scene. Nice looking fellow. You know, he's got some things going for him. He's like in his like mid-30s. And he said, but Doc, I'm being honest with you. He said, I got a lot of resentment. I said, why? You got a great job. You're a decent looking fellow. What's the problem? Rejection. I said, rejection has created resentment in you? He said, yeah. I said, how? He said, because I don't understand how I can, you know, he makes about 80, 90 a year. Ain't bad. Makes about 80, 90 a year. In his mid-30s, you know, nice looking guy, really mannerable, respectful guy. He said, you know, I got all of this, you know, resentment because of rejection. I said, why did rejection create resentment? He said, because I got all this stuff to offer. I said, dude, were you rejected by a 30-year-old or a 1-year-old? He looked at me crazy and said, Doc, you calling me a pedophile? I said, no. We start laughing. So of course I'm not calling you that. I said, but I want you to listen to the question that I gave you. I said, were you rejected by a 30-year-old or a 1-year-old? He said, Doc, she was 30. I said, what's the point I'm making? He said, I'm not sure, Doc. I said, she may have been 30 in age. But sometimes you got to measure rejection by people's capacity. There's some people that reject you, not because you're the problem, but because you too much to handle. Oh my God. Many of you don't even realize, and I'm talking to you single people now, many of you don't even realize that because you're doing this work, when you show up in people's lives or you even express interest, your life becomes a mirror to who they are. So when people see you, they see themselves. Because the light reveals or it exposes. Oh my God. Doc, you talking over my head. Make it real plain. Some people rejected you because your presence revealed all of their flaws. Your presence revealed and exposed all of their issues and challenges. And you walked around and allowed rejection to turn into resentment instead of evaluating the fact that you were rejected by a 1-year-old. This is a lot, ain't it? I'm just getting warmed up. Now I'm waking up. It took me about 30 minutes. I'm there now. So I had to explain to this young man. I said, dude, you're going to be fine. Rejection only counts when it comes from people who have the capacity to recognize what they rejected. If you give a 1-year-old a pair of keys to a Maserati, they're going to play with it for a second because they never seen them. Then they're going to throw them Maserati keys in the trash can and go find some blocks and go play with that. I said, are you going to diminish the value of the Maserati because they threw the keys away? I'm telling you. And it reminded me, some of you reached out and said, Doc, are you going to do this dating thing? Because I really want to do a dating show. I think I want to do it. I finally come around to the idea. It took me a minute because I want none of y'all to blame me if you end up getting matched up with somebody that don't work. Then be like, Doc hooked me up with this serial killer. Doc didn't do it. You got to, no, we going to sign some waivers. No, absolutely not. But let me tell you something. I like the idea of doing a date show and connecting healed people. You know why? Because when you connect people that are healed together or people that are trying to be healed together, it should be a different flavor. My definition of capacity is simple. It is the measurement of what you can manage or maintain. I want you to record that. You're going to be the smartest person at the water cooler tomorrow. Put it in your notes. Put it in the chat. Capacity is the measurement of what you can manage or maintain. So when we think about capacity, you're not going to see these definitions in the dictionary. I create custom definitions just like I use analogies to make complicated things make sense. Okay? Capacity is the measurement of what you can manage or maintain. So when we talk about capacity, we're talking about what a person can manage and we're talking about what a person can maintain. Why is that important? Because when you're measuring the capacity of someone, you've got to keep two things in mind. What can they manage and what can they maintain? Anytime we're measuring a person's capacity, anytime we're measuring our own capacity, we are measuring what I or them can manage, what I or them can maintain. Why is this important? Because when you look at capacity from this perspective, capacity forces us not to get caught up on what should be, but to pay more attention to what is. I'm going to say this again. I'm throwing a lot at you. You should be writing. Capacity forces us not to get caught up on what should be and to pay more attention to what is. Many of you, your hearts are hurting now, not because you're paying attention to what is, you're paying attention to what you hoped it would be. Oh my God. And that's in anything. This ain't a conversation just about relationships tonight. I'm hitting everything, family dynamics, you name it. We're swinging and hitting everybody tonight. Why? Because when you recognize that you need to measure people and things according to what it is versus what they should be, it takes your expectations concerning those things and makes them realistic. Many of you have unrealistic expectations because you have unrealistic measurements. You're measuring people not according to what they can manage or maintain. You're measuring people according to what you thought they were. And this is why self-awareness is important. I don't evaluate people according to what they say. I evaluate people according to what they say, what they do, and what they believe. Is their alignment? How honest are they about who they are, where they are, what they're doing? You don't have to be perfect in order to be a great person, but you need to, at minimum, be honest. Oh my God. And some of you are struggling with who people are because you're not being honest about who they are. And I don't care if it's your daddy. I don't care if it's your mama. I don't care who it is. When you're honest about who people are, what they are, and what they're doing, it causes you to focus and evaluate people and set expectations according to what it is and not what you hoped it would be. This is important. So this capacity level or conversation tonight should begin to shift many of you back to reality. Because the reality is, when we learn how to pay more attention to what people are instead of who we thought they were or who we hoped they were, something else happens. We let go of the resistance associated with what should be. I'm going to say it plainly. When you learn how to evaluate people according to what it is, you eliminate the need to control narratives. You eliminate the need to control people. Let's make it simple. You eliminate the need to control, period. I knew I was healed when I didn't have to be in control. Oh my God. I know some of you ain't healed because you always got to be in control. Oh my God. You got to control how people show up. Oh my God. You got to control how people respond to you. Oh my God. You got to control what people say about you. Oh my God. You got to control how people show up for you. Oh my God. When you healed, you ain't got to control nothing. You let people be who they are and you measure them and evaluate them accordingly. Many of you struggle with control. Many of you are control freaks. And part of your need to be controlled in many regards is also connected to many of your attachment styles. I did a video today. I think it's a very underrated video on the anxious attachment style and holding balloons and how an anxious attachment style will take a balloon, relationship, connection, friendship, whatever the balloon represents to you, and destroy it because of how it holds it. A lot of you are struggling with your attachment style or struggling with the need to be in control because of your attachment style. The reality is you're going to know you're healed when you're in this secure place where you don't try to control anything. You don't try to control people. You don't try to control narratives. You don't even try to control relationships. If people want to stay, great. If people want to go, you kindly invite them to the door. So if you have a control issue, you probably by default have a capacity issue because fixing your need to be in control fixes your ability to evaluate people's capacity. So people are struggling with this capacity thing because a lot of people are struggling with control. Like, share the video, support. Let's get this number up. Let's get it moving. We're right around 500. Let's get it up to 800 in, say, the next 10, 15 minutes. Let's do that. Is this making sense? It is letting go of the resistance that we associate with the connections that we have in our lives. This applies to everything. It even applies to your work relationships. It applies to anything in your life. When you learn that capacity is about what people can manage and maintain, and then you evaluate them through the lens of self-awareness, honesty about who they are, where they are, and what they're doing, then this need to control is eliminated and replaced with realistic expectations. Okay, y'all with me? Let's bring this down even more. When we release the need to know and understand, I did a video on this a few weeks back, of course, because this is a spiritual principle. There were a lot of people saying, I don't think there's anything wrong with needing to be in control. Well, stay in coach. Somebody got to ride in the back. Oh my God. Somebody got to eat them cold peanuts. Somebody got to eat them nasty Biscoff cookies. Oh my God. So stay back there. The need to not be in control and releasing the need to know or to understand does not set limits. When I'm talking about releasing the need to know or understand, there are no exceptions, which means it don't matter what a person's title is. You're not going to try to control them. This is for all of you that make exceptions for your family members' dysfunction because they're your mama, your daddy, your kid, your husband, your wife, your cousin, your uncle, your aunt, your grandma, your granddad. You make exceptions for people because of the titles that they hold in your life. When I'm here to tell you that not even titles excuse dysfunction when it comes to limited capacity, which is why if you really want to break free in this healing space, you have to be equal opportunity when it comes to letting go, when it comes to releasing the need to know and understand why. And I know some of you go down this bunny rabbit hole where you have to have answers to every mystery in your life. But I'm telling you, I don't care if you're 80 and you've been doing this all your life. If you ain't dead, you got a chance to change. I don't care how long you've been doing it. Y'all cut it out with, this is all I know. This is all I've been doing. So what? I have clients that are 81 years old. I have clients that are 81 years old that are making fundamental mindset shifts so that they can understand that even at 81, they probably spent the last 50 years holding on to things that they had no business holding on to, needing to understand things that they had no business understanding, trying to understand. It's never too late. That if you believe that, I want as many people as possible to put in the chat now in all capital letters, it is never too late. I don't care who it is. When it comes to title, capacity don't care about title. Thank you, Naomi. I appreciate you. Y'all support the show like Naomi. When it comes to titles, it don't matter. When it comes to age, it ain't never too late. What about position? What if it's your boss, your supervisor? What if it's your pastor? What if it's your priest? There ain't no exceptions. You release the stress that comes with trying to understand people's limited capacity when you release the need to know or understand why. I'm gonna tell you, some people struggle with this because if I'm being honest, this is one of the nosiest cultures we've ever lived in. Oh my God. Just nosy. One of the nosiest, gotta know everything cultures we ever. Let me tell you, you wanna know where peace is? Some of y'all not gonna be able to relate to this. You wanna know what peace is? Peace is being the last one to know what the tea is. Oh my God. Peace is when people come to you with stuff that happened 2 weeks ago and they talking to you as if you knew, but you clueless. That's where I live. Doc, that's impossible. You got 2.3. You got, no, let me do the math. You got about 5 million people viewing your content every week, literally almost every day. How do you not know? Because I mind my business. Businesses are closing down. People are losing their job, but there's one business that's staying in business. It's called minding. Minding your business will always be a business that stays in style. So I don't care what a person's title is, age, position. None of that is relevant when it comes to seeing things for what they are. And some of you have been blinded by all of these things, these factors associated with people, relationships, connections, that's been keeping you from seeing people for who and what they really are. And if you want freedom, you better learn how to look beyond all that foolishness and stop giving people lifetime achievement awards because they have a title or a certain place in your life and in your heart. Y'all, well, I can't tell that story. No, you got to come to the tour. Never mind. I can't tell that story. Let me just say this. Doc don't be on here just screaming and yelling and just saying all this stuff. And then when I cut the camera off, I do something different. I live this life. I have references. Equal opportunity. I don't care who you are. The truth is the truth. You ain't got to like it. You ain't got to like me. Why you ain't liking it? Why? Because I tapped into something that when you pay more attention to what it is versus what you hoped it would be, there's peace over there. There's peace when you can see things and people for what and who they are. Don't matter what kind of facade they put on. None of that matters. Now, let me say this about capacity before we start paying attention to how people show up. Let me say this about capacity that I don't want you to miss, because this, again, is going to be a high-level conversation that is going to challenge some of you. When we think about capacity and how people are and not showing up, it's important to not minimize the impact of interest. I just want you over in the corner, if you haven't already, on the corner of your paper, I want you to put the 5 areas of healing: mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, financial. All right? Mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, financial. But then I want you to put somewhere on your page the impact of interest. We cannot minimize the impact of interest when we talk about capacity, because here's the important thing that we got to all know. When it comes to how people show up and the ways in which they show up, a lack of interest does not always mean a lack of ability. Some people aren't showing up for you because they're not interested in showing up for you. It doesn't mean they can't show up for you. I'm talking about your mama, your daddy, your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your kid. I don't care who they are. Some people not showing up because they don't want to show up for you. There's some people that are not showing up for you because they have no interest in you. But listen to me. Let's not confuse interest or lack of interest with dysfunction. Now, let me just go ahead and help some of y'all get out of y'all's feelings. Can we stop projecting our insecurity on people who don't show up for us because they ain't interested, and stop calling them dysfunctional because they're not interested? No, they're just not interested. You can perfectly not be interested in something and be fully functional. But when you project your traumas on people, you will call a person who has made it clear to you that they ain't interested. You will call them all kinds of names, up to and including dysfunctional. What are the other names y'all like? Narcissist, gaslight, manipulator. What are you saying, Doc? I'm telling y'all, stop bleeding your trauma on people. If you want a proper trigger, that's the other one. If you want to properly measure the capacity of people, stop bleeding your trauma on people. Some of y'all are professional bleeders. Here's the thing. We don't have to say he, she just ain't that into us. Some of y'all, when you don't like the narrative presented to you, you create one. Now I'm about to walk off this set. Oh my God. That made it crystal clear to you of their lack of interest or showing up or being there for you. And because you didn't like their honesty, you said, oh, well, it's because he's a narcissist. She's a narcissist. If y'all don't believe a lot of this projection goes on, just go to some of my videos sometimes and read the comments. You want to see some examples of projection? Go to the 50-50 video and just read the comments. The one I did last week. Just go read the comments. If you want to see a bunch of sick, broken people projecting, read. Because instead of some of you just accepting things for what they are, to comfort your trauma, you will create a narrative to feel better about your trauma. You know what I do? I come through, I throw your narrative in the trash, and I deal with your trauma. And that's what's wrong with this culture. This culture is so entitled that they think that their narrative is more important than the truth, and it ain't. Because here's the breaking news. Your narrative don't always equal the... Why are these comments so slow tonight? Y'all there? The number is Paul. Are y'all, am I frozen? Y'all there? Somebody type church in the comments with a couple of R's or something. This is why we have one of the weakest generations that lives. Yeah, this is a smart generation. We got access to a whole lot of information. We got access to a whole lot of technology. But let me tell you something. There's some things we can't handle. There are some things we cannot handle. We will take a person's lack of interest and think that they don't have the ability to show up because they're not interested. No, they're just not interested in you. They got ability. They just don't want you to get it. We will take a person's lack of interest and automatically associate them with some form of dysfunction. Oh, they're narcissists. They're a manipulator. They have to have it their way. Da, 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 da. No, they're just not interested. And that's okay. Some people like ranch. I hate it. Some people like mayonnaise. I hate it. Let me tell you something else that we got an unhealthy relationship with. I'm equal opportunity. So let me just watch all the women gasp, especially. You know what else we got an unhealthy relationship with? That is a result of us having the inability to properly measure capacity. We have an unhealthy relationship with rejection. Oh my God. Let me park here for a couple of minutes. This culture has an unhealthy relationship with rejection. I have seen men try to talk to women, compliment her. She say, I'm not interested, and in seconds, curse her out. I have seen women ignore men that they're interested in for the fear that if they put themselves out there, they will be rejected. And meanwhile, we wonder why we got so many single people just sitting and watching. Let me give y'all some definitions for those of you that are new. When I say culture, are you living? If the answer is yes, I'm talking to you. I don't get into this age thing. Why? Because I got some 80-year-olds that's acting like they 20. I have some clients that are in their 20s that are mature like they in their 60s. This culture has an unhealthy relationship with rejection. And it is because we have a hard time accepting things and people for who and what they are. I had a female friend of mine tell me recently. She said to me, she said, Doc, she told me about her dating problems. And my friends be getting free therapy. And tell me about her dating problems. I said, Doc, I'm just be honest with you. I'm struggling because, you know, I have some people that want to take me out. I got some people that I'm interested in, but this idea of them, you know, turning me down is just, I'm struggling. I said, why? Because Doc, who would want to be rejected? I said, sis, when you healed mentally, emotionally, spiritually, you recognize that you ain't everybody's cup of tea, and that's okay. That's okay. Doc ain't everybody's cup of tea. Read the comments. So, some people say no, some people say so, and then they go cry in the car. I say so, and I go get on a plane and go to Aruba. I really don't care. Because when you're healed and you're stable, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, you're okay with the fact that you ain't everybody's cup of tea. I'm telling you now, man, woman, shawoman, whatever you are, if you struggle with rejection, It is rooted in trauma, and it ain't okay. And you not only need to correct that trauma, you need to correct your understanding of what capacity means. Some people ain't into you, ain't showing up for you, are not there for you because they don't want to. Some people aren't showing up for you because they're not interested in showing up for you. And some people aren't showing up for you because they can't show up for you. And the minute you understand the difference between the three is the minute you're going to have peace. Let me just pause and say the next 8 to 10 minutes of this conversation, if you don't have a spiritual foundation, you're going to be lost. If you don't have a spiritual foundation and don't want one, you're going to be lost for the next 8 to 10 minutes. Go get some coffee. The way we heal from rejection spiritually, first bullet, I want everybody to write this in all caps. Get over your need to understand why. Get over your need to understand why. How do we heal from rejection spiritually? Get over your need to understand why. This for all of you closure people. Oh my God. Doc, I would have taken it better if they just would have told me why. Oh my God. Doc, I would have handled it better if they would have just let me know what I did wrong. Oh my God. Doc, I would have done a whole lot better if they would have just explained to me why they weren't interested. Oh my God. Doc, I would have just been a whole lot better if they would have told me why they didn't choose me for the job. Oh my God. Why don't you do better regardless? And that's what's wrong with this culture. You got access to so much information that you think every experience owes you an explanation. I want you to put this in the comments and in your notes. Every experience does not owe you an explanation. Get over yourself. This is why my work not for everybody. Go talk to your counselor, therapist, coach who wants to try to give you an explanation for everything. The reality is, I don't have an explanation for everything. There are some things that are going to happen in your life that don't come with an explanation. Get over it. If a good wig comes with a closure, then you better learn how to create your own. You expect the same people that reject you to give you closure. It don't work that way. The way you spiritually move beyond rejection is get over your need to understand why. There's some things that's going to happen in your life. You ain't going to have no explanation. Deal with that. Deal with it. The same wig you bought from Charmin Jackie's that cost you $800 that came with a little closure is proof that when experiences happen, specifically rejection, you can, with that experience, create your own closure. People don't owe you closure. People don't owe you an explanation. People don't owe you a reason. Now, somebody's saying, Doc, wigs don't work like that. Maybe some of y'all buying cheap wigs. I have friends who buy $1,400, $1,500, $1,600 wigs. Them wigs come with closures. I'm not talking about them little $200 wigs that y'all be shouting or doing twerking in, and the little lace part right here be like this. Oh my God. I'm not talking about y'all wigs, them little $200 wigs where it be looking like this right here. Them little $200 junks don't come with no closure. You got to go and get you a piece and fill that in. My mama's a licensed cosmetologist. I know what I'm talking about. Oh my God. Them cheap ones be looking like this. You move, you take a couple of steps, you bend over to pick up something, your joint go from this to this right here. Them little $200 joint, that ain't, My friends, they be wearing them $1,700, $1,800 wigs. Them joint look like they sewed the wig in your scalp. There's a lesson in this when it relates to rejection. Get over your need to understand. How do we do this? I'm glad you asked. There are 3 ways you can do this. Y'all ready for this? I shouldn't even give y'all this because y'all not supporting the show. Let me check. Y'all not supporting the show. Y'all don't be supporting me. And that's the crazy part. Like, some of y'all won't get this much assistance from your therapist in 3 years. And it ain't no shade. I'm just being honest. This is feedback that I hear all the time from my clients. I'm not being whatever. I don't care if you feel like I am, but I'm not. So I don't even know if I should give y'all this. Let me give y'all 3 ways you can get over your need to understand why. All right, you ready? Number 1, get out the coach and economy seat. I'm gonna explain this. I might do a video out of this because I had a really good conversation with the client about this. That's gonna let me share a story. And this plain analogy was just brilliant. I ain't gonna hold you. Way number 1, to get over your need to understand why, get out of coach and economy. What does that mean? That means stop trying to do things your way. What does doing things your way look like when you've been rejected? Trying to come up with reasons, trying to come up with explanations. People don't give you an explanation, so you try to create one. You form narratives in your mind to help you feel better about the rejection instead of just accepting the fact that maybe, just maybe, it won't meant for you to get an explanation. Stop creating them. Because when you do things your way, you are sitting in seat 32A, way in the back, right next to the restroom. So every time people got to use the restroom, you have a line of people standing in front of you for the whole duration of the flight. You can't even get up. So there are 3 ways you can get over your need to understand why. You can keep trying to do things your way. And let me just give you a heads up on this. There are 3 ways: good, better, best. Y'all should kind of have an idea where we're going. Well, how else will I be able to control things? That's the point. You don't need to control them. This is why, to heal spiritually over rejection, you got to get over your need to control. You got to get over your need to understand. You got to get over your need to know. And that's why that's a spiritual principle. And many people are not going to understand. So, way number 1, you can just stay in coach and keep doing things your way. Way number 2, you guessed it, you can come up to business class. What does business class look like? Well, one way you can get over your need to understand why is if you just happen to get some understanding. Maybe the person that rejects you, the thing that rejects you, makes it clear to you why. Tells you why. Explains why. Y'all, you might not be able to read this. That's a luxury. Business class is a luxury. When people explain the rejection, when the job explains the rejection, that's a luxury. That doesn't always happen. You hit or miss with that business class. If you ever been on a plane, that business class tends to be the section of the plane that has the least amount of seats. This is going over y'all's heads so hard. Business class has the least amount of seats. You know why? Because when you are rejected, and especially rejected by a broken person, when you are rejected by a broken person, the chances of you getting an explanation, pretty slim. Now, I'm going to say this. If the person is secure and they give you an explanation, you got to take it. Don't try to rewrite the explanation and put your own little whatever on it. Secure people don't need you to add a narrative. They tell you what it is. Can I say this and admit this out loud? As a secure man, one thing that I despise is when somebody takes something that I say or do and they create a narrative as if I don't have the ability to tell you or show you what I want. Secure people don't need your help. We like fire. We don't need no matches. Oh my God. Let me slide this wig back. We like fire. We don't need no matches. And I hate it. Secure people hate to be connected to people who create narratives because they can't settle for your explanation. Y'all like my wig? Let me give you a third reason to get over, or a third way to get over your need to understand why. You ready? Remember, y'all, coach economy. Way number 1. Business. Way number 2. Way number 3. Why don't you come on up to first class? The first class way to spiritually heal from rejection is to use things like faith, trust. Here's a big one: letting go. Y'all, I think my next book is going to be on letting go. I've been back and forth about that in this relationship. I think I'm going to go the letting go route. You know why? Because faith, trust, and letting go, spiritual principles. Which means when you don't have an answer, you grow to understand that you don't necessarily have to have one. And I want to make this clear. I don't care if you have ADHD, ADD, BPD. I don't care what you have. You have to get to a place where you can heal your thoughts and your emotions so you can embrace a first-class mentality on rejection. I'm giving you the formula. Doc, what if I got a mental illness? Let's heal those thoughts so we can correct those emotions and we can be positioned spiritually to embrace rejection in a first-class way. Somebody say AARP. Y'all are wild. Does this make sense? Because the reality is when it comes to faith, trust, belief, guess what they all got in common? Faith, trust, belief, letting go. None of them require answers. Faith, trust, and letting go. I'm on the that's a possible book choice. I don't want to give the other choices because people be stealing on social media. But faith, trust, and letting go is a possible book choice. But I have another option that I think I like a little bit better. This is not easy, y'all. This is what makes working with some people like us. Thank you so much, 6-foot ball mom, for your support. Appreciate you. This is what makes working with folks like me who ground their work, who include in their work a foundation of spirituality. It makes it harder, but that's why the results come faster. Because the stuff y'all be worried about, we put it on faith, trust, and belief and letting go, and we move on. Let me slide this wig back some more. Huh? Does this make sense? I appreciate that. Somebody said Jesus straight sent you. I really believe I've been called to this space. I ain't kidding you. If you knew my story and you knew what I gave up to get here, it would make a whole lot of sense. So those compliments always mean a lot to me. Thank you. Keep the beat. That means a lot. Gave up a lot to get here. I got a story, and one day I'll tell it. Listen, y'all, I hope this made sense. If it did, I want you to type church in the comments with 3 R's. And then I want you to remember you've got 2 jobs. 1, be better today than what you were yesterday. And 2, don't forget what I told you.